Welcome back, minions. We're playing, or rather reading, more Tsukihime tonight. Uh, a piece of blue glass moon, or blue glass moon under the crimson air, whichever you prefer. Hello, Alfie, if that's how it's pronounced. Welcome. I see you're a first-time chatter. It's wonderful to always have new minions here in the stream. And I am super excited to be reading more Tsukihime. I really had a fun time reading it the first time. Elfie was taken, so you settled for elf_YYY. That's fair. That's fair. That's how it works. Yeah, I was really enthralled by the story as we were reading. I think, again, I'm not looking at a route guide for my first route, but, you know, just from the fact that we're hanging out with Arquid so much last time, I'm gonna guess we're on Arquid's route right now. I did not stumble my way into another route. And I'm pretty sure Ark is the one that's recommended first anyways. Looking forward for more of Shiki putting his foot in his mouth. Shiki is a very normal protagonist. He would never do that. Shiki is a very normal person. You were looking through Tsukihime VODs and saw a fresh one a few days ago? Well, yeah, this is my first time reading it. Reading visual novels are something I've been interested in experiencing more of for a while now, and I thought, well, why not, you know, stream it and read through it with everybody. And I'll read it aloud, and you can all experience my wonderful voice. Last time, we were hanging out with Arquid in a hotel room, and I got eaten by a shark. I made the wrong choice there and got eaten by one of Nero's sharks. So we're gonna start back at that choice, and we'll see if I survive this time. Seeing as I only have two options, I'm pretty sure I know which one to make this time. Arquid, is she worried? Frustrated. She remains still, almost as if she's embracing herself, bearing with something. She said she wouldn't leave this room. Then, what am I here for? Alright, so I said I thought it was a good idea to stay inside, because I'm Arquid's bodyguard right now, but that got me eaten, so I guess we'll go outside and check out what's happening. Yeah, saving on every choice is something I'm gonna do from now on, for sure. Though it's not hard to get back to the choice I was at, because you can just turn on skipping scenes you've already read. Alright, I've decided what to do from the very beginning. Taking the knife out of my pocket, I walk up to the door. Shiki, I'm going to check things out. Don't leave this room until I come back. I step out into the hallway, shaking off Arquid's look that she wants to say something. No one is in the hallway. I couldn't hear from inside, but the hallway is noisy. It's not that this floor is noisy. Rather, the noise is coming from beneath my feet. There is some kind of ruckus on the floor below. I can hear the noise of many people talking. I suppose the impact just woke the guests and they are complaining to the hotel. Doesn't look strange so far. I walk down the hallway. The noise from downstairs is like the sound of ocean waves. Noisy, and yet so very solitary and inactive. Tsukihime is your favorite Nasu work? I've been enjoying it so far. By the way, since you're new here, I will say this is obviously, for the sake of my channel not being bombed, a non-arrow version I managed to find. This is patched to have any H scenes just fade to black instead of showing you the goods. And I think maybe we're better off for that anyways. Nasu's sex scenes are infamously terrible. My fingers gripping the knife feel numb. A chill runs over the back of my neck. There's something near my temple. Pain emerges from the back of my eyes. Enduring it, I walk down the hallway. By the way, I gotta say, it was a very funny Nasu moment to have me read through like an hour-long lore dump about Shiki's eyes and how vampires work, and then the next choice is just one that can murder you. Very funny. Very funny moments. It hurts. My eyes hurt. My head grows heavy, and I feel a drifting sensation, like I'm about to collapse right here. Yeah, I know what this is. Without a doubt, this is the feeling I get right before I collapse from anemia. Looking forward to the chair. Yeah, that's a pretty infamous moment. I don't know when it happens, and don't spoil that for me, please. But I'm sure in context it'll be even funnier. It hurts. It hurts. Unable to withstand it any longer, I remove my glasses. I can see the elevator. A long hallway. It must be more than 10 meters from here to the elevator. And then, with a ding-dong, the elevator comes up to the 11th floor. I can see the lines on the elevator door. No, they're too dense. They look almost pitch black. The door opens. The small steel box opens. Inside that box, crammed to the point of overflowing, is human flesh. Can't show it to you though. We're not gonna draw all that. Are you crazy? Inside that steel box called an elevator, the red meat of humans is ground and pushed in. Inside, two black dogs are voraciously feasting away on something. What? I stop breathing. Like my brain, which just froze, my lungs stop as well. I can't breathe, but that isn't important. I've heard these violent scenes are much more explicit in the remake. Like someone talked about that scene with Arkwood from last time where Shiki cut her up. And that's all drawn out in the remake apparently. My vision turns crimson. With a bubbling sound, blood pours out of the elevator. Amidst the ocean of blood, people, arms, feet, bones, brains, fingers, organs, and other parts. The two black dogs are the only form of life. My very instincts refuse to take in this scene. Down the hallway, two black dogs are picking at the human corpses. If I listen carefully, I can still hear sounds coming from downstairs. If I listen carefully, they are the sounds of gorging, the chewing of meat, cries for help, and the death screams of people which can't even be called words anymore. What is this? Though there is no way I can see it, before my eyes is the image of dozens of beasts eating the people in the hotel alive. A man running down the hallway, trying to escape, but the panther-like claws descending from the ceiling slice him open from his nose to the back of his head. He got hit by that jump C. A girl locking herself up in a room and crying. But to the lions, a door is no stronger than paper, and within seconds they demolish it into an unrecognizable shape. Striving madly to be the first ones there, people dashing for the elevator. But within it, the black dogs waiting inside decapitate them the instant the door opens. At any rate, there is no exception. Beneath my feet, within this huge box called the hotel, is a scene from hell I can only feel down to my very bones. I feel like throwing up, but I can't do that. If I just stand around and do that, I'll become part of that Red Sea. I resume my breathing. I grit my teeth hard. The dogs inside the elevator notice me. All sounds from below have ceased. In other words, there is no longer anyone alive. The two black dogs begin to run. Of course, towards me, the last prey. The black dog is coming for me. On their bodies, I can see an infinite number of lines, and on their foreheads, the point of death. But even so, sore demo, my paralyzed mind does not order my body to fight or run. The first black dog leaps. Its speed belies all human comparison. It doesn't even take 2 seconds to cover the 10 meters down the hallway. That's a nasty dog. The same CG was used earlier when Arkwood fought one. It's really gross looking. They open their mouths filled with fangs so many times sharper than the knife I have, and they are aimed straight at my throat. Accurate and fast. The instant I realize they are drawing upon me, the fangs bite into my throat with a crunch. I die. Oh, okay, I thought I made the wrong choice again. I thought I would have to go back even farther. But that's not right. I can't be killed by something like this, and I refuse to die. The deaths of others would not cause me to hesitate. A hot summer's day. It happened long ago, 8 years ago. Shiki's like, that isn't true. This one was made up by a writer. It never happened. I've seen something even more terrible. Thrust. I thrust my knife into the forehead of the black dog biting into my neck. My arm moved just before the black dog ripped through my throat. It was done so perfectly, even for myself. Like a machine whose sole function is to cut, I plunged the knife into the dog's forehead without any useless and wasted movement. Because that is where the first dog's point was. Normally, even if the brain is destroyed, the muscles try to execute the commands they have received from the brain. The black dog would have probably ripped through my throat even if I had simply pierced its head. Well, normally that would happen. But the black dog is dead. Death is a complete stoppage. At the point when I killed it, it lost every form of validity. The first dog falls onto the ground. In its place, the second dog is flying straight at my face. I thrust the knife right into its open mouth. But that was a mistake. This dog's point is not on its face, but on its chest. Just stabbing it in the mouth will not kill it. The knife pierces through the dog's mouth and into the back of his head. Naturally, the hand holding the knife still remains in the dog's mouth. The black dog is still alive. Its jaw shuts. The joint between my arm and the hand holding the knife is bitten, about to be ripped apart. Proper thought returns with the pain. You have to be kidding me. It's as if I'm just letting him chew through my arm by stabbing him in the mouth. Why, you... I try to pull my arm out. The dog's teeth are deep in my arm. It doesn't seem like I can pull it off. More importantly, this black dog, despite having been pierced in the head, is still filled with life. Even though I lift it after piercing its head, it shakes and lands on top of me. Gah! I fall onto the floor. I still can't pull my arm out. The black dog, still pierced in the head, applies even more power to its bite. My arm is surely going to be torn off. I can't believe this. No dog ought to be able to bite anything in that state. You? I feel something wet. I can see blood spilling from the black dog's mouth. Is it the black dog's blood leaking from its knife wound to the head? Or is the blood coming from my arm, about to be torn off? To be honest, my head is too messed up to be feeling the pain, so it isn't a big deal which one it is. Let go! I try to wrestle away from the black dog, but it is firmly attached to my arm. I can't escape. I can't run away. If I want to escape, I have no choice but to kill it. But how? The hand it's biting off is the one holding the knife. I'm on the ground, so even supposing I did pull my hand out, the very next instant the black dog's mouth will be free to bite through my throat. It's okay. Calm down, Shiki. First, you've got to examine the situation well and think calmly about it. Yeah, that's what you gotta do when an angry, evil dog is ripping your hand off. That's the kind of thinking you've always kept. In that case, I can do something. For example, there's plenty of lines on the back of its head. And I can see the black point on its chest. The way to survive is awfully simple. But I have my doubts about executing this plan. No matter how savage and evil a creature it is, to do something like kill a panting and gasping creature that's so alive this close to me, it's something I'm hesitant to do. I've played Melty, so I know, like, the animals Nero summons are, like, weird goo that's, like, a part of him. So I don't know if you could consider these alive. Yeah, Shiki's, like, dealing with this pretty casually for someone who was just having, like, a big imagination spot about them eating him alive. The pressure on my arm increases. My entire arm is shortly going to be ripped off at this state. But even so, I just can't seem to do something so cruel. The red blood drips down onto my face. Going down my forehead, it drips into my eyes. Crimson darkness soaks into the back of my eyes. Red. My consciousness sways and then is gone. Oh, he's literally seeing red. But even so, I can't bring myself to kill a living creature. What hypocrisy. You've killed something much bigger than a mere dog. Yes, that's right. But that time was different. I wasn't sane when it was Arkwid. But even when I killed the other black dog just a moment ago, that was unrelated to my will. But right now, this is very much my own will. Didn't Sensei say, Shiki? Use this power according to your own will and no one else's. That's why, as myself, right now, I could never take a life for granted. That, too, is hypocrisy. Because long ago, you... That's right. Shiki had that weird dream about, like, killing a kid with Akiha. That is a nightmare from my childhood. See? What are you waiting for? It was a hot summer's day. Kill or be killed. Before my eyes, the blood-soaked shadow of a boy. You've already... hot red blood on my hands. Haven't you killed someone once before? Ah! I thrust. I don't pull, but rather thrust deeper into the black dog's head. I can hear its yelping right in front of me. I think the black dog is crying out. With my arm in its mouth, I could not properly cry, but it's crying anyway. I'm sure that's how much it must hurt. I don't care. I plunge the knife in deeper along with my arm. Without a sound, the blade of the knife punctures the back of the black dog's head. It's as if the dog has grown a horn. Having split the skull, I easily slash through its skin. Blood and brains spray out as the knife completely emerges from the back of the head. Also, the hand gripping the knife travels completely through. But even so, the black dog is still alive. Then there's only one thing I have to do. I reach around with my other hand. Peeling the knife from my blood-drenched fingers, I grip the knife with my free hand. This is kind of raw. And just like that, I thrust into the point on the black dog's chest. And with that, the black dog dies. The strength drains from its jaws, and I easily pull my arm back out. Oh, it wasn't torn off at all. I look at my blood-covered arm. There are many teeth marks, but the flesh is almost free of wounds. The blood must have been from the black dog when I impaled it through the head. That's pretty lucky. That's very lucky for you, Shiki. The pain from when I was being bitten was really quite trivial, but my fear must have amplified it many times over. Lying there on the ground, I look up at the ceiling. My head hurts. The world becomes a patchwork, and here and there I can see the black points of death. My body is freezing, but my mind is burning feverishly. Right beside me lay the corpses of the two black dogs. One of my arms is covered in blood, the other clutches a red knife. Also, there are quite uncountable number of dead bodies downstairs. Oh, he's going Joker mode. Ha 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 ha. All I can do is laugh. Because this isn't real. There's no way this can be real. At what point did I, with my eyes wide open, start seeing a nightmare? Ding dong. A terribly out-of-place cheerful sound rings out. Damn it, what's with this headache? I stand up, enduring the razor-like pain in my head. Elevator? It seems the sound is the other elevator coming up. The door opens. Inside stands a man wearing a black coat. Hello, Nero. Oh god, don't face me from front profile like that. The headache worsens. Yes, I've seen him before. I'm sure I've seen that man before. Okay, don't stop. Silently, he walks towards me. You! I ready my knife as I glare at him. He keeps fading in and out. But he doesn't react at all as he walks toward me. It's as if he doesn't notice me at all. The distance between us shrinks. Just a little more, when there's barely 1 meter between us, and the man finally seems to notice me. Okay, good, it's not completely front profile anymore. I thought Nero was wearing a black shirt this whole time, but he's just covered in, I don't know, venom goo. It's like Venom. That's what it reminds me of when some of his animations in Melty Blood. Those bloodshot eyes. The instant I see those eyes, which no human should possess, I lose all freedom to move my body. I thought I killed everyone, but it seems like there's still someone left. The man turns and looks at the corpses of the two black dogs. You piece of filth. If you can't even take care of a scrap of meat, you're unworthy to be a part of my body. The man voices his displeasure as he raises his hand. His coat lifts like a mantle. Broken. With a splash, the black dog's remains liquefy and disappear into the man's coat. Ah! I can't even scream. Below the man's coat is a pure darkness, without even the traces of an outline. Why does his wrinkles look like he has whiskers? I'll have to examine his face again. All that exists there is a mud-like darkness. This is dangerous. This guy is just too dangerous. My instincts sound the alarm wildly in my head, but I can't even lift a finger. The man in the black coat approaches me. It's not good if I just stay here. The unstopping headache grows to an unbearable level, telling me this place is dangerous. Whatever that means, if I don't get out of here soon, I am going to lose my life. Whatever the means. Okay, sorry. That makes the sentence have a different meaning. But it's too late. The man is right before me. Those eyes aren't looking at me at all. Feed. He raises one of his arms. Below it lies a chaotic darkness. From there, something huge appears. Womp. The sound of wind. Yeah, that's what wind sounds like. That which has appeared from below the man's coat is a crocodile's mouth, easily large enough to swallow a man whole. Oh, it's one of his supers. Ah, I'm going to die. Right here in an instant, crunched up like a ball of paper. Just as I was convinced of this, someone pulls me back. Clomp. What? I can't believe it. Instead of me, the jaws of the crocodile clamp onto the stomach of Arquid, who just pulls me out of the way. Oh, that's not good. That's not good for her. Arquid's face contorts in agony. Nero says it is Flat Fuck Friday. Thank you, Nero. She draws back before she is completely devoured by the crocodile's maw. The man silently watches Arquid. Arquid glares back at him with a pained expression, her midsection stained in red. I can't believe a vampire named Chaos would play such a trivial game. It's like a poorly scripted nightmare, Nero Chaos. I feel the same way. To catch one of the surviving true ancestors, I never dreamed I would be a part of such a foolish festival. This is a nightmare for me, too. The man called Nero quietly lowers his arm. That's how you pronounce that, by the way. It's like, if I remember right, it's like... So Nero's a Roman name, and then it's like translated into Hebrew or something like that. No, it was Nero, then translated into whatever the Greek word for Nero is, and then that was translated into Hebrew, or something like that. The coat returns to its former position, and the crocodile's mouth disappears underneath. The man looks only at Arquid. It's as if he's not concerned at all about me, standing behind her with my knife raised. But what is going on? I have heard that the previous executor could not even scratch you. What kind of a mistake is this? Right now, your presence is exceedingly weak. Even weaker than a mere member of the dead. Were you attacked by the church before I arrived, Arquid Brunstad? Arquid says nothing. The man fixes his emotionless stare on her. I don't understand. There are only a limited number of conceptual weapons capable of harming you. Yeah, his neck is a little long. The only people in possession of those are the church's assassins, and I don't think the burial agency would dispatch anyone this far east. The man narrows his eyes slightly as he turns around. Either way, this is most fortunate for me. I shall not ask why you have been weakened. All I am going to do is claim your head while I have a chance of winning. Tss. I hold up my knife, preparing for his attack. But, having openly stated he was going to take her head, the man now disappears towards the elevator. It seems despite this claim, the man in the black coat is now leaving the hallway for the elevator. Huh? Now I've got absolutely no idea what's going on. About that man, the two dogs who attacked me, the nightmare-like reality of the attack on this hotel, none of it. Cheeky. Arquid leans on me. It's a terrible wound. Though her stomach stopped bleeding, her face is scrunched up in pain. It happened to me seconds ago. The wound she got from protecting me from that man. Why did you? Yes, I underestimated him slightly. Just a little bit, just slightly. I thought I could help you and then dodge him, but you did really well, Shiki. Yeah, I know, Vlav Archangel kind of replaced Nero's role in the remake. So hopefully, when more of that remake comes out, Nero will show up again. That would be nice. He's pretty... I like his powers. I think his powers are neat. Like, again, it's just kind of a Venom thing, but that's always visually cool. And seeing that in more modern art that they have the money to actually fully draw would be cool. I guess the wound I got from you wasn't so trifling after all. Arkwood's face, twisted in pain, turns into a small, joking smile. You idiot. I can't watch her any longer. The wound she got was from protecting me, and the reason she got it was because of me, too. There is no place for that stupid smile of hers. Nero listening to Eminem, he would. Nero seems like an Eminem fan, just like off of base impressions. I mean, have you seen like his haircut? Arkwood leans onto me and lightly closes her eyes. Hold on, don't close your eyes, you idiot. Get a hold of yourself. You're a vampire who can't die at night, right? Well, that's true, but it seems like I'm at my limit. What? Sorry, but could you take me back to my room? Arkwood's weight falls on me. Hold on! That's... If she dies, I'll... Hey! I call out to Arkwood, who has quietly closed her eyes. And then... snores. I can hear her happily breathing in her sleep. I shouldn't have bothered with worrying. Arkwood is only sleeping, telling me to take her back to her room like that. How selfish of her. It really was selfish of her, but there's no helping it in this situation. Besides, if we stay here in this hotel any longer, I have the feeling we'll be in a lot of trouble. The headache won't stop. I guess I have to rest too, or I'll faint. Arkwood's room? Oh, that place. I've only been there once, but I definitely remember it. In that case, there's no point staying here any longer. Carrying Arkwood, I decide to quickly leave the hotel. The city is slightly lit up. Fortunately, it's too early in the morning for anyone to be awake, so I get to Arkwood's room without being seen. I'm impressed that Shiki managed to carry her all the way there. I see, that's how it is. Then I finally realize why that man left. The streets are beginning to become covered with a faint orange light. I guess dawn is breaking already. Fourth day, October 24th, a Sunday, the Black Beast 2. Arkwood's room isn't what you would expect for a vampire. Back then, I was only worried about Arkwood, so I didn't really notice it, but looking at it now, her room is completely ordinary. This is not... This is a very funny picture you grabbed for this, Natsu. I don't really envision an apartment bedroom looking like this. She even has a newspaper subscription. What's that all about? I grumble as I put the sleeping Arkwood on her bed. Ah. I take a deep breath as I sit on the floor. It's almost 6 o'clock in the morning. The sky outside the window is brightening but heavily laden with clouds. Right. I should close the curtains. I spur my tired body to stand up. I close the curtains and sit back down again. Thud. As I lower myself, the strength drains from my knees and I collapse on the floor. I guess she is sort of royalty. I don't know if she thinks of herself as royalty. But, I mean, it's slightly, I would be demanding more elegance myself. I mean, in my castle, I have a very large, very pretty bedroom that you're not allowed in, but it's a lot better than this CG. The bed is kind of fancy, though. I'll give it that. Man, it seems like I'm exhausted, too. It's pitiful, but I can't even stand. Come to think of it, I spent all last night talking with Arkwood, and I didn't eat for more than a day. Yeah, that's a little bad for you, Shiki. Remember to eat regularly. In addition, even though I put my glasses on, I still have a headache. My brain is ringing with this terrible headache. Arkwood, I wonder if her wound is all right. Her bleeding has stopped, and she is someone who regenerates after being sliced apart, so maybe I don't have to worry. I wonder why. Right now, I'm so exhausted I could collapse. Yet I'm more worried about Arkwood than myself. Alright, nap time. Investigators believe the cause of Takata Yuichi's motorcycle accident was a malfunction in the brake pedal, which occurred while he was descending a steep hill. Fortunately, no one was killed in the accident. I wake up to a man's generic, uninflected voice. Ugh, did I fall asleep? When I come to, I find myself lying on the floor under a sheet. It's about past noon. Arquid is no longer on the bed, and uninteresting news fills the room from the television. Where did Arquid go? And I sensed someone in the kitchen. That idiot moving around with such a wound. I get out from under the sheet and stand up. I have to go to the kitchen and check up on her wound. Next on the news, a massive number of people went missing in the early morning hours at a hotel in southern Minami-Yashirogi City. I stop dead in my tracks. My eyes become glued to the newscaster on the television set. 103 people staying at the hotel are still unaccounted for. Furthermore, bloodstains can be seen within the hotel, and the police are beginning to suspect that they were involved in some kind of crime. Wow, who could have guessed? What are you saying? Bloodstains? It wasn't something that small and cute. The newscaster reads off the script with a disinterested tone. The screen switches to the scene of the hotel I stayed at earlier and then lists the names of the 103 missing people. Of course, neither mine nor Arquid's name are on the list. Furthermore, a large amount of wild animal hair was found within the hotel. It is presumed that the hair is connected with the suspect in some way. Some of the confirmed hair samples appear to be from a large breed of dog, wolves, and there is also evidence of a bear. There were numerous different hair samples found on the scene. Ridiculously, what appeared to be shark bites were also reported from the scene. Click. I switch off the television set. 100 people. About 100 people back then. In just half an hour, they were all brutally killed. Bloodstains. Unaccounted for? How could you say that when you have that much information? I understand completely. Everyone staying in the hotel was killed by those incomprehensible beasts and devoured without a trace. Ugh. I resist the urge to throw up. I can't allow myself to vomit when I recall each and every event which occurred last night. Such a petty sympathy would would set me lower than a filthy pig. For me, the only one who escaped death in that hotel, I won't allow anything else other than hatred for the one behind it all. 100 people. 100 people killed without even leaving their bodies behind. Only blood. Yeah, that's like a Muso level's worth of people. Hasn't there been a Type Moon Muso, or was it only just Fate characters? I'm pretty sure there's been a Muso. The face of the man in the black coat surfaces in my memory. I don't know who he is. There was a Fate Extra spinoff that was a Muso. Okay, that might be what I was thinking of, because I thought it had, not this Nero, but the other Nero, the one in the dress, you know, Padoru Nero. The sexier Nero. But it is no mistake to think he's behind everything that happened. Is my heart still numb? Right now, hatred wins out over fear and disgust. Or maybe, even the feelings whirling inside my chest are just another kind of fear. That's just ridiculous. I grit my teeth. I don't know if it is regret or fear, or maybe even an unpleasant revulsion. But just recalling the face of the man in the black coat makes me want to break something and irritates me. You're awake, Shiki? Arquid pokes her head out of the kitchen. Oh, what is it? Making such a scary face, did something happen? Arquid speaks lightly as if nothing happened at all. The feelings which were welling forth inside me until just now disappear. Arquid, is your wound okay? Yes, for now. She laughs confidently. She seems exactly like before, probably better than I am. Oh, then that's good. At least the person near me is safe. Hey, wait a minute. Arquid isn't human. Forgetting such an important thing, I'm really spaced out. Anyway, I'm happy your wound isn't serious. Oh? What's wrong, Shiki? And just a little earlier you were calling me a monster. Idiot, I still think you are. But that's something else. I just wanted to thank you for helping me. It's not like I like you or anything. Eh? I helped you, Shiki? Arquid's eyes widened in surprise. It seemed she wasn't even aware of it. Yeah, you helped me. So it's a little late, but thanks for protecting me. If you hadn't pulled me out of the way, I would have joined that list of 103 names. Thanks. It wasn't really anything. I'm the reason you met Nero, so you don't have to feel like you owe me. Maybe, but the truth is that you saved me. Since you did, I want to thank you. But if I didn't make you watch over me, you never would have been involved in all of that. I'm the one messing up your everyday life. So wouldn't it be more appropriate for you to hate me rather than be indebted to me? Well, certainly I do think you're a big bother. But you know, in the end, I think I have to take responsibility for my actions. A long, long time ago, someone taught me this. She said whatever happens around me, I have to stick with things I started to the very end. While it seems quite natural, I am a supporter of that idea. Which is why I don't hate Arkwood. I just feel like I'm involved in something pretty bothersome. Oh. Now that you mention it, I did say I needed a shield because you killed me. So I guess I don't have to apologize for involving you in such things. Right. The situation I'm in is my own fault. Your fault, huh? I think you have bad luck, Shiki. If only you killed some other girl than me, things never would have ended up like this. I guess it's a funny way of looking at it. Hey, in the first place, you can't just assume I would kill someone other than you, Arkwood. Again, a weird way to put it. You're the only person I would want to murder. I've only felt like that, stalked and killed only once, only Arkwood. Or I want to think she would be the only one. What a very normal pair of characters. Did you remember something you forgot? No, that's not it. I never really thought about it before, but I just wondered why I wanted to kill you. Arkwood frowns as she looks at me. Yeah, this is the weirdest flirting I've ever seen. Well, it's a natural reaction. I, the one who killed Arkwood, is saying that he doesn't know why he killed her. There's no reason at all, right? Because you're just a born killer, Shiki. Huh? Hold on. What did this woman just say about me? You seemed really used to it when you attacked me. You rang the doorbell, put your hand through the door as it opened, and entered. While I was still off guard with surprise, you killed me with your first strike, and just finished off by slicing me into pieces. Yeah, your surprise attack was perfect. How perfect was it? A painting of you from that time would have been an unparalleled masterpiece. That's how perfect it was? That's, again, you're very weird describing things. But no matter how superb a killer, no matter how excellent your technique, the victim this time was a poor choice. I don't know how many people you killed until now, but I think it was time for you to be caught when you chose me as your prey. Arkwood's like, you're just really good at this. You must have done it before. Which might be true. I don't know. You keep having these weird murder flashbacks, Shiki. What's with that scary face all of a sudden? If you want to say something, it's better just to say it. We've never held anything back between us, right? That may be true. I nod and motion her to come near me with my hand. A secret? Arkwood approaches excitedly. I bring my mouth close to her ear and clearly state what I want to say. You know, Arkwood. Yeah, what? Okay, ready. That's not it at all, you idiot. Idiot, idiot, idiot. My shout echoes through the room. I strike her eardrums with full power, not holding back one bit. I wasn't sure what I expected. Why did I expect anything different? Ow, owie. Arkwood exaggeratedly covers her ears. I'm ticked off now. What are you doing all of a sudden, Shiki? I'm the one who should be angry. I was wondering why you were asking me all those impossible things, but now I understand. Eh? Understand what? About you asking me to be a shield against the monster and watching over you because you think I'm some crazed killer. Geez, you're unbelievably mistaken. You thought so highly of me because of that. Look, I'll tell you right now, I'm not a killer or a homicidal maniac. Thanks for clearing that up. You were the first person I killed. It's a really good line. Some really good quotable moments here. Arkwood's mouth hangs open. Damn it, she really doesn't seem totally surprised. No way. It was your first time, yet you were that skilled? What did she mean by this? Very, very funny. Yeah, certainly I do have the strange eyes, but I still lived an honest life. I never even thought once of using those lines to kill people. But then why did you kill me? You never even saw me before. I don't know why either. I just became so fixated when I saw you on the street. When I came to, I had already sliced you into pieces. In this room. Without reason, without purpose. I see. Yeah, I see. I don't have any right to be angry at Arquid. Yeah, Shiki's fingerwork is pretty strong. Yeah, baby, I'll cut your lines. I'll find your death point. Even if she's alive right now and isn't human, the truth is, I killed her with my own hands. Why are you all quiet again? What do you mean, Shiki? I'm sorry, I have to apologize. Why did I conveniently forget such an important thing? Sorry. I'm sorry, Arquid. I, Tonoshiki, killed you. More than anything else, I should have apologized for that for the very beginning. There really is something wrong with me. It's only natural she mistook me for a killer, because I don't even understand that impulse myself. So maybe Tonoshiki might be a real killer. The reality is, I killed you, so I have to accept my sin and punishment. My favorite, that's a great Persona game. A killer like me can't mix in with the rest of society. Not realizing such an important thing until now is just too cowardly. No matter what Arquid is, I am someone who kills for no reason. I see. Then you really don't understand why yourself, Shiki. I nod silently. Then you didn't feel any enjoyment either? Yes, certainly there are those killers for whom killing is like breathing, but you are really normal, Shiki. You're really normal. You're so normal, Shiki. That's right. At least I try to be. No, you are incredibly normal. Then I was the only one who you wanted to kill? Yeah. Other than you, I never felt like that before. I see. Then there's no problem. You're not a killer, Shiki. She says this lightly, almost dismissively. I don't think you have to receive any punishment. He's so normal. Hate him. By chance, I was the one you wanted to kill, and worse, you were equipped with this unparalleled killing technique. But luckily I am a vampire, so no one died, right? So you don't need to be troubled so much. I don't think you have to worry about those morals of human society. Morals are for wimps, Shiki. Kill as much as you like. I know, but still, I killed someone. A dangerous person like me can't be allowed loose. Riker says they love this music. Yeah, this is this is the original music. I've seen like alternative soundtracks that people can let you like mod in, but I wanted something as close to the original experience. So we're gonna hear like 3 or 4 songs over and over, and this is one of them. I do like this song a lot though. That doesn't matter. Yeah, this is the original. This is the original Tsukihime. Yes. If you don't know, I am for obvious reasons. I am using a what is referred to as a non-arrow version. There's no official version like that for Tsukihime, like there is for Fate Stay Night. This is just kind of a modified version of the game where anytime an H scene is about to happen, instead of showing you it, it'll just fade to black. Have I heard of the Ever After remix of the OST? That was one of the options I saw, but like I said, I wanted the original music, so I haven't listened to it. That doesn't matter. Right now, the only ones who can condemn you are me, the victim, and you yourself. That may be so, but it doesn't change the fact that I killed you. Right. Even if there is no punishment, the sin will never disappear. That's very Persona 2 of you, Shiki. Of course. Even now I still resent it, so it would be troubling if you just forgot. But you know, Shiki, if you feel that way and will always regret it, then I don't think there will be a problem. But that's just sugarcoating it. Shiki, There really are people who will not sell their souls to the devil, even if they hated the world. Like, someone so honest they could apologize to a vampire. Yeah, also, if Mana Dragons is like a licensed song, then I definitely couldn't play it. I would get like DMCA'd or something. So I think it's alright. No matter what people say, and no matter how much you say you're not, you can still see in the world you want to live in. What? I'm speechless. How can you smile and say that to the person who killed you? Arquid. Come on, we have a much more troublesome problem to worry about. Now that you're up, Shiki, I want to talk about now on. As she speaks, Arquid collapses off the floor. Oh. Good night, Arquid. Arquid? I rush over to her. Sweat glistens on her forehead and she's breathing painfully. Aw, man, it seems I still can't do much. I look down. Her white top is soaked red near her stomach. That wound. This? The effects of your attack are still lingering, and I can't even heal my wounds. I closed off the wound at least, but it still didn't work too well. Her tone is very cheerful, but I notice it as a hint of pain. Close off the wound? With what, Arquid? That. Arquid points to something on the floor. It's brown. At first glance, it looks like a donut or a bomb kuchen, but it just turns out to be a roll of packing tape. That's not the best solution, but okay. You idiot! Who the hell uses packing tape to close off a wound? Hey, you shouldn't call people idiots all the time. I really might start thinking I am one after a while. Shut up and let me see your wound. I reach out for her clothes, but she runs away by rolling across the floor. Don't be ridiculous. What are you going to do if it opens up again? It's fine. Just leave it alone. You should stop acting stupid, too. Trying to rip off a girl's clothes like this, you're worse than Nero. Look, I don't see you as a human, so guy or girl, it doesn't matter. That's a weird logic. Calm down, okay? If you die from an injury you got protecting me, I'll be feeling guilty about it forever. Arquid looks at me in displeasure and this time rolls towards me. Arquid closes her mouth slightly. Yeah, Arquid rolling on the floor like that is a really funny thing to imagine. It seems she's a bit sulky, but I guess it's okay to look at the wound. Oh, there's a CG for that. I lift up her shirt and expose her stomach. Packing tape is wrapped all around her. It really is badly done, and taking a good look, I can see blood seeping through. I'm disgusted. More than that, I'm pissed off. I lower her shirt back and pick Arquid up. Hey, what are you doing, Shiki? I'm putting you to bed. I'd take you to the hospital, but it's not like I can do that. As carefully as possible, I place her on the bed. Look. Until I come back, don't move around. If you walk around like before, I'll just forget all about you, so you be prepared for the consequences. I look around the room. As I thought, there's nothing like a first aid kit around at all. Arquid, you said you were rich. Eh? Yeah, money's not a concern for me, but what about it? Hand it over. I'm going to buy some things I'll need to treat you. I don't know if it will work on you, but I have to treat you the same way I would treat an injured person. Fine, but it might be useless. Even if it's useless, I'll do it. Arquid using flex tape to put herself together. Even if it's useless, I'll do it. I can't leave it alone like that. I see. My body is made the same way as yours, so it might have some meaning. Hurry up and give me the money. Just be quiet and stay there. Oh, but don't sleep. You can lie around, but stay up. What, Shiki, that's a really absurd order. It's absurd, but do it. I've heard your bodily functions weaken when you sleep. I think if you sleep with open wounds, your immune system will get weak and your wound will get even worse. Sleeping will only help your tiredness, not heal your wound. I think the opposite is actually true, but okay. So for now, at least don't sleep until I get back. Really? Okay, I'll do that, Shiki. Arquid smiles happily. As expected, Arquid's thought process is completely a mystery. No thoughts, head empty. Why are you smiling? Because you're reliable, Shiki. I say nothing and hold out my hand. Arquid pulls her wallet out of her skirt and hands it to me. Her big 90s skirt has a pocket. It's very functional. I'll be right back. I turn away from Arquid and head out of the room. As I go outside, I notice something in the kitchen. Food. On the table is something less than a meal and more like food. Something less like food and more like ingredients. You might say it's something which appears edible. I guess this is why she was in the kitchen. Idiot. Arkwood said she didn't eat regular food. So I don't even have to think who this food was for. Damn it, what's with her? I'm getting very irritated. I'm getting so irritated, I decided to hurry up and get something to treat her as fast as possible. Although I say first aid, the only things which come to mind are things like restraining bandages or painkillers. But it's still better than nothing. Even if it's a small thing, if it's something, then it's not zero. Believing that, I buy whatever I can think of. Hey, that tickles. I ignore Arkwood's voice and fasten the gauze as carefully as I can. I feel like she would need, like, stitches. But I guess it's not that big of a deal, I don't know. The wound on her stomach wasn't really large. Arkwood said herself most of it is healed on the outside. But there are still 4 golf ball-sized black holes from the fangs of the crocodile. Nasu, I think you're underestimating how big golf balls are if you place 4 of them together. It might actually be bad for a wound this big, but considering the possible infection, I apply some disinfectant. I put gauze over the wound after that and carefully wrap it around in bandages. Quit it! You're too good. Arkwood is laughing cheerfully. I ignore her and pin on fur bandages. In order to stop the blood flow, I press a little to tighten the bandages around the wound. Yeah, that is a good question if human painkillers would even work on Ark at all. Ow. Jeez. I'm taking points off you for that one, Shiki. Phew. For now, I've done all I can. Well then, I at least made it look good, but how is it? Can you move alright, Arkwood? Yeah, it doesn't seem like it will get in the way. My instincts are still pretty messed up. Oh, my insides are still pretty messed up, so I can't move fully anyway. I see. Well, the rest is up to you. My specialty is slicing apart, not healing. That's true, I guess. I step away from Arkwood and sit against the wall. You can sleep now. Sleep will bring your strength back, and you'll heal soon, right? I'll keep watch, so just relax and sleep. No, sleeping won't really help me regain my strength. You said yourself sleeping only gets rid of tiredness. For me, regaining strength is only a matter of time. By tomorrow, I'm sure I'll be able to move normally. Just go to sleep already. You look like you're having trouble even talking. Yes, but since you're up, Shiki, it seems like a waste if I sleep now. She's like a child who doesn't want to go to bed at her bedtime. Arkwood sits up in bed and talks cheerfully. Jeez. Oh well. There's some things I want to ask as well, so I guess it's alright to keep Arkwood company. Arkwood, can I ask about the hotel from yesterday? That's right. I guess that's going to be our topic considering us. Yeah, I just have one question. The guy last night, the one you called Nero, just what the hell is he? I'm being serious here, so please don't say something like he's a magician who can make crocodiles appear from his body. I won't say that. I think you know this already, but he is also a vampire. We call him Nero, and he is quite an exception. To tell the truth, he isn't someone you could talk to so casually like this. So he was a vampire after all. But for some reason, like Arkwood sitting in front of me, he doesn't match my image of a vampire either. Yes, the lore dump music. So this Nero, what kind of guy is he? You seem to know him or something. Of course not. I don't have any vampire acquaintances. Knowing them means I'm going to kill them the next instant. This is the first time I ever met a vampire without killing it. But you guys were talking about a lot of things. It would be hasty to call him an acquaintance because of that. Nero is a famous vampire, so no introductions were necessary when we met, that's all. Isn't it natural to know the name of vampires with unusual power and a long history? Among those, Nero stands out even more. Despite being one of the oldest vampires, he has neither a castle nor territory and is an eccentric wanderer. So he's no Dracula, I see. The church has given him a second name, Chaos. Chaos? The god of destruction! What's that? Literally squirming, squelching chaos. Oh, the more eldritch chaos. We're talking about the crawling chaos. Like a primordial earth where no one knows What? Yeah. Chaos. We gotta kill him. Doesn't matter what kind of chaos it is. We'll kill it. Like a primordial earth where no one knows what will fly out after the mixing of various things. A meaning I'm guessing from last night. Not knowing what will fly out? Jeez. You saw his body too, Shiki. We spoke of it earlier, but aged vampires cannot easily regenerate damage to their bodies. To restore the body after centuries of existence, the weak life of a human isn't enough. So using the simply more superior life forms, wild animals and magic beasts, as raw material, they compose their bodies. As one of the oldest vampires, Nero probably is in a league of his own regarding the sheer amount of beasts he has caught and used for his body. A league of his own. Things like those black dogs are a part of his body then? Exactly. But there's a limit to a human's capacity. Probably only about 30 beasts can be controlled at once. Having more than one illusionary beast such as a magical or a phantom beast would overload one's capacity. Putting that into consideration, all of Nero's familiars are probably real animals. Yeah, that may be fortunate. I don't quite get the last part, but that means there's 30 of those black dogs. So wait. So, like, Nero has a lot of animals, if I'm reading this right, Nero has a ton of animals that are part of his body, but he can only summon a few at once out of him, is what I'm getting from this. No, that can't be right. Black dogs weren't the only things rampaging in the hotel. Unless Nero's special, which we might be just about to find out. I think there were things like lions and leopards, too. Right. To be able to bring together 30 animals of the same type is one thing, but for Nero to have different beasts in his body truly places the strength of his willpower apart from others. Well, it does seem odd that if he has that sort of power, he would only use wild animals. I would have thought he would employ more magical beasts with this sort of willpower. Arkwood descends deep into thought. Whatever. Anyway, we at least know his weapons are 20 or 30 familiars. So now we can understand why he's called Chaos. Yeah? His name really isn't Chaos? Yeah, most long-lived dead apostles don't use their names from their human lives. But they don't make up a new name themselves. The church assigns them one. They add on names as they find new, special characteristics of the vampires, so some of them have names as long as spells. And I guess the church must really have hated him to name him Chaos. It would have been long enough for one lion to hunt the entire hotel, right? But he let loose all of his beasts to feed, meaning he seems to enjoy such excesses. 30 beasts inside the vampire Nero. Just with that, he killed and ate without a trace of 100 people at the hotel in 30 minutes. I can't believe it. He's a complete monster. Yes, he really is the worst opponent I could have at this moment. He's one of those you never want to meet. But what's worse is that such a guy knows where we are. Even now, I'm sure his familiars are watching us. What? Isn't it obvious? We were saved earlier because the sun rose, but we can't count on that tonight. He knows of this place, so he will certainly come to kill us at the height of his power at midnight. Come to kill us tonight? Yes, he said so himself. What is this? That man in the black coat, is coming tonight? I don't know what I should say. I should escape. I know that's the wisest decision. But Arkwood is in this condition. Even if she ran away, I don't think she could escape from that monster. No, less about her and more about me. If I stay here, if I stay involved with Arkwood, there's no mistaking the fact I'll face him. He is dangerous. Clearly put, he is insane. More than his body, which houses those animals, his eyes are like a machine's, devoid of even a single emotion. The true eyes of a killer which does matter whatever it is assigned to do. As one who has experienced his attack, I am sure that without a doubt, he is to be avoided. But does that mean I should just leave Arkwood here and run away? No matter who she is, she can't move because she protected me. And I can tell her good luck and go home? Arkwood, But it's alright. Even Nero isn't a problem for you. No matter who it is, you can kill anyone with a single blow. Huh? Arkwood says, something outrageous, as if it was completely ordinary. Hey, what in the world are you saying? What am I saying? You're going to fight with me, right? Arkwood looks directly at me. Her eyes place all trust in me. But this isn't a joke. Well, I think we're sticking to Arkwood till the end. I'm sure we'll be fine. Like you said, you just gotta poke him in the black spot. That'll be easy. I refuse. I know I have to refuse. No matter how much I think of it, I can't do anything. Arkwood, sorry, but am I going to abandon her? It's my fault. Because of Tono Shiki, she can't move as she needs to. Am I running away from that monster who mercilessly, cruelly, one-sidedly slaughtered all those people? Run away and pretend like I never saw it? After being the only one to survive it, I'm just going to run away without any pangs of guilt? The lines of death only I can see. Didn't that important person once tell me that I have this power because there would be a time when I would need it? Shiki? Yeah, I know. I can't run away by myself. Can't run away. I look up at the ceiling and take a deep breath. Fortunately, that prepares me just a bit for what is to come. Alright, I'll help you, Arkwood. I think it's my duty to do so as the only one who survived in that hotel. Then, it's decided. It's alright, Shiki. With your skills, you'll have no problem killing him. Arkwood states this outrageous thing with such a straight face. Well, I'm not as optimistic as she is, but I've got no choice. The question is how I'll act to do that. I froze as soon as I looked into his eyes at the hotel, so I think all I can do is to approach him from behind so he won't notice me and then get him somehow. Oh, that. That was just because your will is weak, Shiki. Your skills are weak. Your moves are weak, Tono. Nero's mystic eyes are nothing special, so if you just discard your doubts, you should be able to deflect his gaze even if you look right into his eyes. Arkwood casually mentions it, but I'm still nervous. No, I'd better not plan on doing something I've never done. I'm going to approach him from behind and cut the lines on his limbs. That ought to take away his freedom of movement, and if you do that, Shiki, you will die. Huh? You say that question is how you'll act. That's not right. The real question is how you'll kill. That's true, but Shiki, you're about to fight a monster called a vampire, so throw away your human morals, even if it's just for tonight. They'll only weigh you down in the crucial moments. I understand that much. He's a monster, so that's why I wanted to help you stop him. No, you don't understand. Cut off his limbs? Don't do something so suicidal. If you've got the time to cut off his limbs, first cut off his life. Nobody else can but you. Listen to me and don't give Nero the chance to retaliate. The differences in your offensive abilities is just too great. If you miss your first strike, you've got no chance of winning whatsoever. Arkwood's eyes are unforgiving of any denial. It's true. It's exactly as she says. If I take my time cutting his limbs off first, I might find my head being eaten by the mouth of a crocodile as I do so. Yeah, Shiki, you have to cast away your normal pills. You have to go Joker mode. Shiki, Nero will come at midnight tonight. That's when we'll know when you and I will kill him until he can be killed no further. That's pretty raw, Ark. Now, not how to act, but how to kill. Think only about that. Arkwood's savage eyes are staring straight at me. She is really angry. Angry that I still hold such naive notions. I understand. I won't hesitate. I'll take out his point of death in a single strike. That's what I should do, right, Arkwood? That's a good face. Pathetic. That's what that face is. Arkwood doesn't answer. I suppose her silence indicates agreement. But where should we wait? Bystanders are going to get killed like back at the hotel if we wait here in these apartments. Shouldn't we change our location? Yes, I think the park will be suitable. No one's there late at night, and if anyone happens to pass by, it's their own bad luck. Saying that, Arkwood turns her back to me. What's wrong? If you've got something to say, then say it. I've decided to help you, so I'm willing to take risks. It's useless. You haven't used the word kill even once. At this rate, you'll just hesitate at the last moment and be killed. That's not true. He's a monster who's eaten over 100 people. There's no way I'd hesitate to kill him. Arkwood gives a small sigh. If I controlled you, I could make sure you killed Nero. I felt that I wanted to do so for the first time, but I also felt that I didn't want her to for the first time. It's kind of like a big contradiction. Arkwood turns to face me, mumbling something I didn't really understand. I trust you, Shiki. Let's get Nero together. A smile comes over Arkwood's face, but her smile looks really uneasy. So if she, like, mind-controlled Shiki, then maybe... I don't know if she could, I don't know if she could use Shiki's eyes if she mind-controlled him with her vampire powers. That's an interesting question. The plan itself is unbelievably simple. Just a little before midnight, Arkwood leaves the room and heads towards the park first. Nero's familiar, that blue crow, according to Arkwood, should follow her, so I leave the room and go to the park just a bit after she does. Then, I'll hide in a bush where I can see Arkwood and wait for Nero to arrive. While Arkwood keeps his attention, I approach him from behind and cut his line of death. All right. Oh, this is the park. This is a stage in Type Lumina. I recognize that round thing. The park. Arkwood stands absent-mindedly in the middle of the park. There's even a night version of it. Like, you can have a day and night version of the park stage. I hide in a bush about 20 meters away. The park is empty. It's like 10 minutes before midnight. Arkwood has her head tilted up, watching the blue moon above her. I grip the knife tightly. Arkwood said that Nero will definitely come, so all I have to do is get behind him, approach him without making too much noise, and then cut his line in one breath. I have my doubts that it'll be that simple. I try taking a deep breath. My body is moving just fine, except my fingers gripping the knife. They are tight and immobile, as if not part of my body. Maybe I'm nervous, just that the vampire called Nero will come again. Then I'll have to confront that monster again. Or that I have to kill him soon. My breathing speeds up. My heart pounds as if it's not a part of my body. Calm down. He isn't even here yet. That's right. The target has yet to arrive. I'm beginning to worry I won't even be able to move my feet by the time Nero arrives at this rate. Arkwood, aren't you scared? I stare at the white girl. Please stop calling her that. Vacantly looking up at the moon. She doesn't look uneasy at all. Her face looking up at the moon comes down. At the same time, it seems I have kept you waiting, princess of the true ancestors. A heavy voice, like rusted iron. That's why Arkwood looked down. More than 5 meters away from her, and more than 10 meters away from me, a man in a black coat appears like a ghost. Yes, I've been waiting for quite some time, Nero Chaos. Or would you prefer I call you Favreau Rowan? Sounds classier. Arkwood's voice reaches me through the wind. Is that his original name? Impressive. I would never have dreamed anyone called me by the name I went by while I was still a human. Just what one would expect of our executioner. I suppose you have long since found out all there is to know about the current 27 ancestors of the dead apostles. Please, I really need Nero to never look at me in front profile ever again with his 50-meter-long neck. I can hear Nero's reply clearly as well. My breathing grows louder. Arkwood is drawing Nero's attention. This is my only chance. He's pulled him up. I take my glasses off through sheer willpower. I hold the knife in my right hand, pressing it against my chest. A white weapon. Now, with this, I'm going to dismantle that man-eating monster. This is definitely a point where I should save. Alright. Dash towards Nero. No, it's still too early. I'll let you choose this time, minions. What should we do? Dash towards Nero or wait? Should we go after him now or wait for a better chance to strike? Do combo? Or is it too early? Arkwood said we shouldn't hesitate. You say wait too? Okay. We'll wait then. We'll see what happens if we wait. No, it's still too early. Nero just arrived. A little more, until his attention is focused more on Arkwood. I can't launch a surprise attack. Don't get it wrong, Nero. The ancestors of the dead apostles are not a group of 27, but of 28. You do not recognize the serpent as one of your own? Who's the serpent? Oh, I think I know who the serpent is. Of course. His ideals differ from ours. He is a vampire, but he's not held to the meaning of being a vampire. Consequently, we do not accept him as one of us. But we are old friends. What is that face? I believe I understand him more than the other dead apostles. I see. Come to think of it, you are like the serpent as well, as you are unlike the other vampires too. Since you are both heretics, you must share common interests. Wrong. Heresy is isolated, therefore it is heresy. Just because we both are separated from the flock doesn't mean we comprehend one another. Really? Coming as far as this country to pursue me, I think you guys are similar. Do not be ridiculous. You are the capricious one. Your purpose is to execute dead apostles. Why do you persistently pursue the Serpent of Akasha? The serpent's poison is not something the princess of the true ancestor should be persistent about. I have no idea what these guys are talking about. Nero's voice gets slightly louder. Arkwood's taunting must be working. Nero is looking only at his enemy Arkwood. What do I do now? Alright, do we dash towards Nero this time, or is it still too early? Go now. Okay, I'm gonna save again. Fuck him up. Yeah, I did save. We did get a little bit of lore out of that about the serpent. I think we can all all the multiplayers in the chat can kind of guess who the serpent might be. Let's go for it. Nero's looking only at Arkwood. My chance is only during this instant. Gripping my knife, I crouch down. With everything I have, I run towards Nero. All his senses are directed towards Arkwood. Even I, who is not in this conversation, can tell Nero is only looking forward. His back looks defenseless, not knowing I will dismantle it in a few seconds. I can do it. I feel it. Without a doubt, I can kill him. I run, only a matter of steps before I can reach his back with my knife. His back. His defenseless back. There's no mistake. He does not sense me. One more step. Then it's all over. Eh? I stop. What? What is his body? Nowhere. Nowhere. Nowhere, 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 nowhere. There's not a single line anywhere. Impossible. No such life is possible. Throb. Headache. My fingers gripping the knife tremble. After a stab of pain in my brain, I see a single black point on Nero's back. There. That should be where his fatal flaw is. There's something wrong with it being a point rather than a line, but anyway, I'll stab him there. I take a lunging step. The knife in my right hand races towards his point. Eh? Right before my hit connects, the point along his back multiplies rapidly. Uh-oh, that's not good. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I see. These are all his animals. 5, 8, 9, 10, 20, 80, 100, 200, 300, 400. This isn't right. This doesn't feel like his death. There are more like heterogeneous aggregation. His body. What the hell is it? Shiki! Arkwood's voice. No, I don't have time to think now. His back is right there. Right now I can just pick any of his points and it will be over. There! I bring my knife down as I yell. However, before then, Nero's back rises up like a balloon. Pop. A black dog appears from his back as if emerging from a black sea. What? The black dog shoots forth like a missile. I slice its line with my knife, but it's just a line. Only the dog's legs are cut off. Its trajectory does not stop. Ah! Wood. The black dog rams its head into my stomach. What strength! I fly back several meters and get pushed down on the ground. The black dog then tries to bite into my neck. Ha! I pierce the dog's right abdomen with my knife. My knife enters the black dog's point of death as easily as going through air. The black dog's movements stop. In that instant, its body becomes a black fluid and pours over me. Covered in the black fluid, I can't stand up. Why, you? I can't get it off. As if sewn to the ground, I can't move. It seems something has happened behind me. I hear Nero's voice. I stretch out against the ground. I look towards Nero and Arquid. You're familiar, but how unfortunate. Those who enter my domain will be recognized and attacked by one of us, even if I do not notice. It's like a stand power. Nero's summons are like stands. There could be no surprise attacks against me. It seems so. You weren't even looking at anything but me, yet you still reacted to the danger behind you. That is the strength of a collective, is it not, Nero Chaos? Arquid narrows her eyes slightly and walks toward Nero. Stop. Don't. Stop with the front profile. Interesting. You are so weak you could not even use your marble phantasm, yet you still challenge me. Isn't marble phantasm a thing in Fate 2? I feel like I've heard that term. There's no need. There's no point in becoming one with the world just to fight a dead apostle. For someone like you, that's Archer's thing? Yeah, I swear I've heard the term before. Yeah, reality marble. Is it just a different kind of marble? I don't know. I'm sure I'll find out at some point. For someone like you, these claws will be enough, Nero Chaos. I hear a short laugh. Fool. Realize your folly, Arquid Brunstad. Nero raises an arm. His coat ruffles like a cape and countless animals fly forth. Oh, it's a leopard. That's a really well-drawn leopard. Good job, Takeuchi. With a thunderous roar, 3 beasts run towards Arquid like bullets. I'm not sure how you're using bespoke in that context, Metabog. But, like I said, I'm sure, I assume they're related, yeah. Reality Marble, Marble Phantasm, and Noble Phantasm, they're all related concepts like Magic Circuit. Not anything like black dogs, but 3 giant leopards larger than Nero himself, like large demonic silhouettes. Arquid can't move. 3 leopards run, cracking the bricks under them just by running. They're far faster than Arquid, who is trying to run away. The 3 beasts pounce towards Arquid. Uh-oh. It's over quickly. Whoa, raw. This is actually a really good CG, actually. In an instant, the 3 leopards' bodies are cut in half and fall to the ground. That is a really long arm. That looks weird, but it's still cool. What? Nero's voice booms. Arquid is silent. From there, she moves to attack him. Beasts emerge from Nero's body. The instant it emerges, the lion's head is grabbed and torn apart from its body. Very cool, Arquid. The leopard is killed the instant it attacks Arquid by getting pierced by her punch through its head. Wow. The tiger is torn apart like clay. Everything following them suffers the same fate. The same with the flying eagle and the giant grizzly bear. The same with the shark swimming in the ground. The same with the ridiculously large elephant. In the end, they can't even stop her and turn back into a black, sticky fluid. Nero tries to escape. Arquid swings her claws. After the sound of ripping flesh, Nero's body is split in 2 from the neck down. I'm starting to think Arquid could always handle this on her own and just needed me to distract Nero for like a second. Gah! Roaring in pain, Nero leaps away from Arquid. Split from the neck to the waist, he's lost over half his body. Splat. The rest of his body falls at Arquid's feet. This isn't a fight. What about Arquid saying she was only able to move? The beasts Nero let out aren't weak. These lions and tigers, just one of them can tear a car into scraps. And that grizzly bear could have torn a tank apart with its uncontrolled violence. But such beasts were torn apart by Arquid, and Nero himself is half dead. Literally half dead. Like, literally, he's 50% of himself. It almost seems like a joke. If it was this easy, maybe it would have been better if I weren't there at all. Nero keeps retreating as if to escape. Oh, I see. She couldn't go sicko. She could only go sicko mode for so long. She might be tired. Arkwood walks toward Nero slowly, panting. I can hear heavy breathing. It belongs to Arkwood. Ragged, painful breathing. Why is that? Arkwood's breathing sounds more painful than Nero's, who is torn in half. Sure. It is quite unbelievable. Weakened as you are, you still have that much power. As expected from the executioner prepared by the true ancestors. Do not face the white vampire princess. It seems the warnings of others were correct. Nero's voice isn't dimmed at all. I feel a horribly sinking sense of despair. Arkwood tries to catch her breath as she slowly draws near Nero. But I never expected to defeat you with only 10 or 20 of myself in the first place. Enough boasting. You can't kill me with any amount of such familiars, and I have cut off half your body. No matter what, you have no chance of winning. A lot of unique CGs. I like this. Ha! My familiars have all been killed, but you seem to be mistaken. I do not carry familiars, nor do I use them. All those things you fought were truly me. It is quite unpleasant to be considered similar to the other mongrels who capture other living things to repair their damaged flesh. You should have been able to tell with a glance if you had not been weakened. Use your golden mystic eyes and see. Can you see it? The chaos of the 666 beasts inside my body. Splash. Something moves quickly at the edge of my vision. Behind Arkwood, the half of Nero's body which was cut off by Arkwood is shaking. It rises up in a large clot and shoots toward Arkwood. Arkwood, behind you! Shiki? Arkwood turns around, but she doesn't make it. The half of Nero's body lying on the ground becomes countless large serpents which attack Arkwood from behind. The large serpents wrap around Arkwood and turn to a black fluid. Arkwood is pinned to the ground like me, but the pressure is hundreds of times worse. What? No way! As she is pushed down, Arkwood tries to escape. It is useless. You should understand why that is, Princess of the True Ancestors. Arkwood's face lights up in pain and surprise. The remaining half of Nero raises its voice almost as if howling. Let him that hath understanding count the number of the beasts, for it is the number of a man, and his number is 666. Ha! Are you pleased with the chaos within my body, Arkwood Brunstad? Are you sane? A human body, having more than 300 factors compressed in something as small and closed in as a human shape? This is just like... Indeed, no different from the primordial sea. I am not making my body up with other animals. I merely use the factors called animals as my body, mixing them like mud. Excuse me. Needed a little sippy. I have no such thing as familiars. What exists are 666 beasts, and lives equal to that number. Ripping my body in half or crushing my head is meaningless. I am 1 in 666. If you wish to destroy me, you need to destroy 666 lives at once. This can't be. This is what chaos means? Oh, that's not good. Shiki's gonna have to stab him like 666 times at once. Of course. So my alter selves have no concrete existence. When released from this body, which is my territory, they will take form as some kind of species for the first time. They have no form of their own from the beginning. You can kill them outside of me, but once they return, they regenerate as part of my chaos. Though even I can predict what they will become once they emerge. Understanding and controlling this disordered dendrogram is my eternal thesis. That's a really cool line. I don't know what it really means. The vampire with only half a body gives a boasting, muffled laugh. That's impossible. To take in souls. If you encapsulate uncolored, conceptualized existences, you yourself would disappear. Indeed. That is why this is not a single person here. The personality of Nero already does not exist. We are not a single body, but closer to a limitless collective. Certainly there is no meaning of existence in such a life. There are already life forms in the deep ocean which can be termed eternal systems. This body will lose its intelligence and become a mere specimen, just like them someday. But do you not find it magnificent? There are things which swirl inside me, and you do not know what form they will take. This small world is just like that of our world in its primal stages. A chaotic space where that will be born is unpredictable. The darkness of chaos, just like this planet's dendrogram, while still having the possibility of dramatic change. I wish to know what lies at its culmination before I disappear. This is why the church gave me this name, Nero Chaos. Equipped with 666 beasts, no longer a vampire, but a space which has become chaos, a heretic who broke the taboo. You're saying a lot of stuff right now, Nero. Those are words coming out of your mouth. Arquid's voice is held off. The black fluid squirms all around her. Even Arquid's face is already half covered. That's all. Under such a prison, even you cannot escape. It is a union of 500 of my parts, the soil of Genesis. Even were you to be at full strength, you could not hope to destroy it. It is equivalent to destroying a whole continent. Nero's remaining half approaches Arquid slowly. Many of our brethren have been killed by you. Many have sought to destroy you, only to be destroyed in return. But that is all over. I, Nero Chaos, will accomplish a great achievement none could perform until now. Nero, this reality marble, who? It should be easy to tell. Your nemesis, the Serpent, came to me to teach me, but not the current one from this generation. Before you killed him, he bequeathed upon me the method of making this cage. I can't hear Arquid's voice anymore. Looking, her mouth is covered in the black fluid. But the Serpent is also a tragedy. What was once a priest of the church can't live on just because a goddess of death like yourself is chasing after him. If he had lived, he might have devised a means to control the chaos in my body. It certainly must have been regretful not being able to fully utilize such a clear heresy after getting destroyed. I was a sworn friend of the Serpent. Why you persistently pursue him without tiring, I am very curious, but it seems you can no longer speak. The black fluid starts to pin down Arquid's body. By now it is no longer Arquid's collapsed feminine figure, but only a formless mud. I honestly don't know where this will go, minions. I don't know if we lost or what. I don't know what's gonna happen. This is Nero's lore is a little confusing. I think I get the basics of it. He's just using a lot of words. I will make you a part of me, Arquid Brunstad. I do believe he's talking about Roa, yes. I mean, I don't know of any other Melty/Tsukihime character who is snake-related. Absorbing your amount of will may require great effort, but it will make me the highest rank of vampire. A little pain is like a celebration for the new creation. Yes, if I remember right, it's spelled that way because it was like the Roman name Nero, translated to Greek, translated to Hebrew, which just happens to have like some sort of Hebrew numerical code of 666. Yeah, this is this is your nerd shit, Nasu, I get it. When that happens, even the professional killers of the abominable burial agency will be nothing to fear. So I guess if Nero absorbs Arquid, he'll become a true ancestor, or at least something similar. I will eradicate all members of that moldy church. Arquid's face sinks completely with a sucking sound. Even the lines of her body, which I could barely see before, have disappeared. At this rate, if I leave Arquid alone, she'll be absorbed into the black fluid. Why, you... I look at the black fluid covering me. The black lines of death definitely do exist. Ah! Resisting the throbbing pain in my head, I run my knife along them. The black fluid becomes like mere water as I slice the lines. All right. I breathe heavily as I stand up. I have to save her. I have to save Arquid from that monster. But how? I can't even get close to Nero. Even Arquid, as terrific as she wasn't able to take him. Then if I stand and face him, wouldn't I be killed instantly? I only barely managed to kill one dog. I wouldn't last a second against those other beasts like those lions or the leopards. Furthermore, I can see hundreds of points on his back. I couldn't fully understand the conversation between Nero and Arquid, but it seems that each one of those beasts are him. Then, if I want to defeat the vampire Nero, I will have to kill all the beasts having that point. Ah, I can't step forward. No matter what, a human can't step forward toward a monster like that. Damn it. In the end, once more I'm trying to save my life and do nothing about someone getting killed. Oh? I hear a voice. Nero's voice is full of contained amusement. No, it's not his voice. I can hear something like the sound of footsteps. This can't be. The sound is far away, but without a doubt the sound of light skipping footsteps is drawing closer. Arquid said earlier, the park is empty of people at night, and if people pass by, then they are simply out of luck. Far away I see a small human shape. Ooh, I wonder who it could be. Some girl I do not know about my own age. This isn't good. For her to come here, it means, run away! I scream. I scream, forgetting that Nero wasn't even paying attention to me, or that he might attack me. Yet the passerby does not stop. Not knowing anything, she casually heads for this place. Half of the vampire in the black coat breathes out in content. My body has just been torn apart. I need more sustenance. His half of a coat squirms like a living thing. Fortunately, it seems sustenance has arrived. I ordered DoorDash. A black beast flies from Nero's body. Stop! My voice doesn't reach her. The beast runs like a black wind towards the faraway figure. It's over in an instant. A short scream, the sound of a body hitting the ground, the smell of blood wafting on the air. The black tiger retrieves the human in its mouth. Oh, that's not good. The girl's face is no more. Most likely gouged out by the tiger's claws. Too ruthless. A repulsive, one-sided violence. Something Shiki would know nothing about. Gah! My head hurts. My throat is starting to dry. My mind starts to compress and I can only see the enemy in front of me. The tiger slithers like a snake into Nero's body. It's strange. The corpse of the girl in the tiger's mouth disappears. Yet, munch, crunch, grind. She's not there, yet I still hear the sound. Rip, gorge, gulp. The sounds are coming from inside the man called Nero. The sound of dissolving flesh, shattering bones, the slow chewing of a human. That's really gross. No mistake. Inside his body, he's eating that person. Nero's lips twist in a smile. With that, a switch goes off in my brain. You fucking bastard! I can't think. I just run towards Nero. I'm going Nanaya mode. My vision soaks in red. Feed. A black leopard flies from Nero's body. How many times greater are its speed and ferocity compared to those black dogs? But I don't care about that. It's a living thing. If it lives, then it's nothing against me. You're in my way. I stop and say so to the corpse by my feet. The black leopard is lying in 4 pieces. I see. You are the one who attacked me from behind earlier. It seems he finally has realized I am here. Emotionless eyes look towards me. Yeah, just like Arquid said. As long as I don't allow myself to get lost, being stared by him, that's a weird syntax. Being stared at by him doesn't change anything. Let Arquid go, monster. You don't belong in this world. I said, let her go. I'm your opponent. You're nothing with that half body of yours. Without a word, the vampire with the black coat looks both Arquid and I over. You say you could be my opponent? Yes, so I'm saying release her, and then hurry up and return your body to normal. His neck moves up and down. It seems like he's laughing. You've taken away the fun. Receive your punishment, human. Nero doesn't change. He seems like he will leave Arkwood with half of his body and remain as he is. I promise you, I will slowly chew you apart alive. Flutter. His remaining arm is lifted. Such an inferior mental circuit. The price of your arrogance thinking you can face me will be your certain death. Whoosh. A warm wind blows. Scores of beasts emerge from Nero's half-body. The number of beasts emerging isn't 10 or 20. Even if each is not a strong beast, is as close to 100 of them against a single human like me, and they swarm like ants gathering around a sugar cube. I stick my knife into the neck of the black dog before me. The black dog dies its death, its cut. Instantly, the sound of birds' wings overhead. With a grating sound, the meat of my forehead is taken to the bone. Ew, ow. Ah! I don't have time to react in pain. At the same time, several black dogs bite my arms and torso from both sides. Oh, Shiki's getting eaten up. You junk! I slice. Stab the death of the two dogs in my line of vision. But it isn't enough. For each one I kill, 10 more beasts takes its place to rip into my body. I can't see. I can't see anything. Everything is pitch black. There isn't anything wrong with my eyes. All around me, the black beasts envelop me in darkness. Things can't keep going this way. I will die. I won't last 5 more seconds. My ankles are bitten. Blood flows. My body feels like it will fall. I collapse. It will all be over. They will ravenously feast on my body if I hit the ground. No. This is more fearful than painful. Everything is pitch black. I can't see anything. I can't do anything. But that's why I have to think. Okay. We got another choice. Let's see. I'll bear with it for now and wait for my chance. Or I have to destroy the main body. I don't know. This seems pretty urgent. I feel like destroying Nero's main body would make it easier to kill his little guys. Yeah, I feel like we should go after the main body. Okay. The main source. If I can do something to Nero's main body manipulating the beasts, I might be able to save at least Arkwood. Ah! I blindly swing in my knife. I force my faltering body and run forward. If he hasn't moved as he toys with me, then he should be standing with his half-body ahead of here. Nero, stop your noise-making. It is unpleasant. His coat wavers. From there, a white horn comes straight at me. Oh. Something like antlers sticks into my torso. Thud. It's so sharp it doesn't really hurt. I fall flat on my back. Oh, whoops. Good thing I saved. I'm quite the fastidious person. Rest assured there will not even be one of your cells left. I hear a voice. At the same time, a black dome arches over me. Ah, a ceiling overhead like a black umbrella. And all around the glowing eyes of the beasts. Rip, my skin is being ripped. Die. Rip, my flesh is being eaten. Die. Grit, my bones are being scraped. Die. My mind can no longer think of anything, only to frantically use my arms to protect my face. My right hand tightens, keeping a firm grip on my knife. Die. I'm being eaten. Strange, being attacked by this many beasts, they should be able to keep me completely in just 1 minute, yet they take their time. Die. I'm bleeding too much. My blood and their saliva coat my body. It feels terrible. Die. I can't see anything outside. Just complete blackness. Die. Those countless pairs of eyes say it. They say it as they truly eat me only bit by bit. They can't talk, so they speak with their blazing eyes. Die. Hurry up and die. The black dome of beasts chant in unison. A scream leaks out, but no one is going to help me. I'll be killed. Like that person before, I'll be devoured alive. No. I don't want that. I don't want to die this way. I don't want to be eaten while being conscious. I don't want to be killed like this. Scary. That's scary. Very scary. Scary, scary, frightening, 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 scary, 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 scary. I'll be killed. Yes, I'll be killed. There's nowhere to run. I'll be killed like this. I'll be torn apart and become a meal for all of them. There's nothing I can do. With my eyes painted vermilion, I stare at myself emptily. Ha, ha ha ha. I start to laugh, because I don't even know why I'm being killed. But still, Tonoshiki will be killed like this. You are stubborn. If you break down, it will be easier for you. Ha ha. He laughs in the distance, slowly eating me and laughing. Ah, it's like my whole body is dissolving. Horrible. Too horrible. This is too horrible. My wounds hurt. They hurt a lot. Death is frightening. It's very frightening. He's laughing in the distance, watching me die and laughing. If I strain my ears, I can still hear chewing and the smashing of bones coming from within. Not only did he devour all those people yesterday, and not only did he eat that unknown person, he's trying to eat and kill even me. He's killed her. Now you're gonna eat me. Oh my god. God. Something like claws digs into my chest. It's where that scar from my old wound is. A really painful, frightening, only hateful place. 8 years ago, that summer day. Yeah, it really was hateful. There wasn't any room for pain or fear. Okay, I think this is going on a little too long to be like an actual bad end. So, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Yes, I just hated. Then what is it to be done is already decided. If you are going to kill me, then my whole body is already numb. All that remains is the sensation of the knife I refuse to drop in my right hand. Be killed? Be killed? Who? By what? Ha ha ha. I laugh out. Right, that's exactly how it is. Running away is absolutely impossible. Escape is absolutely impossible. There's only one thing to be done. Be killed. Be killed. Definitely, without a doubt, be killed. By nothing else, and by no one else. He will be killed by me. Oh, it's time for Joker mode. In place of a yell, I start to laugh like an idiot. Strangely, I can't stop laughing. Slice, 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 slice. With each sound, another beast dies. Go crazy, go stupid. My brain is in agony. All throughout my body, my nerves, my blood vessels, my cells, my blood, everything has gone abnormal. The black dome disappears. I just killed about 70 beasts which were eating my body. What? I can hear Nero's voice. All right, I have to stand or I won't be able to kill anymore. I stand up. I get up. There's no problem. There's not a single place where I'm not wounded, but I can still move around for a while. What did you... Yeah, I understand how you feel, vampire. My brain is on fire. It's similar. Just like when I killed Arquid, I can't even breathe properly. Along with the headache and heat which almost drives me insane, almost enough to make me puke. The world is saturated with death. So you want to kill me, monster? Then we have something in common. Fine. Let's fight to the death, Nero Chaos. With that, my stiff right hand moves freely. Switching to a reverse grip on my knife, I run towards Nero. Oh, he's holding it backwards. That means he's sicko mode. A bigger beast appears from his body. Finally, he's letting out the big stuff he used for Arquid. But they don't last long. No matter how large, fast, or brutal they are, they basically cannot kill me unless they touch me. If they try to touch me, I slice whatever part tries. In the end, it made no difference whether it was a black dog, a lion, or a tiger. 2 of the large ones collapse and change into black water. To get to Nero, there's still some distance left to close. How can this be? Those of us even the princess could not eliminate are returning to nothingness. He's saying something. I do not understand. What did you do? Excuse me. I fix my gaze on Nero's body. Countless points. If I want to live, if I want to kill him, I have to kill each and every one of them. It's probably not possible. Still, I can't finish like this. Arquid, who was swallowed by the black liquid, all of those hundreds of people that he killed, and this body being almost killed. I grit my teeth. There's no time to speak words of hatred. Unfortunately, moving takes all of my power. I don't have any extra energy to answer Nero. No, if I do have that sort of energy as quickly as possible. Very well, I now recognize you as an obstacle to me. Killing this beast-smelling monster would be far better. His black coat opens wide. The vile stench of beasts. The sense of danger was nothing compared to what it is now. From inside his coat, things come out which I've seen at least once when I was a child. Like this horse with a horn on its forehead, or this huge winged lizard. Those are troublesome. It's not simple to kill them, because they have very few parts vulnerable to death. So, I get more serious. Is it because I said kill? The pulsing of my blood is painful. My nerves are grinding together. Everything in my body links together to remove that which gets in my way. I slice in half the horned horse kill along with its horn. I slice the lizard from its back to its lower right abdomen. Impossible! I hear that obstacle's voice. Unfortunately, I can't even see properly now. All I can see are those black points and lines. Scum! Why must I attack a mere human with my full force? With a squishy, fleshy sound, Nero's half-body returns to its previous human shape. It seems he finally put back the half of his body binding Arquid. That's a really good expression, Nero. I will kill you. You will find out that existence far superior to yours exists within me. His arms tear into his own chest. As if ripping apart darkness, he rips into his own chest. From the hole in Nero, something bizarre emerges. If I have to describe it simply, it's a crab-like spider. A bit bigger than the giant elephant which Arquid killed. My vision has gone red. I can't see very well. Oh, it's Phantom from Devil May Cry. All I can see are their bizarre silhouettes and their death. My fingers are cold. Maybe I've lost too much blood. My whole body is frigid. But still, my body isn't screaming. It orders me forward, saying that if I have enough strength to scream, use that energy to kill Nero even faster. My spine hurts. My body is cold. My fingers are frozen. Yet my brain burns with fire. Those crab spider beasts are keep crawling out from Nero. Nero is only a little bit away. Oh, they show them in a manga and it does look just like Phantom? That's funny. These things are in the way of me getting to him. For now, these three. I completely kill those emerged obstacles. Impossible. As if dizzy, Nero moves back. There is no way someone can destroy all my killing beasts. Such a fact is impossible. We are immortal. As long as I live, the immortal beasts return to chaos and are reborn. So then, why do you return to the original nothingness after only being stabbed by you? I walk towards my screaming enemy. Oh, he's upset now. His veins are going a little crazy. You got those vasculars, dude. Nero tries to pull back and retreat, but stops himself. Unsightly. His previous machine-like eyes finally start to burn with crimson hatred. I understand how he feels. Probably, the killer in Nero is ordering himself to retreat, but the vampire in him does not allow defeat from a mere human. He doesn't understand. He doesn't even let himself withdraw, so he does not allow himself to even take a single step back. His mind stubbornly doesn't allow himself to realize his powerlessness. Another step forward. From here, I can jump and slice his body with my knife, like that super in Melty. I understand. No, never. My name is Nero, the immortal called Chaos of the undecaying vampire race. It is not possible for me to look this unsightly. His body starts to form a shape. The body, which was only darkness, begins to transform. This body is immortal. I have surpassed death long ago. His body leaps forward, now not his beasts. Condensing all his remaining beasts to the limit, he transforms himself into the best beast and moves in to kill me. His speed is as fast as Arquid's. He reaches out with arms which would pulverize my mech if he contacted me. This is like he has kind of like a install. I forget if it's like an install or just like a transformation to the animation, but I assume that's what that in Milty. I think that's this, where he's like a weird flesh beast. Dodging that, I cut the line on his arm. As if unable to control his speed, he rushes past me without stopping. The distance between us grows once again. I feel dizzy. I can't stop shaking. No more arm for you, dummy. What is this? Nero stares at his severed arm in astonishment. What is this? Why does this severed part not regenerate? How can such a ridiculous thing be occurring? He isn't a magus or a burrier, so how can he destroy me just by cutting me? I don't know what a burrier is. How stupid. If you get too concerned over appearances like that, you'll get killed, Nero Chaos. I hear a familiar voice near Nero. Oh, it's Arquid. You! With bloodshot eyes, Nero stares at Arquid standing elegantly to the side. Oh, I see. When he ceased being only half a body, she became free. Oh, don't worry about me. Shiki will take care of you. Right now, he would even kill me if I got in the way. A giggling voice. It's your fault for thinking you should kill him painfully. You should kill your enemy quickly without allowing the opportunity for a counterstrike, right? That was your mistake. Silence. I do not make mistakes. I still have 560 lives remaining. Just wait. Once I kill him, I will get you once more. Really? It won't happen, but I'll be waiting. Arquid doesn't go near him. Nero is only looking at me. So took that long to kill 100 of him. I feel like we're going to be here for a while. He's coming. I brace my right hand with my left as I grip my knife. Nero crouches. It's the action of a predator preparing to pounce on his prey. Oh, I forgot to tell you one more thing, Nero. Her voice flows like the wind before that. It may be a little late, but he's killed me once before. What? This time it's for real. In his astonishment, Nero loses sight of his identity. For a moment, his entranced thoughts flow into my mind like a curse. Yeah, just one more thing. Is this a nightmare? Kill Arquid Brunstad. This monster for whom even the world's immortality isn't enough to describe was killed by that human? No, that cannot be true. But wait, hypothetically, if it is true, then just which one of us was the pretentious one? Exactly. It seems the pretentious one is you, Nero Chaos. The end of hatred and chaos. Nero laughs with pleasure from the bottom of his heart. I can't wait any longer. I start running towards my unmoving target. I see. You are going to kill me, human. The beast roars. With one arm, he dashes forth to pierce my heart. Yeah, that is that thing from LT. His speed is so fast you can't ask for any more. A simple, efficient motion to kill me. A motion too beautiful. That's a good CG too. I like that illustration. I slice his outstretched arm. Hundreds of points of death are in his body. But more than that, deep inside of him, in his very center, I can see his ultimate point. It doesn't matter how many lives he has. I'm only going to kill the existence of Nero Chaos. So it isn't killing Nero, but the chaos which is him. I'm going to kill one world. I attack him head on. A light sound of impact. The knife pierces into his center. Twisting his lips in a grin, the vampire laughs voicelessly. This can't be. Numbly, the black beast starts to crumble from his fingertips. You are my death? His body temperature rapidly dwindles. The end is instantaneous, like a dropping curtain. With this one attack, along with the remaining 560 beasts, Nero Chaos is annihilated. We did it, minions. We killed Chaos. I'm exhausted. I collapse onto the ground. I fall on my rear and try to keep my body up with my hands. Cold. I'm cold. The pain is numbed. It feels almost comfortable. My body is ripped with canine bite marks and beak marks. Well, there's no mistake that I'll probably die like this. I let out a deep breath. I raise my chin up and look at the sky. The moon. Only the pretty moon is in the night sky. What is it? It seems awfully familiar, like I saw a dream like this before. Shiki, are you okay? Arquid walks toward me as if nothing has happened just now. You stupid idiot. If I was okay, I wouldn't be human. I speak and breathe haltingly. Even talking is painful, so maybe I shouldn't have responded. My consciousness starts to fade. And then, whack! Arquid hits me on the forehead and forcefully returns me to consciousness. Hi, Kaskin. What was that for? We just killed Chaos. That won't do. If you sleep with those wounds, you'll definitely end up dying. You can't sleep until we close them. Her argument is perfectly just. It's just so just, it makes me angry. Arquid, can I say that I've always found what I've always thought from before? What? Don't say such unreasonable things, you idiot. I crash onto the ground. My consciousness starts to fade. Arkwid is raising a racket, but I don't have any strength to hold my eyes open any longer. It's terribly cold. Hey, Shiki, you really will die. I told you, I'm sleepy. You just got off in Melty Lobby, so it's suitable? Yeah. It's a good night for Melty and or Tsukihime. I'll sleep before I die, so I'll wake up in the morning. Shiki, you mustn't sleep. We have to at least close your wounds and stop the bleeding, otherwise you won't wake up. Man, she's loud. I'm going to sleep, so just do whatever you want. And it's okay if I heal you? Why didn't you say that earlier? After she says this cheerfully, I feel cold fingers, colder than even my body, touch my skin as if in sympathy. Well, I'm not too happy about using someone else's familiars, but in these circumstances, it can't be helped. I feel like something is being plastered to me. I don't know why, but it feels awfully pleasant. As to be expected from the vampire called the Primordial Sea. Even after the destruction of the source, Nero, the familiars still have their regenerative ability. In this case, all I have to do is give it a little hand. First, let it live on me. Once it's back to normal, I'll put it back on you, Shiki. The fingers pull away. I guess this'll do. How is it? It's a non-polar life, so it can adapt itself easily to your body, right? Hey, are you sleeping, Shiki? Yeah, I'm asleep. Oh well. Your house is in the mansion on top of the hill, right, Shiki? I'll make sure you get home. I look up only at the white moon as I sleep. You really did well, Shiki. And thanks. You really saved me tonight. She thanks me without the slightest hint of heaviness in her words. I can't hear her voice anymore. I fall into a deep sleep without anyone interrupting me this time. Phew. 5. Blue Scar of Sin. 5th day, October 25th. Monday. You gotta go to school, Shiki. I feel the morning sunlight. I keep my eyes closed as I try to fall asleep again, but the gentle sunlight keeps urging me to open my eyes. Slowly, I start to awaken. A quiet atmosphere. The air is comfortably cold, and yet it feels gentle. I guess the weather will be great today. Then, I should get up and go to school. That's right. I have to go to school. The past 3 days, my life in chaos, and it made me forget I was a student. I wake up. I'm lying on my bed and my glasses are on the bedside. I put on my glasses and look around. The sunlight streams so strongly through the window I almost expect to hear it pouring through. I take a quiet breath to fill my lungs with fresh air, and it feels like my chest is purified. I hear the clock ticking. Small birds chirp in the woods outside. I stay on my warm bed, aimlessly feeling the relaxed passage of time. I'm back. Even though there's nothing special about this morning, right now, I feel like there's something almost holy about it. Thank goodness. It really is good. Not the fact that I'm alive, nor that I was able to do something about that black vampire, but that even though I was in such a world, I was able to return to my normal days and feel happy about this morning. And then... Good morning, Shiki-sama. Ah! I jump up in my bed. Now that I look, Hisui is standing quietly at the side of my bed. Hisui! Please excuse me, Shiki-sama, but since you did not notice, I spoke. Well, I mean, I'm sorry too. Hisui respectfully bows to me. She surprised me. My heart is still pounding rapidly. Huh? But it's still before 7 o'clock, Hisui. Yes, it is a bit earlier than your usual waking time, Shiki-sama. Well, yes, then why are you here, Hisui? I came to wake you up. Akiha-sama wants to know what you have been doing these last 2 days, so she wanted me to bring you no matter what. Ah, I forgot. Come to think of it, I skipped school last Saturday and was with Arkwid through all of Sunday. Don't tell me Aku is angry. I do not know. Please confirm for yourself, Shiki-sama. Hisui's voice sounds very cold. Wait a minute. Before that, why am I sleeping in my room? Shiki-sama, you returned around 2 o'clock in the morning. Ne-san found you sleeping in the doorway and carried you up to your room. What? My mouth hangs open. That's bad. Not contacting anyone for 2 days, returning in the middle of the night, and sleeping by the doorway. I'm acting like a drunk. That woman, treating me like some sort of cat. Arkwid's face flashes in my mind. But maybe I do have to be thankful for her carrying me as far as the entrance. Alright, I'll head down immediately. And if possible, I'd be happy if you tried to calm her down as much as possible. I refuse, she answers. Maybe Hisui might also be angry at me. One problem after another? The owner of this mansion is Akiya, so does this mean that if Akiya is angry, no one is there to defend me? Well, time to get up. I can't do anything staying in bed. Psst. Ow. As soon as I stand, pain shoots through my entire body. Last night's wounds? Oh yeah. If there's anything to be surprised about, it's the fact that I'm still alive. Even though I was that wounded and bloody, I still managed to wake up normally. It just isn't natural. Shiki-sama, those are... That's rare. Hisui widens her eyes and looks at me. What? Is there something wrong? I look down at my body, and... What is this? A pattern of red spots cover my pajamas everywhere. Of course, this design wasn't ever here. It's my blood soaking through everywhere. Hisui suppresses her words. I'm thankful. It lets me calm down. The reason for the bleeding is clear. But since I can't tell her why, I have to lie to make her not worry. Shiki-sama, your body. I'm fine. Nothing hurts. See, didn't I come back late at night? Truth is, I was in a fight, and that's why I came home late. Well, I guess that's not technically a lie. These wounds are from that fight, and they're just scratches, so don't worry about them. Hisui's eyes implore me, saying, please do not tell lies. But from her standpoint, she probably can't ask me any further. I feel sorry, but I'll have to stick with my lie. So could you please not tell Akiha about this? She would get really mad if she heard about me getting in fights. Yes, I understand. Definitely, Akiha-sama will not find out. Hisui nods. Thanks. I have another request. Do you have any disinfectant? Having a lot of scrapes all over my body, so I want to take care of them. Yes, I will bring some right away. What is it? She looks really uncomfortable all of a sudden. In any case, I'm glad she went to get me some disinfectant. Once she brings it here, I can take care of it by myself. It's only slight pain, so anything that hides the blood is good. Thanks for waiting! The one who opens the door and walks in isn't Hisui, but Kohaku-san. In her hand, she carries a box with a red cross on it. Kohaku-san? Yes, I heard the situation from Hisui-chan. Tsuki-san, you went out and got in a fight? No, not really. I can't come up with any other explanation. I mean, he was technically in a fight. Jeez, you shouldn't be doing those things. It's okay to be naughty, but you shouldn't be violent. It's just painful for the one doing it and the one receiving it. Painful for the one hitting and the one getting hit, huh? Kohaku-san's words hit me pretty heavily. Yeah, that's right. Hitting is only painful. Isn't it? I am disappointed you have those wounds. No matter what the situation was, I will be disappointed in you if you keep doing these kinds of things, Shiki-san. The words penetrate sharply into my chest. Deep inside my heart, I want to apologize. Sorry, Kohaku-san. I probably did numerous things to make her disappointed in me. Yeah, I'm an idiot and I regret it. I will never do it again, he lied. As long as you understand, then that is fine. I'm going to examine your wounds, so please take off your clothes. Eh? Kohaku-san pads over and grabs my shirt. She's telling me to get naked here. But wait, you don't have to go that far. I just wanted to put a little disinfectant on a few scrapes, that's all. What are you saying? Even if you say you only have a few scratches, then don't look at that mirror. I mean, they don't look that minor. Sorry. No, I'm fine. I can do it by myself. That won't do. The one's on your back. Seeing the wounds on my back, Kohaku-san gasps. How terrible. Did you get into a fight with a Doberman, Shiki-san? Yeah, well, something like that. Kohaku-san sighs in amazement. Jeez, now I really can't let you handle it, Shiki-san. Come on, please hurry up and take off your clothes. With your clothing on, I can't take care of you. No, I said I can do it myself. You aren't a big deal, I don't need to be naked. I see. You must be embarrassed, Shiki-san. With a smile, she goes ahead and tries to remove my pajamas anyway. I'm already used to seeing your body, Shiki-san. Please just take off your clothing. Used to, Kohaku-san? I've already changed your clothing once, so I know every detail of your body. What? Let's go. We haven't much time. If you take too long, Akiha-sama will notice. I can't argue with that. But to get naked in front of Kohaku-san, I guess it can't be helped. Then I will examine your upper body. This way there isn't anything to be embarrassed about, right? Thank you for having mercy, Kohaku. Even that's embarrassing, but I guess that's the best compromise. I guess so. Then please do. I sit down on my bed and take off my shirt. Kohaku-san expertly tends to my wounds. She carefully tends the wounds on my arms, shoulders, and back. The disinfectant sinks into the wounds. They sink in, but compared to my occasional dizziness or the pain from my old scar, it's nothing. While applying the disinfectant... Wow, you really are a boy. What does that mean? Kohaku-san says happily, so it probably helped me to put up with all the pain. Now we have to stick on this compress patch. Is she just trying to say he's handling the pain like a macho manly man? It may rub off, so let's bandage it. She puts a compress over my bruised chest and wraps a bandage around it. All finished. Are you sure you don't want me to do your legs? Yeah, I can do the rest. Thanks, Kohaku-san. I know you're busy and all. Oh no, please do not worry about it. Then I'll have to be going back to the kitchen. When you are finished, please come to the dining room, okay? Kohaku-san walks to the door. Kohaku-san? Yes? Sorry. Like you said, fighting is just stupid. It's just a big bother and nothing good ever comes from it. Kohaku-san looks at me in amazement and then suddenly starts to laugh happily. I understand. I will let it go this time, okay? If you do it again, I'll have my sister hit you with a chair. She happily says that and exits the room quietly. Alright, I'm here. Now only a door separates me from the sitting room where Akiha awaits. No matter what the circumstance was, there's no excuse for skipping school and not coming back home for 2 days. Okay. Can't explain the circumstances, so I'll at least apologize. I can't explain the circumstances, so I'll somehow lie about it. Or, no, I should tell the truth. That last one seems like a bad idea. No, this CG is used a lot. I don't think it's specifically associated with the chair. Actually, I'm going to refill my water, so give me just a second, okay? Reading so much is thirsty work. So I'll just need a second. It's true. I'm a thirsty boy. But now my sippy is all filled up, so I'm not thirsty for the time being. Now let's see. Okay. So my thoughts on this are, if I can't just tell her the truth, because one, I don't want her to get killed by vampires. And two, she probably wouldn't believe me. And also three, I don't want it to contradict what I told Akiha earlier. So let's I'll go with I'll save first of all. And say I'll at least apologize. That's right. I think that's the best choice. I don't think Akiha will understand about non-humans like Arquid and Nero, and since I can't tell the truth, I should at least sincerely apologize. Alright, let's go. Taking a deep breath, I opened the sitting room door. In the sitting room, Akiha is on the sofa and Hisui is standing by the wall. Good morning, Nissan. Her gaze is telling me I am angry. Morning, Akiha. Let's dispense with greetings. Please sit here. I wish to speak with you, Nissan. Her words are so forceful, I can't say no. Every time he enters the room, the Mega Man X boss warning plays. Well, he did prove, you know, only when he goes Joker mode like he does against Nero. The real threat right now is Akiha. I solemnly and calmly sit down on the sofa across from her. Nissan, this is very abrupt, but may I ask about these past 2 days? Despite her polite language, Akiha's words are unmistakably a threat. But her own Ichan can't tell her about such a story. About that, Akiha. Yes, what is it? I'm sorry, but I can't tell you. Crash. The teacup that Akiha is holding falls to the table. Rather, I think she dropped it intentionally. Akiha-sama. Oh, I'm sorry, Hisui. Would you please clean it up? Hisui silently cleans up the spilled tea and the shards of the very expensive-looking teacup. I uneasily watch her do so while Akiha is glaring at me. Once done cleaning, Hisui goes back to the kitchen. Then, Nissan. Yes? Could I ask you again? Akiha doesn't give up. I can feel her drive to get the story out of me no matter what. But still, I don't think I can tell her about it. Of course not just for my sake, but hers as well. No. No matter how many times you ask me, I can't tell you. I feel sorry that I made you worry, but I can't tell you about it. Even though you're sorry, you can't tell me, Nissan? That's right. I'm sorry I haven't contacted you and for not being able to talk about it, but I haven't done anything wrong the past 2 days. I don't even want to think about what was a wrong thing to do. That's right. Even these past 2 days were simply kill or be killed. I want to believe it was the right thing to do. I did it to help Arquid, but most of all, I do not regret killing that cannibalistic monster. At least, there will be no more victims killed by having their blood drained. I'm sorry, Akiha. I'm sorry to make you worry, but please don't ask me anymore. Akiha stares at my eyes. For a while, she stays like that. I understand. Thinking about it, you must have your reasons, so I won't press you on this anymore, Nissan. I'm sorry. Thanks for understanding. She doesn't look like she actually understands. I understand. Then I will no longer ask about this, but please refrain from doing anything like this ever again. Nissan, you are the eldest son of the Tono family. If you do not understand your position better, it will be very troubling. Hey, that has nothing to do with this. Besides, you're the successor of the Tono family, so it doesn't really matter what I do. If you're so worried about the future of the Tono family, you should go find a husband appropriate for the Tono household. For some reason, Akiha descends into silence. What's wrong? Are you feeling alright, Akiha? It's nothing. If you have enough time to worry about me, please pay more attention to yourself. You have your chronic anemia to worry about, Nissan. Well, it is true that I frequently collapse from anemia. Anyways, please do not leave the mansion by yourself often. Even without that, the city is dangerous recently. Someone like you, who meanders about it in a daze, is just asking to be attacked by that serial killer. Serial killer? Oh, those serial killings. Those serial killings where 9 victims have been found. Their bodies were all drained of blood, so they call it the modern-day vampire, but... oh, that's okay. Those incidents, they won't ever happen again. I'm gonna doubt that statement. Considering Nero just, like, absorbs people, he doesn't suck their blood. Huh? It means the vampire isn't around anymore. That killer is caught already. Yeah, Shige's being a real dumb motherfucker right now. Is that so? Nissan, how do you know about that? Well, I just happened to see it, but for sure, such things will not happen again. Shiki's such a terrible fucking liar, oh my god. Yeah, at least there won't be any more people killed by Nero. Those past 2 days went with Arquid. So many things happened, I really can't just say what is right and what is wrong. But the simple truth remains, I can say it was all for the best. Nissan, what happened? You suddenly seem very happy. Akia looks strangely at my face. It's nothing. I just feel that it's finally over. Alright, sure. Yeah, we won, everybody. We beat the true bad guy of this story. A smile unconsciously creeps over my lips as I answer. There's no one else. There's no other villain. It's 7:30. Akia left 20 minutes earlier than me by car. After eating Kohaku-san's delicious breakfast, I decide to head for school. Hisui walks with me to the gate, carrying my bag. Well, I'll be going. Thanks for seeing me off, Hisui. Hisui wordlessly hands me my bag. Shiki-sama, around what time will you be returning? You don't trust me either? It's okay. I'll definitely be back in the afternoon. I understand. Then please be careful on your way. Hisui bows deeply. Feeling a bit embarrassed about it, I leave this mansion's gate. At the intersection, there are only the figures of my fellow high school students. No young woman sitting on the guardrail like that one time. Well, of course. I probably won't ever see her again. First of all, her goal was to execute the vampire, and with Nero gone, there's no reason for her to stay around here any longer. Just a little bit in my chest. Things like regret and lingering affection. It is true that she only brought trouble, but even still, it was fun being with her. She's so quirky and eccentric. What, am I stupid? I almost got killed. What part of that would make me feel lingering affection? The wounds from last night still hurt. Remember back to when you almost became Nero's food. You certainly don't want something like that to happen ever again. The school bell rings. Crap, I'll be late. Shaking off my idle thoughts, I run to the school gate. I fly into my classroom. It's still 5 minutes before class, so it's very noisy inside. Phew! I take a breath and head to my seat. With this much time left, I didn't even need to run at all. Yo, Duke of Delinquency. From behind, I hear the voice I never look forward to. It's our old guy, Arihiko. The Chad Arihiko. What's going on, Tono? I never heard you were skipping class. It's a clod of trouble. You have to tell me when you skip school and go play. Arihiko says those preposterous words with an unbelievably happy expression. Why should I have to tell you when I don't go to school? Isn't it obvious? When you don't show, neither does Senpai, so it's bad unless I think of something ahead of time. What's bad for this guy? But seriously, what happened? Since middle school, you've had anemia but never skipped school. Well, you did that cool trick several times, leaving as soon as you arrived. It's kind of like that. I made it to the intersection and felt bad, so I went back home. Both you and Yumizuka seem to be acting like bad students lately. Well, I'm guilty as charged, but is something wrong with Yumizuka-san? Her? She's been absent lately. She was always such an honor student, so I think she might have been stressed out. But I bet she can't call her a raise because she has a bad hand. I don't really know what that phrase means. Arihiko's words are always very unique. The homeroom chime rings out. Well, I'm off. Since you skipped Saturday, make sure you study hard today. Arihiko leaves the room quickly. In other words, he's going to skip class today. Okay, bye. He just showed up to say hi to me and he's like, no, I'm gone. What a Chad. Morning classes end. With the bell announcing lunchtime, half the people in the classroom clear out. Well then, what should I do? Aruhiko is in here, so I should take my time and eat lunch. Hi, Seal. Oh! Tono-kun, you're by yourself? Yeah. Senpai, did you come here to eat? Yeah, I thought I would eat with everyone, so I hurried over here, but... She stares. Without any warning, she looks at my face intently. I don't know what she's thinking, but she suddenly draws close to me. Hey, Senpai? She's right next to me. Almost embracing distance. Something would be wrong with my heart if it wasn't beating quickly. Senpai doesn't say anything. She only stands right next to me and sniffs. Okay. Normal behavior. Everybody's exhibiting normal behavior in this story. I wish Alto were here. Huh? What is she doing? Senpai then gets away. Every girl in this is just so quirky and so normal. Senpai? Tono-kun, did something happen? Nasu can only write freaks. I can tell. I can tell. Everyone in this VN is a whack job. She asked me with a serious look. I can smell the vampire on you, Tono. To be blunt, I don't know what's going on. Something, like what? I don't know. That's why I'm asking. She looks up at me as if she was angry. Nothing. I'm just as always. Do I seem strange today? I'm not sure either. I just thought so perhaps I was just imagining things. I tilt my head in confusion. Well, shall we get lunch? You are eating at the cafeteria today, right, Tono-kun? If we don't hurry, the seats will all be taken. Yeah. You're eating at the cafeteria too, Senpai? Yeah, I want to eat something good today. She grins and pulls me by the hand as she starts walking. In the end, I talk with Senpai about the athletic festival in 2 weeks and the cultural festival thereafter after lunch. Oh, is that the one where they make the guys wear maid dresses? To tell the truth, Senpai is saying I want to eat something good, and ordering curry leaves more of an impression in my mind than what we talked about. Is curry not good? Curry's pretty good, Tono. What's your problem? Classes end and school is over. Well, what should I do now? Well, I don't know if we're like totally on Arkwood's route, but considering all the hanging out we've done with her all that hanging out with her might be mandatory. I don't know. That might just be part of the natural story progression. It's hard to say because I don't, like I said, I'm not looking at a guide for this first run through. I'm just going with what I get. So I think maybe just because I've hung out with her the most so far, Arkwood is my favorite of the, I guess you could call them the root characters, because it's her, Seal, Akia, and then on the home screen at least, Hisui and Kohaku are like paired together. So I don't know if they're one route or two different routes, but so far Arkwood is like my favorite character to interact with. She's so funny. She's so quirky. So I'm gonna go into the city and look for her. I go into town aimlessly. What the heck am I walking around here for no reason? Why the heck am I walking around here for no reason? There she is, white woman spotted. Ah, it's just a mistake. There's no way she'll still be around, and it's not like I have any reason to talk to her. So why did I think it was her? Why am I walking around town pointlessly like this? I have to go back to the mansion. I shake my head as if trying to clear my head of drunkenness and turn away from the non-existent illusion of Arkwood. I head up the road and draw near the mansion. After a little more walking, I see Hisui standing by herself at the front gate. I wonder what Hisui is doing. Tilting my head to the side, I head for the front gate. Hisui realizes I'm here and bows her head. Welcome back, Shiki-sama. Yeah, thanks, Hisui. I can barely reply since I'm bewildered by the respectfulness of it all. Were you waiting for me to come home? Yes. Greeting the master is a servant's duty. Answering very matter-of-factly, she doesn't even bat an eyelash. Hisui, I'm truly happy you waited to greet me, but that's really no need to wait outside. I'll come back on my own, so you can just come greet me whenever you realize I'm back. Hisui's face clouds slightly. Oh, maybe. Maybe she was waiting for me to return like this on Saturday and Sunday. Hisui, I understand. Starting from tomorrow, I will wait for your return in the lobby. Hisui gives a quick bow and opens the mansion gate. Hisui turns around as she does so. For some reason the atmosphere isn't exactly conducive to conversation. Hisui closes the gate after I pass through. Then she silently walks to the entrance to open the door and leads me into the lobby. I get to my room. Akiya isn't back yet from her lessons. Kohaku-san is preparing dinner, and Hisui is cleaning the mansion. Geez, there's nothing to do. Well, there's quite a mountain of studying, reviewing, and memorizing a student like me has to do. But I just don't feel like doing anything. Suddenly, Arkwood's face flashes in my mind. Whether good or bad, it's probably just a reaction to the crazy 2 days I just had. Perhaps spacing out here in my room will be good, giving my mind and heart a break. Time for the first one real soon? Oh, do you mean one of those? Those things that will fade to black? Yeah, good thing I still have the, I have the image prepared to block H scenes just in case this patch isn't as thorough as I would hope. We'll see. I've got my finger on the trigger. After eating dinner by myself in the large dining room, Kohaku-san treats my wounds and I go back to my room. Akiya didn't make it back in time for dinner. Her lesson was apparently going to last a while, so she was going to eat away from home. It's past 10 at night now. It's a bit too early, but since I'm exhausted, I should sleep early tonight. Finger on the trigger, minions. My body is exhausted, but I can't fall into a deep sleep. The wounds all around my body sting and wake up my mind as it tries to sleep. I look at the clock as I lie in bed. It's past 3 o'clock in the morning, already 5 hours of unsatisfactory rest. Damn it, I can't sleep. Not being able to sleep when I want to, it's like torture. Tick, tick, tick. The sound of the clock's second hand gets on my nerves. Tick, 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 creak, tick, tick, tick. I think I heard something mixed in with the ticking. It sounded like the door opening, but who would be coming at this hour? Tap, tap, tap. There's no mistake. Someone came into the room and is coming near me. Who is it? If someone was to come this late at night, it would... Why would CL be here? That's a weird assumption. CL, does CL even know you live here? Why are you... Why CL? So will it be anyone I choose? Like, if I choose someone, it will be them? I mean, yeah, I'm gonna choose Arc, but I'm just asking. I guess I'll just choose Arquid and see what happens. I was just curious, like, whatever I choose is who appears. That's weird that CL... Oh, unless this is like a dream or something. But we're gonna say Arquid. Hey, Shiki, wake up. I hear a voice by my ear. Last night, the voice I heard until right before I slept. The voice I can't forget. Arquid? I sit up in bed and look around the unlit room. Good evening. I'm glad you seem well. Arquid greets me with smiling eyes. Good evening? Why did you come here? Is it strange for me to be here? Strange? Of course it... Well, maybe not. Come to think of it, the night is her time, so I guess it isn't strange for her to be anywhere. Aren't you the one acting strange, Shiki? I came all the way here to see you, and you're just lying there. Yeah, hold on. I get out of bed and stand up. But my body starts to tilt, and I fall back down on the bed. Huh? Something is strange. Blood wells in the back of my head, and my vision blurs. Something's wrong. Goodness, Shiki. Arquid draws closer. She stands before me, and her red eyes... You can't do anything like that, right? What a convenient situation. I can hear her voice right by my ear. What's going on with me? She's right in front of me, but I can't stare at her face. Something is wrong. Though I try to look at her face, my eyes won't move. Somehow I am transfixed by the beauty of her body. Her well-shaped, soft-looking bosom. Very cool, Shiki. Her delicately curved, embraceable hips. Her luscious red lips. She's a vampire. How could I possibly think like that? Come on, Shiki. Almost all vampire fiction is about falling in love with the vampire. This is the normal reaction. Unable to move, I can only watch as Arquid draws closer and closer to me. Hey, I get dizzy. Something is weird. I can hardly breathe. My mind is blank. Feels as if my heart has stopped. I see. You can't move by yourself, huh? I can hear her voice by my ear. Casually, don't worry, Shiki. I'll take good care of you tonight. And it did fade to black. Hooray, it works. You don't get to see it. Sorry, minions. From what I know about Nasu's H scenes, it's probably for the best. You can use your imagination, and it would probably be better than the actual H scene. Day 6. Eyes of Depth Perception 1. 6th day, October 26th, a Tuesday. Wait! Whoosh. I get up forcefully from bed. Whew. My breathing is out of control and my mind is still numbed with the feel of Arquid. No, hold on, Shiki. Try to be calm, it can't hurt. First, this is my room. Check. That's good. Second, I'm on my bed. Check. Seems that way. And it's now morning, and I was having sex with Arquid until now. Check. That's good. That's not good. Never, not even slightly, not one bit. The sound of my panting fills the air. I manage to catch my breath. My hands gripping the sheets are drenched in sweat. Well, now I'm really glad we didn't choose Akia. Unfortunately, we'll have to go down that route eventually. There is lingering warmth, as if I really was sleeping with Arquid until just now. But it definitely was a dream. I can't tell if that's something I should be happy or disappointed about. Why did I see such a dream? Does that mean I'm so interested in her that I see her in my dreams? Does that mean I want her so bad I do those things with her in my dream? Ugh. As I remember, the sensation of her skin forces itself into my brain. I feel my arms to make sure this is real. Yeah, it's real. Her skin was so fundamentally different from a guy's skin, so soft, so warm. Just thinking about it makes my breath go wild. I should feel a bit guilty dreaming about doing that to Arquid, but I recall the dream and just sit there thinking about it. Shiki-sama. Ah! I flail around off my bed as if trying to escape. No, in fact, I was trying to escape, but it just ended up with me landing on the floor with the sheets. Hisui! How long have you been there? Since before you awoke, Shiki-sama. She speaks with her usual lack of expression. Still, lying on the floor tangled in the sheets and unable to stand, I look up at Hisui's face. Before I woke up? Then that means Hisui saw my face when I was having that dream? My face turns deep red. Hisui just stands there, expressionless as usual, and makes no attempt to speak. Did I look strange? I do not wish to describe it. Ah, I knew it. I must have looked really weird. But if you insist, Shiki-sama, I can describe as accurately as I can. No, you don't have to do that. My face still flushed, I speak in a fading voice. Hisui-san. I give a cough to clear the silence. Adding san to her name is a clear sign of my vulnerability. What is it, Shiki-sama? I'm going to change, so would you mind waiting outside? Or rather, I'm so embarrassed I just want her to leave. But Hisui doesn't obey today of all days. Once I can confirm you are awake, I will leave the room, Shiki-sama. Huh? Is she joking? Why does she think I'm covering myself up in these sheets? Is it to hide something that's still standing? That's great. That's great. Very cool. Very cool. I'm fine, so please leave. I can get up and I won't go back to sleep. I'll change and go to the sitting room as you leave. Shiki-sama, are you hurt and unable to stand? Hisui approaches me out of worry. No, that's not it. I'm standing. I mean, I can stand, so don't worry about it. I crawl, pulling my sheets like a slug, and gain some distance from her. Using the bed as a barrier, I get far enough away. Then, please excuse me. I will prepare your breakfast, so please come after you change. Alright, she took the hint finally. She's got to be suspicious, but she bows and leaves the room. I was so surprised. The contents of my dream were surprising enough, but knowing Hisui saw me while I was dreaming is very troubling. It's all Arkwood's fault for doing something like that. Even now she's being bothersome, really. Really what? I can't finish. What did I want to say just now? Not even being able to confirm my own feelings, I decided to change and head into the sitting room with a vague feeling in my chest. After calming down sufficiently, I head to the sitting room. As usual, Akiya is sitting on the sofa, elegantly sipping tea. Good morning, Nissan. You are certainly up early this morning. She must be happy I woke up because she greets me with a smile. Yeah, good morning. There were, a lot of things going on this morning. As soon as I say that, I suddenly recall the memory of Arkwood's skin. This isn't good. I can tell my face is blushing beyond my control. Nissan? A brief clamor. What's wrong? Your face is red. Do you have a fever? Rushing over to me, she looks up at me from below. But in doing so from this angle, Akiya sighs. You do seem to have a fever. Kohaku, come quickly. Nissan doesn't seem to be well. Akiya calls out to the dining room. Kohaku-san has to be preparing my breakfast in the kitchen. I'm fine. It's just a minor cold, so don't worry. If it is a cold, then I can't let it go by. For you, a trivial illness is a big deal. The strength of your immune system is much lower than most people's. Akiya seems to be fed up and puts her hand on my forehead. The sensation of her cool, delicate hand. This isn't good. This isn't good at all, so I break loose and run out to the lobby. Can't catch me, Akiya! I can backdash twice! Footsteps echo as I dash off. Shiki-sama, have you finished your breakfast already? No, that's not it, but where's my bag? I have your bag here. Are you already going to school? Nodding, I snatch my bag from Hisui. I'm going. Don't worry about seeing me off! Nissan, you've been acting strange. What are you doing with a fever like that? Jeez, I told you it's nothing. Since it's nothing, I'm going to school. I'll have breakfast later, so leave me alone. Leave you alone? Hey, Nissan! The sound of my fleeing footsteps is my only response. Sigh. Even if it is Akiya, she wouldn't chase me this far. Since we're not kids anymore, she won't stop me from going to school. Phew. Take a deep breath and I'm finally able to calm down. What am I running away for? Once I calm down, I can think clearly. I didn't do anything wrong, so there's no need for me to run away like that. I don't believe it. I look like a complete idiot. To go back to the mansion to eat breakfast sounds more dumb. To school then? Letting out a sigh, I go downhill along the residential street. I arrived 30 minutes earlier than usual. The figures of students around the school gates are sparse. It seems I'm the only one who's arrived at the school at this odd time. On the school grounds, the athletic clubs are holding their practices. I'm not in any clubs right now, but truthfully, I like to move around a lot. I know that I have some athletic ability, at least enough to be proud of, but I can't join any clubs. My body always has this recurring anemia, so I would just be a bother, and my doctor has told me that I should not exercise frequently. Since middle school, I've been asked more than a few times to join a club, but I always have to say it's not my thing and refuse. Every time I refused, I felt a sense of separation. That might have been a subconscious wall that told me I will never be able to mix in with the people on the other side. That's enough. This really isn't my thing. I'll stop thinking such thoughts and hurry on to the classroom. Huh? I thought I was the first one, but it seems like some of my classmates are already here. Yo, you're early, Tono. Morning. This class seems to have a lot of people with spare time. Nah, our practice just got over with. Those that come here this early who aren't in clubs are usually only with daily routines. I see. That does make sense now that he mentions it. Greeting those around me, I take my seat. It's half an hour before homeroom. It's not a bad idea to just watch my classmates arrive. The classroom starts to get busy around 7:50. Huh? I think I saw Senpai in the hallway. She's down at the first year hallway again. What is she doing? Maybe she came to see me? Then I'll surprise her from behind. Why would you do that? You only do that kind of backstab move on Nero, not on CL. I guess I'll go talk to her, why not? Well, if she's walking around my classroom like that, maybe she does want to see me for something. I wonder. She normally just walks in without hesitating. Or did she finally realize it's strange for a third year to come to second year's classroom? No, that definitely can't be it. Nodding to myself, I go to the hallway. Senpai. Huh? Tono-kun? Senpai seems rather surprised I called her and stands there with her mouth open. What are you doing? Class is about to start, so why are you still hanging around here? Senpai looks at me in amazement and looks away. What am I doing? That is not any of your business, Tono-kun. No, well, maybe it isn't. No, I was lying. It is a little. I was playing a little prank on you, Tono-kun. I thought she was looking away, but she starts sniffing me. Senpai? Tono-kun, did you sleep well last night? Okay, this is weird. I'm leaving. Eh? She looks directly into my eyes as she asks. Sleep well? That goes without saying. I couldn't get to sleep easily last night. And also, I blush as the memories resurface. With a piercing gaze, Senpai looks up at me. Senpai, Tono-kun, you pervert, huh? With a look indicating she wants to say more, Senpai quickly walks away. What did she mean by this? This is normal. Everybody has those kinds of dreams. Very, very cool, Nasu. At lunch break, the guy who didn't even show up for a single class arrives. Hello, Arihiko. Please button up your shirt. Yo, Tono. Food. Let's get some food. He's happy about something, being even more energetic than usual. Of course, food, but you seem to be in a great mood. I'm a poet, and I don't even know it. Did something happen, Arihiko? Yup. I just asked Senpai if she wanted to eat lunch together, and she refused. That's odd. Senpai must be referring to CL Senpai, but this guy seems to get happy when his offer is refused? Hey, Arihiko, you have that sort of taste? No, I'm not finished. So I asked Senpai why not, and she said, if Tono-kun is there, then I don't want to come. Isn't that great, Tono? That's odd. Why have I been friends with this guy since middle school? That's a great question, honestly. Oh man, she really hates you, Tono. A rival's loss is my gain, so I'll treat you to lunch today. Arihiko happily slaps my back. I see. Senpai's still mad at me about this morning. I have no idea why she's angry at me, but she definitely is angry. Hey, let's go, Tono. There's only enough seats for half the people using the cafeteria. Arihiko takes me by the arm and drags me off. I sit next to Arihiko and eat my lunch. My school's cafeteria has a television, and for better or worse for our education, they play back the morning news they recorded this morning. At any rate, the news they are playing back is talking about a drunk customer stabbing to death a convenience store employee, something that makes me not want to go to a convenience store for a few days at least. Listen, I can't believe that I don't think that happens at every convenience store, Tono. Don't be weird about it. What a dangerous world we live in. Indiscriminate serial killers, drunken people stabbing people. A man can't even feel safe playing around at night anymore. Arihiko seems like he is seriously watching the news. Well, certainly it is dangerous, but at least those serial killings won't happen anymore, so things should be like usual. I like how I like how Shiki keeps bringing up, oh yeah, those serial killings, they're over and done with. They won't happen ever again. It's like he's low-key bragging. It's like he's humble bragging about it. Like, I can't tell them I killed a vampire, but I can be like, oh yeah, that'll never happen again. I handled it. Oh really? Did they catch the serial killer? No, they haven't caught him. But Nero is no longer in this world, so the stupid title of the modern-day vampire killing shouldn't be showing up in the news anymore, and there will be no more of those meaningless killings. Anyway, those terrible incidents won't happen anymore. There won't be any more victims, and the streets will be back to normal. No, I think there won't actually be another victim, Tono. What? How can you be so sure, Arihiko? Well, look for yourself. The news says they've found the 10th dead body. Eh? Aw, really? That's right behind the movie theater I always go to. Hey, wait! I push Arihiko and look at the TV. What I see is, without a doubt, the news reporting that the 10th victim of the serial killings was found last night. I can't believe Shiki is this dumb. He didn't pay attention at all. He's like, oh, Nero's like, oh yeah, I just absorb people into my goo and then eat them that way. I don't suck their blood. And then she's like, oh yeah, all those people with their blood sucked and the bodies left behind. That's Nero for sure. That's his MO, right? That can't be. Nero, is dead. So why is there another dead body with most of its blood drained? This modern vampire guy. I don't know anything about the person, but if it's like a sexy chick, I maybe wouldn't mind getting my blood sucked. You know what, Arihiko? Maybe you're based after all. If it's like a sexy chick, he maybe wouldn't mind getting his blood sucked? His stupid talk might be right. even Shiki Tono is like, yeah, actually a hot lady vampire would be cool. No way. I don't want to think about it, but even with Nero gone, there's still one more vampire left, Shiki. Classes end and school is over. Actually, it's more like at some point school was over. Wrapped up in my bad thoughts, I look up and suddenly find myself alone. The serial killings are still happening. I don't know what that means. The only one who knows the answer is probably Arkwood. I don't know. I'm not involved in any of those incidents anymore. Once I settled things with Nero, I came back to the ordinary world. Then I can only be insane to want to go back to that abnormal world once again. I shouldn't be involved. I understand even if I don't say it. That's probably my second most correct choice. But a long, long time ago, someone taught me the most correct choice. Listen, Shiki. Every person's life is filled with pitfalls. You have more power to do something about it than most people, so you've got to get it together. So I just can't pretend I didn't see it. This incident isn't over yet. It seems once I got involved in this incident, I have to see this out to the very end. I leave school. First, let's go to Arkwood's place. Alright, great transitions. Excellent transitions. Her room is still the same, but Arkwood isn't there. What, did she leave her door unlocked? Well, I didn't think I'd find her this easy. Looks like I have to go out into the city and look for her. That was a lot of transitions really fast. The sun sinks, and the city is really starting to get dark. I looked around the major places in the city, but I didn't even catch a glimpse of her. Damn it. She was around when it didn't matter, so why can't I find her when I do need her? What should I do? The night is just beginning, so... Let's search for Arkwood aimlessly. That'll procure results. The night has just begun. No, to be more exact, if Arkwood would be walking around, it would most likely be during the night rather than during the day. I guess it would be more efficient to search around town. I don't want to think about it, but most of the victims are usually found in alleys. If I want to find Arkwood, if I want to find the vampire killer who's continuing to murder, then I have to stick to searching the streets. Vampire Killer is a good song. Damn it. What am I doing? Not understanding my own feelings, I curse and start to run around aimlessly. I sit down on the guardrail. It's been several hours already. I looked around aimlessly and I didn't even catch a single glimpse of Arkwood. Damn it. It's so frustrating. Of course, I knew it isn't easy to just randomly find someone in town, but I still felt optimistic I would find her. Where did she go? Why? I just wanted to ask her about the serial killings, but once I found out I can't see her, stop. I should just stop. I stand up from the guardrail and start walking. It'll be midnight soon. Searching for Arquid any longer really is just useless. But if I've gone this far, I can do just a little more. There's one last place I need to check. If she's not there, then I'll go back to the mansion. The deserted park. I arrive at the place where I cooperated with Arquid and defeated Nero. Having only looked in town, I've yet to search here. Well, not that I'll find anything. Grumbling to myself, I enter the park. Midnight. As expected, there's no one here this late at night. With this much silence, it rather feels refreshing. That's right. It's not like I can conveniently find her. I breathe out a sigh and slump my shoulders. How stupid. Why am I even so disappointed? I don't understand it myself. Just once more, I think maybe I wanted to see her smile. Oh, there it is. White woman spotted. Ah, there you are. Good evening, Shiki. Yeah, just like this. Her face that's so cheerful and carefree I can't believe it belongs to a vampire. Arquid? Without even thinking, I grab both of her shoulders. Eh? Arquid flinches in surprise. Arquid's shoulders are indeed real, and I quickly pull my arms back. Yeah, this one isn't a sex hallucination, Shiki. It's the real thing. Why? Even though the one I've been searching for so long is right before me, I can't do anything but stumble over my words. Why? That's odd. I was looking for you, so I don't think it's a coincidence we met here. You were looking for me? Why? Why? Oh, no reason. She says straight out that she has no reason to be looking for me. I forgot. She really is kind of like a cat this way. Well, I guess it works out. To be honest, I wanted to see you too. So meeting here, I was about to say it makes me really happy, but I frantically choked those words off. Anyway, I want to have a serious talk. I want to talk about it somewhere else since I feel uneasy here, so is that okay? Sure, but talk about what? You'll see. Let's go more to the back of the park. Telling her to come on, I just start walking. Tilting her head in curiosity, she follows me obediently. What did you want to talk about, Shiki? About vampires. You said it before, that the recent serial killings were the work of a vampire. Arquid nods. Did you know the morning news said another victim was found? She was killed last night and drained of blood. Arquid's eyes narrow. Something like a freezing tension races down my spine. Oh, and you... I swallow hard. She stares right at me. Almost a stare which says she will attack me immediately if I move even the slightest bit. Isn't it strange, Arquid? Nero is dead, so why are these incidents still happening? Don't tell me that you... That's not it at all. That's not me, but another vampire. Arquid responds immediately, loosening the tension, but I'm not satisfied. What do you mean? The work of another vampire? So they just keep coming? Of course not. The serial killings were always the work of just one vampire from the very beginning. So no new vampires will come, and Nero was unrelated to those incidents. Huh? Nero was unrelated? But what do you mean? It's just like I said. You're normally pretty sharp, but you're lost at some points. Think back, Shiki. Nero was a vampire, but did he ever suck human blood? Suck blood? He ate humans and... Oh, I see. Why didn't I notice such a simple mistake? I don't know, Shiki. That's a really good question. Why didn't you? The victims of the serial killings are found with their bodies drained of blood, but Nero was different. He didn't leave any dead bodies behind. He not only drank the blood, but also ate the meat, leaving no trace. To prove it, the people eaten by him in the hotel were treated as missing people, not killed people. So that means it is something completely different. Wait, then what is the serial killing going on right now? Just who is doing it? That's a different vampire than Nero. To be more specific, that vampire is why I came here, and Nero came here following me. It's that sort of correlation. So you're the one... So the one you're after wasn't Nero after all? Yes, I didn't ever say he was my initial target. I saw his target, but he was never my target. Or, I'm sorry, I was his target, but he was never my target. My target is the one called the serial killer in this city. Shiki, I don't quite believe it, but don't tell me you made such a simple mistake. I'm glad everybody's giving Shiki shit for this, because it was so obvious. I gasp in shock. But it really is just as she says. She said her purpose is to kill vampires, so I just thought it was Nero she was after. So what is it? Killing Nero that night was pointless? Hello, Zanimi. It wasn't pointless. You fought in my place. Well, if you didn't kill me, you probably wouldn't have had it in the first place. I feel a little dizzy. In other words, those vampire killings had nothing at all to do with Nero, and it was the work of another vampire? Yeah, that's right. I did get the censored patch. Yes, I would not be able to stream this game if it wasn't censored in some way. Whenever there's a... We just saw an example a little bit ago, in fact. Whenever there would... In this patch, wherever there would be an H scene, it just fades to black. And skips it. Yeah, that's right. But that's my problem, so you don't have to worry about it. But more than that, hey! With an extremely happy smile, Arkwood looks up at me as I still stand there in surprise. How was last night? Who came? Huh? What did she mean by last night? I don't understand what she's talking about. After all, I'm the idiot who mistook Arkwood's word and made such a stupid mistake, so of course I don't understand what she was saying, and huh? Did Arkwood ask me who came last night? Arkwood, what do you mean by last night? Huh? That's strange. I know I sent you a dream familiar. Oh. Oh, that's cool. Wait, that's what that dream familiar... Wait, what's that dream familiar thing? It's like a familiar that lets you see a dream about what you desire the most. You're a male, so I sent you a succubus. Oh, that's cool. Just a casual succubus. Wasn't it a good dream? A good dream? That was... I remember the realistic dream I had and my face turns red. That was your doing? Arkwood grins even more. Crap. If I stayed quiet, this conversation would have been over, but since I reacted so strongly... Ah, so you did get it. So, who came? I know, it was your sister, right? Please don't be weird, please. Not Akia. What kind of guy do you think I am? I'm not crazy to do that to a sister. In this route. If it wasn't your sister, then who was it? Then was it the maids at the mansion? Arkwood looks up at me full of amusement. She's acting like that Arkwood from last night's dream. It doesn't concern you, so leave me alone. I look away from her and refuse. But Arkwood keeps saying, come on, over and over. Come on, tell me. You can at least tell me who you dreamed about. She asks like a curious kid. Every time I turn away, she keeps jumping in front of me saying, come on. This is pure torture. She's as mischievous as last night's dream. I bury my face in my hands. Hey, Shiki, don't be quiet and tell me. Arkwood keeps looking at me with those upturned eyes. I can't, God. This is my limit. You, I hesitatingly let out in a quiet voice. Eh? What about me? Don't make me say it again. I'm saying that it was you who came. Yeah, that's who came, all right. I shout angrily as I look away. Arkwood's eyes widen in surprise. Me? Yeah, it's not a joke. You came and... There's no way I can finish. Now Arkwood looks away from me, looking very uncomfortable. Neither of us know what to say. Yeah, it's a bit of an awkward situation. The uncomfortable silence continues. Ahem. I can't hear the silence anymore and force out that cough. In the first place, why did you send me that dream familiar thing? Are you still angry at me for killing you? That's not it at all. I sent it as thanks for defeating Nero. I really am grateful to you, so I thought you'd be extremely happy. As thanks, I'll pass on that kind of thanks. Having that kind of poor taste, just what are vampires thinking? I slump my shoulders. I don't know what she's mad about, but she looks at me with a dissatisfied expression. What's that all about, you meanie? I know I'm not human. She turns away, then starts walking off. Hey, hold on. Where are you going? There's nothing to do with you. Don't follow me. Is she really that angry? Arkwood walks away without even turning around. Where does she plan on going anyway? Maybe I did say too much. No matter what the results were or the methods used, she really thanked me with good intentions. I start to feel intense regret and then think maybe I should have just accepted her gift happily. Damn it. Why is it that I just can't leave Arkwood alone? Hey, I said wait! Surrounded by the night, Arkwood walks down the street. She looks straight ahead, her white figure with golden hair fluttering. It bears a horrible resemblance to the first time I saw her. No, or perhaps it's like the time she faced off with Nero. For some reason, I have a bad feeling about this. Hey, Arkwood. Arkwood continues to walk without turning around. She's giving you the cold shoulder, dude. I want to talk to you. You can at least tell me what you're going to do. Of course, Arkwood just continues walking without turning around. It'd be miserable if I left it like this. I decided to follow her silently for now. The footsteps echo through the night air, and then Arkwood suddenly stops and turns around. Don't follow me. Don't you understand it's troubling for a normal person like you to follow me around? So tell me what you're going to do and I'll go back. It doesn't concern you, so leave me alone. Arkwood strides off once more. Crap. Seems like our wordless wanderings is going to continue. This is the correct behavior, Shaky. Just follow her. When we approach the main street, Arkwood freezes. Found it. Eh? Her voice is cold, like a totally different person's. Ah, a chill runs up my spine. Even from behind, I can feel the hostility manifesting itself in her. Arkwood, what are you... I can't even finish. It's clear what she intends to do without saying anything. Without a doubt, there is nothing but the pure, unadulterated intent to kill. Hey, what are you thinking? Arkwood doesn't answer. Her eyes are fixed solely on a man in a business suit walking by. Shiki, take off your glasses and look at that person. That person? You mean the businessman? Hurry. If you want to know what I'm doing, then leave the questions for later. Alright? I don't like to look while in town, but... Purple means he's taken the glasses off sometimes, but it doesn't go purple all the time, so it's kind of confusing. I take off my glasses. Ah! Instantly, a light headache springs forth. In exchange for the pain, I can see lines running all along the walls and on the ground. Another question, Shiki. You only see points on living things, right? Eh? Yeah, that seems to be true. Things like buildings only have lines. I saw them back during the time in that hotel, but at the cost of a headache that almost caused me to pass out. Right, since you are a living being, you can't comprehend the death of inanimate objects. So in order to see the death of inanimate objects, you must first connect to a circuit of the same orientation as them. To see, you have to comprehend them first. Then another question. Shiki, how does that person look to you? It'll just be the same as all... Oh. That's not good. Is this one of the... Is this one of the dead? Without thinking, I step backwards. What is that? Certainly all humans have lines on them, but they only have countable amounts and they also look like geometric patterns. But what is that? There are lines running all through him. Those lines are all over him like blood vessels, so much that I can't even make out his appearance. Ugh, I want to puke. Those black lines scribbled making a human shape. Oh, hang on, I got it. Everywhere throughout it, I can see black points that look like they are flowing blood. Shiki, how does it look? I was hoping it would look normal to you. Yes, I saw that web-hosted version of Fate. That looks really cool. But I want to read Fate sometime, but I'm waiting on that new translation somebody's working on because... Excuse me. Reading is sleepy work, excuse me. I wanna wait for that new translation I was saying because that new fan translation from the previews that were posted looks much better. It reads much better than the examples. It's gonna be out before Christmas? Excellent. I don't know. I'll probably finish Tsukihime before then. I know Tsukihime can be quite long just going through all the routes, but I don't think I would jump right away into another VN after that. I would need a break. These are long. Shiki, how does it look? I was hoping it would look normal to you. I can't answer. Right now, it takes all my strength just not to vomit. I see. How unfortunate that you can even see death on that thing. Yeah, it's not normal, but I can still see the lines. I knew it. You can even kill the dead. Yeah, that's what I figured. This guy is one of the dead. That's what a person turns into when a vampire chomps them or something, right? The fact that they don't have any life has no meaning for you. Something that moves, something that breaks, you can stop it completely without exception. You're more of a monster, Shiki. Eh? As you saw, you can't call that thing human anymore. It's a vampire that deceives death by sucking the blood of other people. Oh, okay, so yeah, it's the dead. So it's Nero was a weirder vampire. This guy is more of a normal vampire. Arkwood quickens her steps. She walks straight towards the man. Hey, Arkwood, stay there, Shiki. Did that young man realize Arkwood was there? He starts running towards the back alley. Arkwood strides silently. Well, I don't think... So there's like true ancestors, which is what Arkwood is. We don't really have all the answers for how those work yet. But from my understanding, the other vampires are more like normal vampires. Like they suck blood and stuff. They hypnotize people. They and the people they bite turn into other vampires. I think Nero isn't some sort of greater vampire. I think he's like a specifically weird case where he like used some forbidden magic or whatever to turn himself into something weirder. I'm not really sure if I understood all the lore he dumped on us, but I think he's rather unique. Underneath the moonlight, she disappears into that alley. Thump. The sound of my heartbeat is awfully close. It's not even real late at night. Even though I am in the midst of a bustling shopping district, I can't sense anyone besides myself. Thump. My glasses. I have to put on my glasses. Yes, please take my questions as rhetorical so I don't get spoiled. If I don't do that, I'll see terrible things. I'll see something so terrible that everything I've seen so far would be nothing in comparison to it. Thump. My body won't move. My eyes that can see this patchwork world looks towards the alley in that fascination. Suddenly, sounds vanish. In the presence of other people, the sound of the wind and the smell of the dirt, all of it freezes. Under the frozen moon, a bizarre noise sounds from the other side of that wall. Go. No way I can see it. I can't hear anything. A sickening sound, but I can see it. My eyes definitely see the sound of death and death crashing. Gah, my vision turns crimson. Why do my eyes see death? Something that shouldn't be able to be seen. My glasses. I have to put on my glasses or I'll go insane. I hold back the rising gorge in my throat and use my shaking hand to put on my glasses. Sound and light return. Now that I'm calm, I glance around and see nothing out of the ordinary in the shopping district. The bustlings of so many people passing by. The brightness of a store's decorated show window and the sound of rushing car engines. I'm panting excessively. I can hardly breathe. Even though I put my glasses back on, I can still feel a lingering remnant of that death, and it makes me sick. Arkwood? Arkwood walks out from the alley with faltering steps, breathing even harder than I am. Shiki, I see you were still there. Shoulders heaving up and down, she passes by me. Her body sways back and forth, and she walks weakly as if she was sick. To be honest, I still feel nauseous. but seeing Arkwood in pain like that makes me bear it. What in the world? I'm fine, just a little tired, so don't worry. It really doesn't concern you, Shiki. Idiot, if you're tired, then rest. With such a pale face, you can't be fine. Even as I breathe shallowly for air, I grab Arkwood's arm. Hey now, you say that, but you look like you'll collapse too. It's just my anemia. If you have time to worry about me, worry about your health. It's fine. There's no point in worrying about it anyway. Her breathing really is weak. Don't tell me. That wound from that time, it hasn't healed? But I can't bring myself to finish. It's because she got it saving me. She doesn't answer and looks down. This is an affirmation rather than a disagreement. Stu, what are you doing in your condition? You have to take it easy until you're fully healed. I do think I'm taking it easy. No, you're not. Even if you're at a level beyond humans, what in the world were you doing earlier in your condition? I just can't leave her be. I knew it. I just can't leave this person who's always getting into trouble alone. Don't be silent and answer me. Until you tell me, I won't go away. I grasp both of her shoulders. Still looking down, she gives a slight nod. Geez, you really are persistent. Fine, let's go somewhere else to talk. Releasing herself, she waveringly starts to walk away. We come to the park. As if walking restored her strength, her face looks as cheerful as always. Well, as you wish, Shiki, I'll talk about whatever you want. I don't know where her previous weakness went, but she looks really haughty all of a sudden. Then I'll ask, but just what was that guy earlier? You said he was a vampire. Was he what you were after? No, he certainly is part of my target, but putting the dead back into the grave isn't my goal. I only got him because he was a minion of my enemy. If I left him alone, he would kill more people to increase his power. Arkwood, could you explain it so I can understand? I don't even know if that guy was even human or not. Talk to me like I'm a little baby. Oh, I guess I never really did explain to you in detail about vampires. Lore. Nero was sort of an aberration amongst the vampire race, so I didn't really need to explain it at that time. Give me that sweet lore, Nasu. What is a normal vampire, then? What I mean is what you all think of vampires. Immortal, never aging, sucking human blood, turning that human into a vampire, being destroyed by sunlight, all of that. My enemy is that old type of vampire. So you mean this enemy of yours is the one behind all the recent serial killings? I suppose. But the killing of all those people by sucking their blood might be the work of the dead, like the one you saw earlier. Shiki, you remember how Nero's body was made of all those familiars, right? Yeah, that's not exactly something I can easily forget. The dead are like that. When humans have their blood sucked by a vampire, they can also receive some of the vampire's blood. They die, but remain in this world as a servant of the vampire. They are called the dead, and they are like the vampire's familiars. Maybe it's easier to understand if I use the word zombie. It's closer to the voodoo belief in Haiti. Haiti? I'm sorry, I was thinking Haitian, but it's Haiti, I think. Where the white serpent god Damballa is invoked to control a dead body. But let's just say a dead body that moves is a zombie, okay? Yeah, I can visualize it better that way. I get it. So that man was killed by a vampire who uses him as a zombie. Yes, Arkwood nods happily. No one noticed the difference because he's a businessman. I'm still confused, though. Why would a vampire do that? Killing people, not letting them die, but controlling them. What bad taste. You're right, those vampires do have bad taste. But that's something only the dead apostles do. Those that were always vampires from the very beginning do not do such things. Always vampires from the very beginning? I remember. You said there's two types of vampires. Those who were vampires originally and those who were humans. When I heard that before, it kind of stuck in my head. I thought it was a little odd. So what exactly do you mean by those who weren't originally vampires? Simple. I'm just saying that dead apostles used to be humans. They either gained immortality through magic or became servants of the true ancestors that sucked their blood. Shiki, you said it was bad taste to use killed humans, but that's just the least of it. There are other vampires who think up worse games. A game? What is that? You guys kill for fun and use their dead bodies as toys? I won't deny that. For vampires, amusement is the same as breathing. For those who were once human but gain imperfect immortality, their greatest enemy is boredom. They didn't have a reason to become immortal to start with, so once they gained immortality, they lost all kinds of greed. Their goal was immortality itself, so I guess that's just the way things are. They're bored, so they want to play? Don't be ridiculous. Isn't it enough that they won't get age or die? Do they really need anything else? That's what I said. They got everything they wanted. After that, there is no meaning to existence. As soon as someone realizes they have no value, that their life is stopped, then their meaning of existence disappears too. Immortality is also another word for death. So they started to wear down, and they started to create their own amusement, as if to tell themselves that they could have fun as long as they lived. That's their beginning. They copy humans and see themselves in a game as lords of a castle expanding their territory. I guess you could call it a country of the dead. It seems they got more enjoyment out of that than they expected. She speaks as if she was talking of other people. Arkwood should be one of those, but she certainly doesn't seem like she has that sort of hobby. I don't know if you could call that sort of thing a hobby. Well, we'll change the topic, but the dead apostles were originally human. There are a few cases where they became vampires through their own magical research, but the majority of them were humans who had their blood sucked. They are immortal, but they can't last forever. They can only be immortal if they drink the blood of others. Didn't I say their immortality was imperfect? If they can't feed on humans, then their immortality is gone. Wait a minute, isn't that odd? In order to become immortal, they drink the blood of humans, but doesn't that mean new dead apostles will be born every time they do that? That's true, but things get complex from here. Oh, good. Things weren't complex before at all. The people who have their blood sucked die. But at that time, if the dead apostles place a little of their blood inside the corpse, the body cannot die. Those bodies that were unable to die stay a number of years in the grave, and when the brain decays and the soul is fixated in the body, they become a flesh-eating corpse, ghoul. Only 1 out of every 100 people have this potential, so not everyone gets to stay. That's why there's so many politicians. Well, there are those that have a natural ability to step up this progress and become a vampire immediately, but this is so rare it's out of the question. So, the dead bodies that become ghouls eat the flesh of other corpses in order to sustain their decayed body parts. After restoring their bodies fully, they can become zombies, members of the class of living corpses, the living dead. So those living dead, is that the dead from before? Not at all. The dead are just puppets. The living dead are much weaker than the dead, but they are members of the vampire race with a will of their own. Okay, alright, this is a lot. They're on a different level than those manipulated dead. And after many years, once a living dead is able to restore its intelligence, it becomes a vampire. There's probably only about 1 out of every 10,000 who have this ability. I said it before, but the more potential you have, the higher the success rate to stay. We call the dead apostles the ones that make all these kinds of vampires. That's still odd. If this game goes on, then won't the world be overflowing with vampires eventually? Not necessarily. The dead apostles usually get killed by the new vampires they created. Oh, it's like the rule of 2. That's how the Sith work. Didn't I say it before? They act like humans. For their own enjoyment, they place their own blood inside the humans they preyed upon. 1 out of tens of thousands of these corpses become vampires and eventually kill their parent vampires, becoming a new dead apostle themselves. Like knights becoming lords through strength of arms, and killing the king, they can only survive by playing those sorts of games. Yeah, I don't really understand why, but I guess that stops them from dying of boredom. It does sound kind of stupid. The whims of an existence close to a devil, I suppose. Even if they are immortal, if they can't hold on to their meaning for existence, it is an empty immortality. Arkwood remarks how silly it is as she slumps her shoulders. I see. Then that dead you killed earlier, that was something like a soldier for the dead apostles? not so much a soldier as a puppet. The dead apostles control the dead bodies by skipping the process of becoming a vampire. The dead are completely connected to their parent vampire. In order for them to survive, they attack others to eat their flesh, but more than half of that energy goes to their master. Like a queen bee nourished by the worker bees, the dead apostles can use that dead to increase their power while they sleep. My enemy can't be found easily because he's using a lot of the dead. He only dirties his hands once. After that, he simply controls the dead while he sleeps and expands his territory. They say many bodies are found in the recent supposed serial killings, but those are actually just failures. To tell the truth, there are over 100 victims in this city. But only a small amount, the ones discovered, are the victims in the news. Right, because the rest become the dead. But it doesn't always work. Some just stay dead. Okay. I think I understand. Over 100? There are that many that had their blood sucked? And all those people suck the blood of others to make them into monsters like themselves, like that wandering, lifeless thing earlier. That's ridiculous. 3 days ago, I remember how all those people in the hotel were killed for no reason. I was there, but I didn't see it, so I can only visualize and can't really tell what kind of violence it was. It's still the same. I can't fathom the existence of vampires that suck human blood just to increase their own territory. Just without reason, without even recognition. If someone close to me died like that, how would I act? I don't want to imagine it, but for a brief instant, I imagine Akiha being drained of blood and discarded like trash. What makes me mad is that this worst case scenario could happen at any minute in this town, and I didn't even have a clue about it before. I knew you would be angry, Shiki. I didn't want to talk about it because for the prey, for you guys, this is inexcusably evil. For people like you, the actions of the vampires are inexcusable. That's right. That's just all so ridiculous. Even if it's people I don't know about, they have their past and even the dreams they hoped for. Even I don't want to be killed just for the fun of it. That's just too regretful. It's too meaningless. That's all just so regretful, isn't it? That's right. All those people were killed by Nero in the midst of fear and chaos. Wasn't their last thoughts full of regretful sadness? That night at the park, that girl who was killed by Nero when she passed by the park by sheer coincidence. She didn't even realize when she died. That meaninglessness, that abruptness of its ending, a death no one else even knows about. When it happened, I was broken apart by the complete irrationality of it all. My fear of Nero disappeared, and more than anything else, I hated him. I can't accept it. No matter what the reason, I can't accept it. I grit my teeth. Shiki, there is no reason. For them, it's just a game. That's why it's ridiculous. It's just a game to you all? Nero and this other guy, what do they think human life is? They come up with such games because they think it's nothing. Even I can't understand how they think, nor do I intend to. But if you ask who is at fault here, it's the weaker one, right? In the end, those that are killed are at fault. It's all the will of nature, and those who are unable to predict themselves are killed. What? But Shiki, if you talk about it that way, your human species is really strong. The ability to make up for their weaknesses as a species with other things, that makes them the strongest in a way. Probably the only ones that can kill the greatest creature called the world are you humans. Zawarudo. But even though they are strong as a species, they are weak as individuals. They can't live without sacrificing the lives of those not of their race, which is the ultimate evil, is it not? It doesn't matter if they have the intelligence or not. For you guys, everything is fair game for food, is it not? So, the ones doing the killings are always right. If there is a sin, then it is you guys not being able to protect yourself under that rule. That's just the argument of the strong. Humans aren't as strong like you all. Because we can't protect ourselves fully, that's why we have to live together, to help each other. I don't know what to do if somebody like you guys came in and... That's true. That is your defense mechanism. Since you can't protect yourself when those kinds of species enter your group, you guys make rules to ensure they are unable to enter. Yes, it's just like you say, Shiki. So usually this town's case doesn't happen. You may not know it, but your human race is really strong. You have erected a defense mechanism against those races which far exceed yours. If it was functioning properly, the city would not have had a vampire these last 8 years. Defense mechanism? Yes. The reason vampires hide the bodies of their victims and stay out of sight is because they don't want to become known to humans. To protect their own lives, they conceal their identity and expand their territory. They don't want it to be known that vampires exist at all. If they moved freely about, the defense mechanism would arrive. Well, they probably haven't arrived even though that modern day vampire news is going on because this is an atheist country. Is it? I mean, I guess I don't really know enough about Japanese culture to say. Her word choice is too unique, and I can't really grasp what she's saying. But you can relax, Shiki. Even if their avowed enemies are not in this country, I'm here right now. Didn't I say earlier my purpose was to execute vampires? I don't know where that heavy atmosphere went, because Arkwood instantly becomes cheerful. Yeah, I remember. But you're a vampire too, right? Why do you side with us humans? I'm not really siding with you humans, but I'm doing it because I don't have anything else to do. She doesn't have anything else to do? I still don't understand her. Well, doing that does bring the dead apostles after me, but you beat Nero who was pursuing me, didn't you, Shiki? So now I can go back to the original plan and defeat my enemy. You can go back to living your normal life now, and you don't have to associate with me anymore. She smiles as if she was happy about something. Yeah, that makes me happy, but are you okay by yourself? These words float in the back of my head. There's something wrong with me, feeling guilty about letting her face danger all by herself. There really has to be something wrong with me. Shiki, why are you making that troubled face again? Because I am troubled. This is something that involves the city I live in. I said you shouldn't worry. In 2 or 3 days it'll all be over, and there won't be any more victims. Yeah, honestly, I don't want to be involved. But saying that line, shouldn't I, the one actually living in this city, say that line instead of Arkwood? You're being a little self-important right now, don't you think? Arkwood, can I ask you a question? This enemy you speak of, is he strong? Well, he should be many times superior to the dead earlier. I haven't met him this time, but he has been latent for 8 years, so maybe he's a class 5 by now. You're saying he's stronger than the dead before? Looking like she was in so much pain from fighting just him, isn't she taking him a little lightly? Class 5? I don't get it, but does that mean he's stronger than Nero? Not a chance. Nero was special. He was a pure, supreme vampire that would be difficult to defeat even with my full power. Compared to him, this enemy is pretty weak. Oh, then there's no way you'll be defeated. I breathe out in relief. Who knows? A few days earlier and he wouldn't be a problem, but now I'm just recovering. The possibility that he has more power is actually high. Recovering? Are you sick or something, Arkwood? Yeah, I still have the effects from when you killed me, and I don't think I'll be fine for at least a few more days. How does he keep forgetting? Every time he's like, what's wrong, Arkwood? You cut me into tiny pieces, remember? That's right. The reason why Arkwood is weak, it isn't anyone's fault but mine. Arkwood lightly touches her side. It seems the wounds won't heal like usual. I could manage the outside, but I can't seem to heal the inside. That wound as well. That one she received to save me. I'm at a loss for words. It's completely my fault she's in that position. So why? Why doesn't she hold it against me? Why does she just give that innocent smile? You need to stop. Until you heal up, you should just rest. If you take a day or 2 off, things won't be that bad, so... That's no good. Thanks to Nero coming, the enemy knows I'm here. If I rest, that's like telling him I'm weakened. So you're saying you're going to keep on going like this? Yes. Since I don't know where the enemy's lair is, I have to keep destroying his blood supply. If I cut that off, it will force him to come out. Arkwood, what if that's tomorrow? Wouldn't you be killed instead? Then... I want to tell her to stop, but I halt mid-sentence. Like Arkwood says, if the enemy sees that weakness, Arkwood might be killed. More than anything else, I learned from the past 4 days. Arquid isn't someone to stop halfway when she's decided to do something, no matter how much it hurts. Damn, Arquid won't stop. If I leave her alone, she probably won't even be able to talk like this anymore. It makes me mad, but she's not even afraid of her own death. Is that so? Why did she smile like that? She doesn't smile like that. If she acted more like a real vampire, I wouldn't have to feel like this. What's wrong, Shiki? Your body is shaking. Do you need to go to the bathroom? Why are you so relaxed? Damn it. I don't want to lose her. I don't know what this feeling is, but these past 4 days are not something I can just forget about. So, to part here, with the possibility she may die tomorrow, the regret would be completely, utterly, unbearably difficult. Give me a break. My eyes are already broken, but my heart's going to break as well. That's cute. Arquid is a vampire, and I don't want to be involved in something like that again. I remember the fight with Nero. Just thinking about it sends chills down my spine. The fear of being one step away from death still remains. This is the same. Definitely, the opponent this time isn't normal. There's really no need for me to be involved. Since Arquid is saying she'll handle it, I can rely on her. But even knowing all of that, I just can't leave her alone. Damn, what the hell is wrong with me? I kick the ground. I'm angry at myself for not accepting any reasoning or excuses. Well, what? What's wrong, Shiki? Getting so angry like that all of a sudden. Yeah, I'm just angry at my stupidity. Why I wanted to say this after all that which happened to me. I feel more mad that I actually say it. Being this stupid, I know if I could see myself in a mirror, I'd break it to pieces. Hey, really, what's wrong, Shiki? You're not acting normal. Yeah, I'm not. If I was acting normal, I really wouldn't say this. I spit. I really don't know what to admit it, but it's already a done deal, because my mouth has already confirmed it for me. Oh, I just can't understand it, Shiki. What is it? You keep saying you're going to say something, but what is it? Is it gonna be the big thing? Stupid, isn't it obvious? Until your body heals, I'll help you. That's what that stupid fool Tono Shiki wants to say. This is cute. Eh? Arquid looks at me in total surprise. As for me, finally saying it kind of calms me down. I think this is the closest thing to a love confession yet. Shiki, is that for real? Like, 'cause it's written like one, even. I groan. I didn't hear it. Please, can you say it again? I groan more. No matter how much I regret it, it's done. The instant I formed my feelings into words, I can't lie to myself any longer. Hurry, I want to hear those words again. Arquid asks softly. Looking off in the distance, I try to sound reluctant. I guess it can't be helped. It's my fault that you're awakened now, and I can't leave the monster roaming the streets alone either. I can't rely on you taking care of it by yourself, so if you let me, I want to help you. That's what I said. Shiki! Arquid's eyes are suddenly alight. She grabs my hand and happily shakes it up and down. Well, I may not be that helpful, but it has to be better than nothing. Yeah, if you are helping me, there's nothing to be afraid of. She keeps shaking my hand up and down. How do I say this? She really does seem happy. Arquid, the thing about Arquid is she turned out to be like a much more peppy character than I expected. Like, I thought she would be a little more serious than the VN writer, and I think this is actually a better thing. Cause I think it's cute that she's so, like, excitable, I guess. But what do we do now? Do you want to search for the more of the dead like before? Yeah, I think that's all we can do for now. The ones before was the 12th, so I don't think there's many more. The parent vampire will have to come out once they all are destroyed, so we have to hunt the remaining ones for now. Is that still okay? She asks. Anything is fine, I'm just with you. If you lead, then I'll follow. Well, shall we start again? No, that's good for tonight. They usually follow a fixed route, and the other dead will probably not be out tonight. Since they are fewer in number, I don't think he'll let them all come out at once. Oh, really? But doesn't that mean this enemy will try to hide the dead from you, Arquid? Basically, But since this enemy is a vampire, he needs to steal the blood and energy of others. So even though he knows I'm searching for them, he has to send the dead out to get the minimal blood he needs. Then the minimal dead he sent out was that man from before, huh? So searching further tonight will be useless, I think. Well, I don't mind. But it is tedious, though. Yeah, hunting vampires is tedious work. We have to find the coffin of this enemy somewhere in this city, so it won't be easy. Arkwood lets go of my hand and jumps back softly. Arkwood? Let's say goodbye for tonight. We'll meet tomorrow. With her dance-like steps, she watches me as she gets farther away. Tomorrow. Wait, where should we meet? Here's fine. The time, yeah, around 10 o'clock should be fine. With a smile, she makes that promise. Good night, Shiki. I'll see you here tomorrow. And, waving her hand, Arkwood disappears. Bye, Arkwood. We're back alone now. We gotta go talk to Aki again. I get back to the mansion. As it is very late, the mansion is completely dark. This can't be good. I put my hand on the mansion gate. Ka-ching. A sturdy chain holds it closed. Dang. I shouldn't cut this. I think a bit. Then I decide to climb over the gate. Well, at least he made it. I'm exhausted. After sneaking over the wall like a thief, I quietly make my way to the doorway. The gate was locked, but the door isn't. It must have been Hisui. I give a sigh of thanks. So as not to awake Akiya, Kohaku-san, or Hisui, I sneak my way through the mansion. One thing I think is interesting, and I don't really know why this is that, like, Shiki usually refers to Akiya and Hisui without, royal, what's the word I'm thinking of? Honorifics. He usually refers to Akiya and Hisui without honorifics, but he always calls Kohaku Kohaku-san. I don't know what that could mean. I just think it's interesting. Phew. Letting out a breath, I lay down on my bed. My promise to Arkwood. Maybe it's fate, but you've gotten yourself tangled up in trouble again, Tonoshiki. Could I help it? I just can't leave her alone. Or maybe I didn't want to leave her alone? Well, I do think she is pretty. I don't understand my feelings right now. Right now, I'm not too sure what is right and what is wrong. At any rate, it looks like I'll be helping Arkwood once again starting tomorrow. So for now, I shouldn't think of anything else but getting a good night's sleep. Eyes of Depth Perception 2. 7th day, October 27th. A Wednesday. Uh-oh, it's the dream. The murder dream. Back then, the whole mansion was like a giant playground. The garden, a deep forest. The house, a tall castle. We played in our own little world, which would take days to explore. Every day was fun. No one thought about ever growing up, and we believed that days and nights would always be the same. It was just a childhood spent playing like puppies. We got along wonderfully, and were the best of playmates. Whenever I turned back, Akiya would always be there, waving her hands and hiding shyly. Yes, always the same. At that time, the mansion was a giant playground. The garden, a deep forest. The house, a tall castle. We played in our own little world, which would take days to explore. Yes, Nasu, I get it. You like repetition. I slowly awaken and open my eyes. The morning light wraps around me and my sleepiness starts to lift. As the last vestige is clear, I sense that I had a very nostalgic dream. As soon as I open my eyes, I start to see those terrible things jump into my vision. My head stabs with pain. Ugh. I scramble for the glasses by my pillow and put them on. I take in some air. After taking a few deep breaths, I manage to calm down. Why did I, so early, see those lines so clearly this early in the morning? It's difficult to see the lines of death in buildings. It's usually hard to see them, and seeing them so clearly like I just did now is rare. What's more, I even saw those points. I think my headache is getting worse too. Since I said these eyes would attract things that weren't good, I think Arkwood and those vampires are certainly not good. No, you think Arkwood is good. Don't lie to yourself. So maybe it's all affecting my eyes and making them stronger. Can't be. I'm probably just tired. Please excuse me. Hisui enters and greets me with a bow. Morning, Hisui. Yes, good morning, Shiki-sama. Hisui brings my uniform as usual. But I can tell she is a bit angry. The reason doesn't need to be said. She must be angry over yesterday because I didn't get back until very late, worked my way into my room and slept. Hisui, last night, Shiki-sama, there's no need to give me any excuses. Answering quickly, she starts walking towards the door. Then please excuse me. Nei-san has prepared your breakfast, so please hurry to the sitting room. Yeah, I planned on doing so. And Shiki-sama, Akiha-sama would like to talk to you about your late return last night. So please hurry to the sitting room. Why do I have to, like, report to my sister every day? That's so stupid. I hate that he has to, like, report to Hakia every morning. She shuts the door emotionlessly. Well, come to think of it, this is perfectly natural result. Akia is the last one in the sitting room. Kohaku-san is in the kitchen, humming away. Akia doesn't say anything when she sees me and sips her tea quietly. Hey, good morning, Akia. I try to greet her as naturally as I can. Akia's eyebrows twitches as she places her teacup down and slowly looks at me. Good morning, Nissan. It was quite late when you came home last night, wasn't it? No, not really. It was at most a little past 1 o'clock. Quite normal for a healthy young man in high school to be up, right? I see. My bedtime is also past midnight, so I was up at that time. But I would come home much earlier than that. Well, there were some pressing circumstances and I couldn't get back. But I did return, so... Yes, very late at night, and you went back to your room, without saying anything or even making a noise. Goodness, you acted like you were out doing something you felt guilty over. Her stare is pure ice. This is the second time, and I'm sure even though Akia looks calm, she's quite angry. Nissan, I don't know what went on at the Arima house, but here the curfew is 8 o'clock. It is a rule that must not be broken. I really don't understand how Akia is serious about all these rules. How's she gonna enforce it? Like, tie me down? The gate will be locked after that, so please don't climb in like a robber. Oh, you knew? The surveillance camera showed me quite clearly. It is a good thing Kohaku realized it was you and turned off the alarm system, because otherwise you would probably be detained right now. Oh, I should thank Kohaku-san then. And, Akia, I'm sorry. Shouldn't have kept quiet about it. If you understand, then it is fine. Please make sure you observe your curfew from now on. I'll overlook it this time. About that, Akia, what is it? This is a little hard to say. I have something to do tonight, too. I don't know when I will be back, but I'm not going to do anything bad. Akia's gaze tightens. Kohaku? She suddenly stands up. Kohaku-san comes in from the kitchen. Yes, what is it, Akia-sama? I will be going to school. Get the preparations ready. Huh? But I have not yet made Shiki-san's breakfast. You can leave this person alone. It seems he can do everything by himself. What a bitch. I'm honestly not looking forward to Akia's route too much because one, bad stuff, and two, I just don't like her. Kohaku-san sighs. Shiki-san, you should not make Akia-sama so upset. You are her big brother, so please treat her better, okay? Saying that, she walks after Akia. The teacup sits, still steaming. Well, in short, I'm left by myself to calmly consider my situation. Guess I'm skipping breakfast today. Yeah, no doubt. I should stop by a convenience store on the way and buy some bread. Fourth period class is about modern society. The mood in the classroom is somewhat lighter than usual before lunch. Today is Wednesday, so there's one less hour of classes than usual. Ah. After lunch, there's homeroom and an hour of deciding what to do for the cultural festival. What's more, tomorrow is the school's holiday, so after this fourth period is over, it's practically vacation already. It's only natural for everyone to be waiting for the end of class bell to ring. Sleepy. I give a big yawn. The class is completely unchanged. The whole day progresses with nothing out of the ordinary. Come to think of it, I've been through so many strange experiences, I almost feel odd just sitting in class. And after classes are over and night falls, I'll have to go out once more with Arquid. Thinking of that, I really don't have the time to be fooling around here. I look at my reflection in the window glass. Tonoshiki's face seems to be happy for some reason. I tighten my expression. It's not like roaming the streets with Arquid is fun, so why am I acting like this? He's just excited to go on his date. Arquid. There's really something wrong. Looking out the window and into the rear courtyard, I can see an illusion of her waving her hand at me and saying, "Hey! Hey, wait a minute!" Oh, she's actually there. I pushed myself onto the window and looked down. I can only see the very edges of the rear courtyard, but without a doubt, Arquid, in her usual manner, is at my school. I look around the classroom. Fortunately, there's no one who noticed the strange foreigner waving to me. What is she thinking? I moan to myself as I clutch my head. But complaining does me no good. There's about 20 minutes till lunch. What are you going to do, Shiki? If you leave her alone, who knows what she'll do? Definitely go now. Go talk to Arquid now. Go talk to the bestie. That's right. Preventable disasters should be stopped before they happen. Before she can start any interesting trouble, I have to take her off the school grounds. Sensei, I feel my anemia coming, so I need to leave. I raise my hand, and after getting permission from the teacher, fly out of the classroom. That's a very convenient excuse for Shiki to have at, like, all times. Ah, you're here. That was a pretty fast sprint. You're looking pretty lively this morning, Shiki. My jaw hangs wide open. As I sprint into the courtyard, Arquid greets me with her usual radiance. It's smaller than I expected. I thought a school would be much bigger than this. Gah! I grab Arquid's arm. You, come with me. Dragging Arquid behind me, I dash to a place where people won't see us. Hey, what are you doing taking me here all of a sudden? This place is no fun at all. Arquid seems to be disappointed in this place, but it's not like school is a really interesting place to begin with. What are you doing? That's my line, Arquid. I let go of her arm and thrust my index finger towards her face. Eh? What do you mean? I'm asking why you're walking around during daytime and why you came to my school. You haven't even healed yet, so why can't you just settle down and rest? But since you said you would help me, I thought I would look for clues during the day. I didn't want to make you do any extra work. Don't worry about that. Since I said I'd help, any extra work we'll do together, so just forget about it. Jeez, you're weakest during the middle of the day, and yet you still leave. Do you just enjoy making me worry? I'm sorry? No, as long as you understand, it's okay. Arquid. I'm sorry for making you worry. No, actually, thanks. I think my heart beats loudly. Arquid apologizing like this is a bit out of ordinary, or I think terribly cute. But you're at fault too, Shiki. I was watching for the longest time for the courtroom, but you never— courtyard, not courtroom, we're not an Ace Attorney. But you never noticed me. I didn't know how to get inside, so I was thinking about dashing up to where you were. Dash up? You mean up to my classroom on the 3rd floor? Yeah, footing wouldn't be difficult to the veranda, and it's really easy to jump up there. Yeah, I'm glad that didn't happen. I take it all back. As usual, she completely lacks any common sense. Good. That wouldn't have been pretty if you did that. I breathe a sigh of relief. I don't think many people noticed her. In the first place, there's only a few desks that can look out into the courtyard. And? So why the heck did you come to my school? You said you were looking for clues. I just felt something from around here. Then I picked up your scent and realized it was your school. They gotta stop writing about girls smelling Shiki. You gotta stop. Her and CL. Why? So you weren't thinking and you just came for no reason? I gave a frown. Is she doing a dog or something? I thought you said she was the cat earlier. Well, excuse me. I came here for a reason. There's hardly any traces of the dead here, so I wanted to see it for myself. I am also glad I skipped the H scenes. You know, mostly for the safety of my channel. Really? But if there's no traces of the dead here, then shouldn't this place be unimportant? There's no one at school at night, so if the dead wanted some prey, they would go downtown, not to a school. Well, that does make sense. There's nothing strange here. I can't really sense the dead, but since my eyes see death, I can tell without taking off my glasses. I see. You say so, Shiki, then there's nothing strange about this place, perhaps. Not perhaps, definitely. Arkwood looks like she doesn't believe me. Yeah, that's what I've been told, Zanimi. They're not sexy at all. They're just terrible, is from what I've heard. And then, the chime rings announcing the end of 4th period. Oh no, is it lunch already? Even though most people don't stay by this grove, since it's lunchtime, there will be lots of people walking by. Anyway, if we stay here any longer, people will see us. I'll keep my promise for sure, so just go home and rest. We may see the enemy tonight. Oh, you sound like you want me out of here, Shiki. She starts to look angry again. That's just your imagination, so hurry on back. Otherwise, things might be getting a little hairy. Go, go. I push her from behind. Though her eyes indicate she wants to say something, she just leaves silently. After watching Arkwood leave, I return to the courtyard. What is it? Someone is looking this way. Ah! She looks so fierce. Senpai? No mistake, it's CL-senpai. But why is she making that expression? She has a fearsome expression that almost makes me doubt it's actually her. Senpai! I call out to her as I run. Senpai simply stands there, watching me. What are you doing here? The same for you, Tono-kun. What were you doing there? Lunch has just began, so for you to be back here, you must have skipped 4th period class. Of course not. I just flew out of the classroom, that's all. Oh, Senpai answers without any enthusiasm. It's her normal smile, but it seems like she's glaring at me. More than that, did you eat lunch yet? If not, would you like to eat with me? I try and play it off casually. I'm sorry, I already have someone else. Please ask me some other time. For an instant, she looks incredibly down as she says that. Senpai? What's wrong? You don't look too well. No, that isn't it. It's just that it's true that fun things end rather quickly, Tono-kun. Huh. What did she mean by this? She gives a brilliant smile in contrast to before. With that, she walks inside by herself. As expected, the debate over what to do for the Culture Festival is a stormy one. Since everyone's opinions are different, the decision gets postponed until next week. By the time it's over, it's late in the afternoon. Everyone gets up tiredly from their chairs and leaves the classroom. Well then, there's nothing to do in the classroom. I should get ready for tonight and go back to the mansion. I don't swing by anywhere else and head right back to the mansion. The sun hasn't quite set, so Akiya probably isn't back yet. That Akiya. I wonder if she's still mad like this morning. Well, that can't be helped either. I can't tell her the truth, so I'll probably just continue to be hated as a terrible older brother. Welcome back, Shiki-sama. Hisui bows as I enter the mansion. Yeah, I'm back. Thanks for greeting me, Hisui. It's been a week since I've come back, but I'm not used to this yet. Akiya isn't back yet? No, she told me to tell you she would be back especially late tonight, so please eat dinner on your own, Shiki-sama. I knew she'd still be angry from this morning. I slump my shoulders as I start to walk to my room. And then... Shiki-sama. Hisui looks around the lobby before she speaks again. Forgive me for asking an awkward question, but will you be leaving tonight again, Shiki-sama? Eh? She fixates her emotionless eyes on me. I think she simply wants to know what time I'll be back because she's so dedicated of a servant, but letting her know means like Akiya would know. I should... Well, I mean, we already told Akiya that we would be leaving tonight, so I don't see the harm in telling her. That's right. No matter how hard I try, I can't hide it from Hisui and Kohaku-san, who are in charge of maintaining the mansion. And yeah, it's like Shiki just said, they'll notice when I get back anyways. So the least I can do is let them know when I'll be gone every night in the following days. Yeah, to tell the truth, I'll probably leave for a number of nights starting now. I swear I'm not just playing around or doing anything bad. Akiya will probably end up hating me, but I can't stop now. Yeah, the vampire is still somewhere in town preying on victims. As a person who lives here, I just can't pretend like I didn't see it. I know it's a burden to you, Hisui, but please overlook it. I don't know what time I'll be back, so please just leave the gate unlocked. Shiki-sama, are you saying you will not tell us why? Yeah, sorry, Hisui. You can think I'm totally irresponsible, but please don't ask. I don't want to have to lie. No, you are my master. A servant does not despise her master like that. She speaks plainly and without any expression. So little expression, we didn't even put a CG of her on screen. The conversation ends and I go to return to my room. Please wait. Forgive me. Forgive my impertinence, but... After cutting off, she tightens both of her hands as she looks over at me. If you would like me to, Shiki-sama, I can keep your leaving a secret from Akiha-sama. Huh? You mean you're not going to tell her? Yes. After dinner, it is extremely rare for Akiha-sama to leave her room. Nei-san and I are responsible for conducting a patrol right before she sleeps, so if I do not tell the truth, she will not know. Yeah, that helps. It helps, but is that okay? Isn't she your employer? I told you you are my master, Shiki-sama. I'm kind of happy. I always have to tell her to stop adding sama, but at times like this, I think I'm incredibly lucky. How can I help but be happy? Yeah, that helps, so if you can, please do so. Then please use the rare entrance tonight. The front entrance will be locked, but if you have the key and use the servant's entrance, you can come and leave undetected. Oh? There's a servant's entrance? No wonder I never saw you leave through the gate. No, the only one who uses that is Nei-san. She has the key, so I will get it to you later. Well, that's useful. Well then, she says, after which she bows and disappears. Alright. Help just came from an unexpected source. With this, it seems I could keep my promise with Arkwood without worrying Akiha. Well, that's a good thing. I would definitely never want to be mean to Akiha for being terrible and annoying. After dinner, I go back to my room. It's almost 10 o'clock. While I was eating, Hisui placed the key on my desk. Now then, shall I go? Placing my knife in my pocket, I leave my room as quietly as I can. It's probably because of all the recent murders, but it's only 10 o'clock and there's no one in the park. The empty night hangs overhead. Here, or there, a white figure stands. Shiki! As soon as she sees me, Arkwood angrily yells at me. Hey, what time do you think it is? You're 20 minutes late. Seems she came here right on time. Yeah, sorry. I left before 10 o'clock, but it took some time trying to leave the mansion without Akiha noticing. I'll definitely be on time next time, so please forgive me. Jeez, you don't seem to realize we're going to go killing. Arkwood practically pouts. Don't tell me, she was waiting long before the promised time. Arkwood, since what time were you waiting for me? Me? I came here as soon as I woke up, so... Arkwood thinks this over. Probably since 7 o'clock. 7? You were waiting for more than 3 hours? What in the world was she thinking coming 3 hours early? It seems I'm strange. As if truly amazed, Arkwood mumbles to herself. Well, I'm partly to blame because I was late, but don't you have some issues too? If you come before the agreed time, then of course you'll have to wait. Hey, that's something entirely different. The fact that you were late doesn't change. Well, that is true. But why did you wait 3 hours? If you had that much time, couldn't you have just gone back to your room? I don't know why either. It somehow was fun, and while I was thinking it was nice waiting for you, it was already 10 o'clock. Fun? Why? Who knows? Didn't I say I didn't understand it myself? Maybe because you killed me. At that time, something broke that couldn't be healed. I think it's strange myself, but I can't understand what's broken inside me. Having her say that is very troubling. Having sliced her into 17 pieces, if she says there's something wrong, all I can do is to apologize. It's okay. We don't have much time, so we can't waste time talking about pointless things, Shiki. Yeah, saying that really helps me out. But if you're ever late again, I'll just have to go to your house and pick you up. You're the one who couldn't keep the promise, so you have no complaints, right? Stu, no way. I'll keep it, but random unfortunate circumstances like today could happen at any time. If I'm late, that'd be the last thing you should do. Look, don't come to my house even if it's a mistake. What's more, Akia doesn't know about all this, so please don't make things more complicated than they are. Akia, your sister that doesn't look at all like you? You've said a little too much, but yes. I see. You're that scared of your little sister? Shut up. I just don't want to worry her. At the very best, I'm a bother to her, so I don't want to tire her out even further. You really are sweet to your sister, Shiki. I'm basically nice to everyone. Well, recently there's been an exception to that. You're kind of mean to Arihiko. That's me. You're always dense. That was an insult, not a compliment. Quite the banter these two have. Not at all. To you, I'm an exception, right? How could I not like that? She smiles again. A child's smile, bright and carefree. If I keep seeing that, I'll lose all my venom. I'm tired all of a sudden. Let's start looking for the vampire, Arquid. Yes, it's about time. Then we'll start walking around town. Shiki, I want you to take off your glasses, but is that alright? Take off my glasses? Why? It's hard to notice them with just me. I can sense the presence of humans and non-humans, but that won't help me find the vampire. All I can sense is the presence, but with your eyes you can quickly tell between living and dead things. So it's a waste if we don't use what we have, right? Certainly I can understand what she's saying, but taking off my glasses means... I know. Even if I could feel your eyes getting stronger these past few days, and if you keep doing this, it may not be good for your health. I'm still saying despite that. But the choice lies up to you, so I'm not going to force you. If you think it's alright to do so, take your glasses off and follow me. Take off my glasses and walk around town? I haven't done that since I received these glasses 8 years ago. In the first place, the things I see without my glasses give me such a headache, it'd be easy to imagine what would happen if I walked around town. But still, just like Arquid, who keeps going even though her wound hasn't healed, Tonoshiki should do the same and pay back his debt. Arquid, I'm fine. Isn't it just a headache? Compared to the pain her body must be feeling, this is nothing. I'm sure there will be no terrible repercussions to this. It's fine. I can take off my glasses. It's a small price to pay to make our search easier. I see. Then let's go, Shiki. Arquid turns around and starts walking. I take off my glasses as I follow her. I follow Arquid. I haven't walked in scenery so riddled with lines since my hospitalization back then. Strangely enough, I don't get a headache. It seems just seeing them won't cause it. It's not the thin lines in the building, but seeing the lines on the people walking by makes me sick. Before, I thought they were just the lines that were easy to cut along. But now I know that they are the death of things. That's why I feel disgust first. It's not that those figures of people scribbled over with lines are disgusting. Just seeing that humans are in existence so close to death makes me feel like throwing up. We walk the nighttime streets. Arquid doesn't say anything. She just continues to stride forth resolutely. We walk for hours in the midst of town. In the end, we don't see one aberration, not one person wrapped in death. Huh. Shiki, you can put your glasses back on. It seems like no matter how much we search tonight, it'll be useless. Well, that was a bum, I guess. Arquid concludes with a sigh. I put my glasses back on. My vision returns back to normal and I relax. Useless? Is it okay just to sigh that all of a sudden? We've only looked everywhere once, right? No, just once is enough. The presence of the dead tends to linger around a place. I haven't sensed any of them around at all, so there aren't any that are active. The enemy is alert now that most of his dead are defeated. Seriously, he really is a coward. I was so prepared to finish it all tonight, but it appears he still wants to play hide and seek. Arquid bites her lip, dissatisfied. You look like you're in a bad mood, Arquid. Of course I am. You went through such terrible trouble to help me, but it's all meaningless now. Well, I don't really mind. If you're that dissatisfied, I don't mind going out to look again. Maybe if I concentrate more, we can find something. That's no good. I can't strain you anymore. Strain? I'm not really straining. You are. You might not realize it, but if you abuse your brain anymore, you might end up disabled. Hmm? Disabled? Who? You! That's right, you don't exactly know how your eyes work. Okay. You said yourself it was easier to see the death of living things than non-living things, right? Basically, it's a problem of the circuitry of your brain. The death of things. Being able to see that cause and effect, it's closer to reading than seeing. Everything has a main reason, the one source. It's the same thing that a German scientist called the Akashic Record. In other words, in the core of all phenomenon, there is something that records all things. It's less of a record than an existence, so it isn't information. It just exists. It doesn't have any purpose in and of itself or any direction. It's like a root swirl from which flows out all reasons. That sure is words you're saying, Arquid. Things in this world flowed from that, derived from that, and preserved their current form. You and I, vampires and humans, we all originated from that. Things become more complex and separate, and cannot return to that original source, the beginning. But you understand that there exists the one, right? But no matter how different a form something takes from the great source, it is still a derivative. So even if it is only a slender line, there is still a thread connecting to the source. I honestly don't know what you're talking about right now, Ark. The source of all things, the record that records the beginning and the end of all things. Being connected to that means knowing the end of all things. Originally, the brain has the ability to control reception and transmission, but most humans close off all of these circuits except for themselves. But there are those people who have their circuits open latently. Without a single use of magic circuits, there are humans who, despite not being of transcendental race, have the potential to create transcendent phenomena. Ugh, that's hard to read. Transcendent phenomena. Magi classify themselves as being psychics. While still human, they are mutants who are born with magic circuits. Such as, without any learning of the occult, someone who can see the death of things. I'm sorry, Arquid. It appears I can't understand this conversation at all. You and me both, buddy. It's okay if you can't understand. But what I want to tell you is that you shouldn't try to see things that are hard to see. Probably, if you want to, you can see the death of non-living things. But in order to do that, your brain has to open its circuits from the classification of living things to the classification of non-living things in order to understand. That is normally an impossible process. As a result, it overloads your brain and you'll end up being useless. Useless? You mean these eyes won't be able to perceive death anymore? Of course not. Hey Shiki, what happens to an engine that blows up from overload? Oh, okay, you'll just die. It goes to the junkyard. Once an engine breaks, you can't use it again. Oh, that's it. In other words, the headache I get from seeing death is like the screaming of an engine that is working too fast. You're overclocking your brain GPU too much, Shiki. You can't look at the ray tracing for too long. You understand? If you can just see it, it won't be a problem. But stop trying to see things you can't perceive. The blood vessels in your brain will burst and it'll be all over. I'm speechless. I've been living like this without realizing the seriousness of it all. You really have to thank the mages who gave you those glasses. Most psychics use their abilities without realizing how dangerous they are and end up disabling themselves. Well, those kinds of people are often incompatible with society, so maybe that's just for the best. It seems like that's the reason I'm here. I'll let you go back to living the life you had before. Sensei said that and gave me these glasses. I have so much to thank her for, my chest tightens. That person, in so many ways, really did save me. Huh? I feel a sharp sensation. Not pain, but something strange, like an itch. Shiki, what is this? It was really only just for an instant, but it was like something was in my chest. Not understanding, I placed my hand inside my shirt. Wetness. Uh-oh. Something is sticking to my chest like ink. What is this? Something's wet? I pull up my hand from my shirt. On my open palms is bright red blood. Eh? Sting. Another strange sensation. It takes me a horribly long time to understand that it's coming from the old scar on my chest. Shiki, yeah, that's weird. It doesn't hurt, and it's not even an opened wound. But there's blood all over my chest. It's so red. A beautiful, unmuddied red that steals my eyesight. Well, it doesn't hurt, so it's gotta be okay. Seems to have stopped bleeding, so there's no need to... Arkwid stares dumbfounded at my hand. No, more accurately, she stares at the red blood coating my hand. Arkwid? Arkwid doesn't respond. She just starts to breathe heavier. Uh-oh. Pant, as if she's trying to withstand pain. Hey, Arkwid, what's wrong? Does your wound hurt? I grab her shoulders, and then she jumps back as if she was trying to escape. Uh-oh. You're looking a little red, Arkwid. She stares at me like I am an enemy. Arkwid? Shiki? Short, clipped. Her voice even contains enmity. I never thought about it. She averts her gaze awkwardly. What's wrong? You're acting strange. You still haven't recovered yet? Perhaps. It seems I pushed myself too hard, so I'll go back now. Yeah. I guess we'll call it a night. Yeah. I'll be waiting here tomorrow. Not looking me in the eye, Arkwid leaves quickly. Huh. That was interesting. I go up the residential hill and arrive at the outskirts of the mansion. It's around 2 in the morning. As expected, I'm totally assailed by sleepiness. I wonder if she's going to be okay. I'm concerned about how she seemed when we parted. It seemed like it wasn't pain from her wound, but... What is that? Feels like there's someone lurking in the shadows not illuminated by the streetlights. Thump. My heart stops my breath. My blood rushes through my body, the sensation. Certainly, there's something standing there. The figure gets closer and closer and closer. Ugh. Footsteps. The sound of dry footsteps reaches my ears. Thump. I have a bad feeling about this. Chills race up my spine. The figure draws near. Suddenly, the streetlights shatter loudly. Uh-oh. The moon is hidden by the clouds. The whole world instantly turns to darkness. Thump. My heartbeat skips as if warning me of death. I jump back for no apparent reason. A blade runs through the darkness. Not being able to get away fully, my glasses are grazed by it. They fall to the ground with a clatter. Who? The instant I start to say, "Are you?" the clouds part for a brief moment and the dark figure is illuminated. Michael! Well, a man wrapped entirely in bandages is gripping a knife. He almost hit me with one of his honest mids. The bandaged man goes to attack me again. I quickly ready my knife and stop it. 2 slivers of light shoot towards each other. I can't think calmly. The fact that I'm being attacked causes my mind to panic. Clang, clang, sparks fly from our clashing knives and scatter into the darkness. I still can't calm down. It's not because I'm being attacked. Clang, I swing my knife to cancel out the one attacking me from every angle. Oh, they're clashing. Why? That's what's surprising is that my body is completely stopping all the attacks in this darkness without a pause. My body's moving by itself? No, that's not it. All my arms are doing is seeking out the lines and points that I can see in the darkness with my glasses off. That's all I can see, so I swing my knife through the dark air after those lines. As a result, the bandaged man's knife is simply stopping mine. In other words, it's not that I'm defending myself, but he's defending himself from me. I can win! I don't know who he is, but there's no doubt. I'm overwhelming him. My blood rages forth for my advantage. I'll win. I'm stronger than him. Because I'm stronger. Because he's trying to kill me, aren't I just returning the favor? The sounds of ringing metal echoes in the air, and I force him back towards the mansion wall. There! My eyes fixate on the line in his chest, and I thrust my knife forward. Momentarily. For some reason, I see a boy painted in blood and Akio's crying face. I pull my knife back before completion. What am I? I'm trying to kill someone. Why? My head, my head hurts. My legs wobble and I stagger backwards. As I do so, I empty the contents of my stomach. My chest starts to itch. My head hurts. The old wound on my chest burns. My eyes feel like they're going to burst out of their sockets. Ah! I can't stop throwing up. The vomit splatters all over the asphalt. Gross. And there, the bandaged man comes after me with his knife. Another collision. My knife shoots towards his. This time I really defend myself. I know where he's aiming. Since I know, I block him once again with another clang. Despite not being able to see his knife due to its speed, I somehow manage to block it over and over. The reason I can defend myself is simple. Because where he's aiming are the lines on my body. So I know where he is aiming at, and I understand more than anyone that having them cut would mean instant death, so I have to defend it. Ooh. He can see the death lines too. No, wait. Aiming for my lines? Ah, it's the exact opposite of before. That means, don't tell me he... The bandaged man smiles in the darkness. Thump. My heart rate goes out of control. Feeling some unnameable fear, I stumble backwards. He doesn't pursue me. He just smiles. His bloodshot eyes seem to be saying, "So you finally realized it?" As he sneers at me. You can see them? Yes. He also can see the lines. Then, he can also kill with one blow. The man laughs. He draws near while laughing. I, even down in my fingers gripping my knife, tremble uncontrollably. Slice, slice, slice. The sound of flesh being pierced by a blade resounds 3 times, and then a thud, a sound of a body hitting the wall. Eh? I can't grasp the situation. The bandaged man was suddenly pierced by 3 spear-like pipes. Ooh. Not just pierced, but stuck onto the wall. Like an insect pinned in a bug collection. You're in my way. His voice grates awfully. At the same time, the 3 spears alight like candles and engulf him in flames. Ah! An anguished voice in the whirlpool of flames. In the darkness, that seems less cruel and almost beautiful. Ah! The bandaged man, no. The bandages are burned already. His skin is showing. Wrapped in the flames, the man stares at me. His bloodshot eyes filled only with murder. His black eyes like a weapon bent on cursing Tonoshiki. What? Stunned, I can only watch. He runs off into the distance, still engulfed in flames. The moon reemerges. After those flames and that cursing voice, everything returns to silence like it was before. I fall to my knees and lean against the wall. I look up at the sky. In the direction where those spears flew from, someone is standing high and far off. Oh, it's her! I figured it was her. I don't know who else throws crazy big knives. Far away, standing composed on top of the streetlight, I see a familiar figure. Huh? Robes like a priest from another country. Clenched in her hand, large, nail-like swords. Emotionless, pale eyes. Blue, sky blue eyes. Senpai? Under the moonlight, I can only make out the silhouette. But she seems to resemble Senpai. Our eyes meet. The standing figure on the top of the streetlight suddenly disappears like a ghost. Hey, this is the pose Noel stole in Type Lumina. Ah, I sit down roughly. Is it a relief from my headache fading or just the lifting of all this tension? Leaning my back against the wall, I start to drift off to sleep. Oh, he's just gonna fall asleep right there on the street? Okay. 8th day. Death. October 28th, Thursday. White. The color white summons an old memory. Something forgotten. Something I was supposed to forget. Something my father commanded me to forget. A hot summer day. A blue sky and large columns of summer clouds. The wafting breeze and the droning voice of the cicadas. The voice of cicadas. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirp, chirp, chirp. So loud I want to die. Cicada shells are lying in the clearing. As if the sun is right by my side, the clearing is roasting. A hot summer's day. As if the entire world became a frying pan. Wah. So, You'd say I'm 2/3 done with one route? That makes sense. Akia, who would always obediently stay close behind me, is brimming forth with tears. A child lies collapsed at her feet. His white shirt is painted red with blood, and he doesn't move at all. I'm looking down at that. My hands are red, just like that child on the ground. No, that's not it. These hands are red with the blood of that child. Akia, the adults are coming. After seeing this sight, their expressions change rapidly. What in the... The adults take Akia away. The child lies there, dead. In the distant sky, the white clouds. I'm left alone, staring at the sky aimlessly. Did you kill him? The adults are yelling at me. They shout my name, the one who killed the child. Those 2 syllables shouting off as if they went crazy. Just those 2 syllables. Those adults called me Shiki, as my hands are stained in red. I feel like I just saw an old, familiar dream. I open my eyes. I'm in my room. After that, after losing consciousness by the mansion wall, it seems like I somehow made it back here. Hello, Aphils. Routes take around 11 to 13 days, depending on which one. Ah, okay. I thought it would be... Because I mentioned, like, 7s early in the story. I'm like, oh, it'll be 7 days to be thematic. But I guess that was a poor guess. My thoughts still aren't coming together. I remember the whirling events of last night. So I'm not looking at... This is my first time reading Tsukihime, so I'm not looking at a route guide, but I'm guessing I'm on Arkwid's route, considering how much I'm hanging out with her. This is my first run through the visual novel. So I decided for my first time to have like a pure experience. I would not look at a route guide and just choose whatever responses seemed the most natural at the time. And for the other ones, I will look at a route guide just for the sake of expediency. That man wrapped entirely in bandages, but I'm pretty sure I'm on Arkwid's right now. And how he could see lines just like me. After he was impaled by those swords, his body burst aflame, and with a voice that sounded like his dying curse, he ran off. After that, I can only remember things vaguely. The figure on top of the streetlight. That figure that saved me, that seemed to resemble CL-senpai. Yeah, right. That can't be true. I finally wake up. Putting on my glasses, I get up in bed. The clock says it's past 8. Normally, I would have long since eaten breakfast by now, but today's a school holiday. Hisui isn't here? The figure of Hisui standing before the door like a shadow is nowhere to be seen. I'm sure she came here many times to wake me up, but I never did, so she probably went off to do other duties. I let out a deep breath. After I parted with Arkwid last night, the events afterwards were beyond my comprehension. That bandaged man and that figure that helped me, they're just not things I can understand no matter how much I try. Whatever the case, I have to meet Arkwid tonight. She has to be able to give me some answers. I'll talk to her about all these strange things, but for now I have to just return to my normal life or I'll go crazy. Alright, first things first. Time for breakfast. People can't do anything on an empty stomach after all. Shaking the sleep from my body, I go to the sitting room. On the second floor east wing hallway, I see a dark uniform. It's probably Hisui. Seems like Hisui was leaving Akia's room. I guess we'll run into each other anyway, so it won't hurt to give a greeting. Hey, Hisui! I call out to her. Hisui realizes I'm here and quietly walks over to me. Good morning, Shiki-sama. Yeah, morning. Sorry for just waking up whenever I felt like it. I apologize as well. I should have been there when you awoke. Please forgive me. Hisui silently bows her head. Being apologized to like this after I left in the middle of the night and managing to get back to my room, I suddenly feel like the worst person in the world. There's no need to apologize. I didn't wake up at the usual time, so it's my fault. It's okay if you want to voice your complaints. Voice my complaints? Yeah. My friend always says I'm always a lazy bum, and he always calls me an occasional whack to my back is good to set me straight. Hisui stands there thinking silently as she stares at me. It's like that for about a minute. She doesn't even blink, but just stares at me. I knew forcing Hisui to do such an ordinary thing would be impossible. Don't worry about... just forget it. More importantly, I'm kinda hungry. Is breakfast ready? Nason went outside. Your breakfast is ready in the dining room. Oh, in that case, I'll go have some food. Sorry to bother you while you were working. After saying a quick goodbye, I head downstairs. Yeah, this is blind. That's why I said I wasn't using a route guide for my first outing. This is my first time reading Tsukihime. Yes, I have already gotten one bad ending where I got eaten by Nero's shark in the hotel, but I haven't gotten any since then, so I feel pretty successful in my choices. After breakfast, I return to the sitting room and come face to face with Hisui. Ah, that was good. Thanks for making such a great breakfast every morning. I bring my hands together in thanks. Preparing meals is Nason's duty. If you wish to compliment the meal, please tell Nason instead. That's true, but your duties are really completely separate? Such as like today when I only slept in, I thought you might make it. Shiki-sama, are you saying the breakfast was not to your taste? Huh? Her words are so off topic, it's troubling. Does she think I was saying I wanted her to make breakfast because the breakfast tasted so bad? That's not it. Even cold, Kohaku-san's cooking is delicious. But I like it when it's warm. And it'd make me really happy if I got to taste your cooking, Kaisui. I cannot do that. Shiki-sama, I refuse to cook for you. Her eyes suddenly take on a challenging look. Oh, she's very serious about this topic, I guess. Oh, I see. Yeah, I don't want to force you to do anything you don't want to do. You do so much for me already. Still silent, she faces me as if she wants to say something. What could it be? Is it something that's difficult for her to say? What's wrong, Hisui? Did I do something bad without realizing it again? Hisui shakes her head no. She just stands there silently. Then I'll go back to my room. If you need me, please call for me. Later, I say as I start to walk out of the room. But before that, Hisui walks towards the lobby. Shiki-sama. This may be impolite, but I wanted to fulfill your request to the best of my ability. Huh? She looks directly at me. This morning, I came to realize how powerless I am. 7 times. I called out 7 times, but there was no responses. Is this acceptable? 7 times? What do you mean? I'm totally lost as to what she wants to say. Don't forget to watch Carnival Phantasm after finishing Tsukihime. I don't know much about that one, but I was planning to watch what is it? Kara no Kyokai with Ryogi Shiki. I heard those were really good. But I'll check out Carnival Phantasm too, sure. I'm totally lost as to what she wants to say. She turns around. To say it candidly, I think you are very dense, Shiki-sama. Hisui disappears into the lobby with her footsteps trailing in the air. Yes, I've heard the Ryogi Shiki movies are quite good. I can watch them all on Crunchyroll. Look at this guy suggesting I stream my anime. Look at that. Huh? Left by myself, I blurt out stupidly. After thinking to myself for a while, I finally realized she was complaining to me. It's okay if you want to voice your complaints. I said that earlier. That was my request? Yeah, there's no mistake. Hisui was thinking about it the whole time and was waiting for me in the sitting room just to tell me. Well, that is a complaint, but... She said it, but saying dense is a little too blunt, right? I don't really want to think it, but does Hisui really hate me? I go back to my room, but I don't really have anything to do here. Thinking about what I should do next, I decide to walk around the mansion I haven't explored in 8 years. Oh, that's right. That's right. Shiki said today was a holiday, so he doesn't have to go to school. I was wondering why he wasn't going to school. He said today was a holiday. Carnival Phantasm is the big Fate cross Tsukihime gag crossover. Oh, I think I have heard of that then. I've seen the funny opening with all the Neko arcs dancing. I arrive at the lobby. Come to think of it, I was always getting yelled at for playing in the mansion as a kid. I'm no kid anymore to play in the mansion, and my old man is also gone. I used to get so excited just walking the hallways when I was a kid, but now I don't feel anything at all. For some reason, I aimlessly wander around the mansion to confirm my childhood memories. The hallway stretches quite a long distance. When I was a child, I believed this hallway would go on forever. The mansion seemed as large as a castle, and every day I would walk a bit around the mansion and carve my name on the wall, the pillars, or the floor. It was sort of a game I would play with Akia to see who could take over the mansion. Saying that wherever I put my name became my territory, it really was just the two of us walking around the mansion and carving our names here and there. Oh, here. Still here. On the handrail by the stairs is carved the name Shiki. It was probably because of these games that my old man forbade us from playing inside the mansion. Anyway, if I look closely, I can see both my name and Akia's all over the place. The spacious mansion. While I used to think it was like a giant castle, now it almost seems like an abandoned, haunted house. Because I've grown up since then. Aki and I were not the Tono Akia and Tono Shiki that we were then. I go outside. Come to think of it, most of the time we spent playing was in the garden. Since Akia was obedient to that old man, unlike me, she could only play outside for about 30 minutes a day. The front of the mansion is also a stage in Type Lumina. And still, she usually just stayed behind us, watching and listening. But she would energetically run out with us and compete with us in whatever games we would play. Perhaps her personality stems from those times? She might have suppressed herself in front of that old man. But still, Aki has changed too much since then. Maybe these 8 years were a longer time than I thought. I go to the courtyard. Outside, the walls were also inscribed with names. Shiki, Shiki, Akia, Shiki, Akia, Shiki, Akia, Shiki, 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 Shiki. Huh. Some of the Shikis are in all caps. I'm sure that won't mean anything at all later. That's never important. When you type your character's name differently, that's never important in anything. The ratios are like that, and the name Shiki appeared far more times. I suppose Akia was just a girl, so she couldn't keep up with a boy. Jeez, it would have been better if I held back a bit. Cursing myself from that time doesn't change the number of my scribbles. If this was the case, I probably made Akia pretty angry, considering how much she hates losing. I see. Maybe she's taking it out on me now. I'm sure she's not the kind to do that, but if she did, that's a little cute. I'm an older brother, stupid for his little sister. Yeah, I really am. Well then, with a nostalgic, peaceful feeling, I stroll through the courtyard. I'm sure we'll learn more about Akia eventually, in another route that I don't want him. Is all cap Shiki supposed to be written like in kanji in the Japanese version? I don't know. But Avil says yeah, so I chose to believe him. Hisui, as I come to the rear courtyard, I see Hisui's figure from behind. Hisui doesn't realize I'm here. What is she doing going into the woods like that? A bit curious, I follow her from a slight distance, and where Hisui headed to, there seems to be a small clearing. Huh? There's a clearing in that place? Tilting my head to the side, I try to remember, but for some reason my memory is a bit vague. In the forest of the mansion, I can see a clearing as if the trees were cut there. No, can see is not quite right. If you walk by normally, you probably would never notice it. If Hisui didn't walk there, hidden enough by the surrounding trees as it is, I would never have noticed even if I lived here all my life. Was that always there? If it was, we probably played there as kids. To say the least, I don't remember ever playing with Akia in the clearing. I feel like I've never been there before. After thinking for a bit, I decide to go into the clearing. The clearing doesn't strike me as anything out of the ordinary. I don't see any sign of Hisui. What's this? It's just an empty place. I walk to the middle. It really is just an empty space. The perfectly level open ground. The deep woods enclosing the area. Uh-oh. The voice of the cicadas and the strong summer sunshine that feels like it could dissolve. Huh? Summer? Sunshine? Ouch! The wound on my chest starts to hurt. It's like stabbing. This pain that feels like a kitchen knife stabbing my chest. Huh. Not sure what those slashes were meant to be. It's not like a poem. You usually use slashes like that to denote like a line breaks in poetry, but it wasn't structured like a poem, I don't think. Chirp. What is this? From somewhere I can hear the voice of cicadas, but it's autumn now. The summer sunshine bathes everything in white. Columns of summer clouds in the far sky. I can practically see the voices. At my feet, discarded shells of cicadas. Discarded shell. Someone's discarded shell. My wound opens. My chest becomes painted a dark crimson. Black vermilion soaks both my hands. Vermilion's a good word. I should use that more. Someone's crouched silhouette. The approaching footsteps of a young girl. The columns of clouds in the far sky. The discarded shells of cicadas. Then, in front of me, the crying face of Akiya, who is drenched in blood. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Ah, voices which try to pierce my eardrums. Voices of the cicadas. Ugh. My chest hurts. I feel sick. My wound has healed a long time ago. Why does it hurt so much? Uh-oh, red vision. My chest is broken. The old wound opens. Blood flows forth from the opening. What is this? My wound, it hasn't healed at all. It hurts. I'm scared. This is the impulse called death. My consciousness sinks. My wound hurts. My body collapses to the earth with a large thud. Uh-oh. I can hear voices talking. Akiya-sama, you're not going to call forth for a doctor? Don't be stupid, Hisui. There's no way I could do that since Nissan's wound isn't normal. Akiya and Hisui are talking. This is Shiki's room. It looks like I am sleeping in the bed. I plan to say yo and get out of bed, but I can't move at all. My chest doesn't hurt anymore, but my body feels as heavy as lead. All I can move are my eyes and mouth. Just what in the world were you trying to do, Hisui? You know not to let Shiki go near that place. Please, forgive me. This can't be solved by apologizing. You were assigned to serve Nissan to avoid this kind of situation. What were you doing? Completely different from her usual manner, Akiya gives full vent to her anger. In comparison, Hisui is accepting the scolding, looking down silently. I'm not sure how this all came about, but I can at least tell that Hisui is being yelled at because of me. Answer me, Hisui. What were you doing and where were you all day long? Hisui doesn't respond. The air grows tenser between them. Biting her lip, Akiya takes a step toward Hisui. Even I can understand that Akiya intends to hit her. Hisui seems to know this as well, but she just stands with her head hung in shame, ready to receive it. Hold on, Akiya. Nissan, you're awake. Yeah, you were so loud I woke up. Akiya looks away uncomfortably. Hisui still keeps looking down, not even trying to look at me. You know, you shouldn't let it out on Hisui. I don't know the circumstances, but this has to do with me collapsing, right? It's not her fault. I just collapsed on my own. I strained hard and somehow managed to lift the upper half of my body off the bed. But that's all I can manage, and I don't think I can even move an inch more. But since Hisui is depressed, I have to force myself to act as fine as possible. Honestly, getting into a fight over me, even if you look like an adult, you're still a child. But you completely fainted, Nissan. You were out for more than 10 hours, and nothing like this has happened before. If you never woke up, what would I have done? Idiot, don't say things like that. Wasn't this just anemia? Huh? It's 10 o'clock already? Yes, you were unconscious since noon. She speaks hesitantly. And after we all already told Arquid we wouldn't be late again. What a wacky series of circumstances we find ourselves in. I wasn't worried about me, but my promise is to meet with Arquid in the park at 10 o'clock. Oh no, I have to go. Akiya, I have to go, so I'll leave the rest to you. Don't bully Hisui, okay? Don't say such stupid things. I won't ask where you go every night, Nissan. I won't ask, so please at least tonight, take it easy on your body tonight. I'm okay. This is pretty regular. When I was in middle school, I used to collapse twice a day. You know that, right, Akia? That's why I'm more worried. Nissan, please listen to what I say, at least just for tonight. She looks me in the eye with a serious expression. I'll save right here. No, I want to see Arquid. She's so funny. I'm happy she's so worried about me, but I can't break my promise with Arquid. Yesterday she waited 3 hours for me. That's not the whole reason, but with just my usual anemia, I don't want her to keep on waiting. Alright, I'll go to sleep for today. Saying that, I lie down. Really? You're not going to sneak out of the room later? Oh no, never. Hey now, you think I could sneak out in this shape? Yes, come to think of it, that is true. Aki breathes out and visibly relaxes. Hisui, tell Kohaku that Nissan is awake. Nissan, what about dinner? Oh yeah. No, tell Kohaku-san I'm sorry, but I don't think I can eat right now. I'm just going to go to sleep. I understand. Then Hisui, tell Kohaku that. Still looking downcast, Hisui nods and leaves the room. Then I will go back to my room. If anything happens, please call for me. No matter what time it is, I'll come right away. Akia turns off the lights and leaves the room. Sorry, Akia. Saying that, I lift myself up. Ugh. Just lifting myself up causes my consciousness to swim. Shiki, I really don't think you're in a good condition to fight zombies and/or vampires right now. This isn't like my normal anemia. I know that, but I can't keep Arquid waiting forever. Knowing her, even if I left her there, she'll wait forever. I wobble to my desk. I take my knife out of the drawer and put on my jacket. Hey, dang it, like this, I really won't be able to sneak out. I have to gather up my strength just a little more until I can at least run comfortably, or Hisui will find me and take me back to my room. Yeah, she'll chase you down like Mr. X and just drag you back. Sorry, Arquid. It looks like I'll be even later than last night. I sit down on the floor. 1 hour. If I rest for another hour, I'm sure I can leave. I wouldn't be surprised if Arquid just breaks into his room. Oh, never mind. I make it to the park before midnight. In the end, even after waiting an hour, my body still hadn't recovered, so it took me an hour to get there. I pant heavily. As my chest heaves rapidly, I look around me. Night hangs over the park. Near the place we decided to meet, there's a white figure standing. I knew she'd be waiting. I let out a large breath. It seems like Arquid notices that I'm here. She walks straight towards me. Oh, she's angry. Hey, Shiki, it's already 2 hours past the agreed time. She cuts off as soon as she sees my face. Hey, what's wrong, Shiki? Your face is so pale and I can't even sense life in you. This isn't normal. Yeah, my anemia acted up again. I feel like if the vampire says she can't sense life in you, that's a little beyond anemia, dude. It happens like that every now and then. Nothing to be surprised about. More importantly, sorry for making you wait for 2 hours. No, I really don't mind, but Shiki, for you to come out in your condition is just weird. Even though she was really angry earlier, now it seems she's really worried. I made a promise, didn't I? I said I'd help you, so I'm not going to skip out on you. That makes me happy, but Shiki, you don't seem to understand your body at all. You don't need to tell me that, Arquid. I've been carrying this recurring anemia for 8 years now. I'm pretty sure I understand my body. Dude, you don't even understand how your eyes work. Come on. No, you don't understand how unstable your life is. I sensed it earlier, but now I know clearly. Shiki, you are always standing close to death. I don't know if it's a reaction to your mystic eyes of death perception or not, but you are walking on the thin line in between life and death. Saying that your anemia this time isn't a big deal because it wasn't a big deal before is a big mistake. She looks directly into my eyes coldly. Look, Shiki, your resistance to death by external means is higher than that of most people. That is probably because you've already faced death once before. But on the other hand, You almost have no resistance to death from internal causes. That anemia of yours, it wouldn't be strange if you die from it. What are you saying? Are you saying I'll get killed by something like a cold? Shiki, I'm trying to warn you seriously. I'm glad you came, but you have to think about your health first. Just go back for now and rest. She draws me closer to her. She really must be worried about me because she's totally defenseless as we get closer. Before I can pull back, her chest touches mine. My head is assailed with another different kind of dizziness than usual. Shiki, come on, dude. This is not the time. All the things I didn't realize before. The softness of her breasts, the whiteness of her skin, her beautiful golden hair. You realize these things already. You made out with the succubus version of her like a day ago. Arkwid, please get away. What, are you saying you can't trust the word of a vampire like me? Why are you saying that all of a sudden, idiot? There's no way I won't trust you. Liar, then why can't you look at me? Could you get away from me because of a personal issue? I'm a guy, so if you get this close, it's a little, troubling. Giving a small voice of surprise, Arkwid steps back. Phew. For the time being, the racking dual dizziness brought about by my anemia and Arkwid subsides. One girl is really close to me. Oh. I guess she finally realized our situation and she looks at me embarrassedly. That idiot. Seeing her do that makes me think she's incredibly cute. That is troubling. I said stop. I mumbled that quietly so not to be heard. Those words are not directed at her, but to me for being excited by her. There really is something wrong. No matter how pretty she is, she's a vampire. Just what am I thinking for getting something like that? Anyways, I'm not that beat to have you start worrying about me. Besides, if I was attacked like I was last night again, I might really die. So I can't take my time doing this. Eh? Shiki, what did you just say? I said if I was attacked like I was last night again, I might really die. He is trying too, so we have to find him as soon as possible. Saying that, I suddenly remember. I forgot. Last night, I was attacked by one of those dead. I don't know if I'd call Arkwid crazy. She's quirky. She's pretty quirky though, but she's not like crazy. She's not fully in crazy mode, and I don't think that happens in the VN. That's like a melty exclusive character, Crazy Arkwid. After we parted? Yeah. He was entirely wrapped in bandages and was waiting for me by the mansion. Arkwid's expression suddenly turned serious. Well, she did look a little red the other night when she was like covering her face. She was doing the Chuni hand for a second. I don't know what that was about. I'm sure we'll find out. Don't tell me. No spoilers. I can't believe it. How could you forget something so important? I couldn't help it. I've been through stranger things today. Oh well. More than that, please tell me in detail what happened, Shiki. With serious eyes, Arkwid interrogates me on what happened. Let's see. I calm down and I describe as clearly as I can what happened last night. But I don't tell her that the bandaged man was seeing the lines of death. Why would you not tell her? It seems really important. I feel like you should tell her even if you can't prove it. So maybe it might have been just my mistake. Shiki, you're such a dumbass. Yeah, that's how it was. Finishing my explanation, I read Arkwid's expression. From when I started until now, her eyes remained sharp without any gentleness. So what is it, Arkwid? That bandaged man and that person wearing those robes like some priest, are they enemies of yours? Yes, both of them are enemies. I don't know just who or what that bandaged man is, but that woman wearing those Catholic robes I have an idea about. She narrows her eyes as if she was in a bad mood. No, she looks less like she was in a bad mood and more like she's irritated. I may know the person who helped you, Shiki. Man. If it's really her, she'll probably be able to find the enemy before me. She bites her lip vexedly. Wait a minute. I didn't say that person was a woman, though. No, there's no mistake. That woman is the only agent given authority to hunt heretics alone and who uses black keys that combine the cremation rate and the steel shell effect. Her irritability is almost like a hostility. Even when she spoke about Nero, her voice was never saturated with emotion to this extent. Arkwood, that person who helped me, is she a vampire? Of course not. She's a member of those who see vampires as their enemy. It doesn't exist in this country, but there is an organization that considers vampires or beastmen as heretics and goes around killing them. Yeah, every time I see the way his name is spelled, I try to pronounce it normally, and then I just remember it's Nero. Nervinskrer. The one who helped you was the most troublesome of that kind, exorcists. That's strange. The burial agency wouldn't have sent an agent this soon. Arkwood speaks softly to herself. I can't understand what the hell she's talking about. Exorcist? Like a priest or something? Eh? It's not wrong, but it's not quite right either. Well, it would take a long time to explain, so just for now, that there are those who go around exterminating vampires. You ever hear about the Belmonts, Chicky? She tells me just before... she tells me to just understand, but... More importantly, why did you fight? You said you'd team up with me, but you never said you'd fight by yourself. She glares at me. She seems seriously concerned about my safety. That's not fair, Shiki. Keeping it a secret, having all that fun by yourself. Or not. Now, how did you jump to that insane conclusion? Huh? You weren't trying to hide your monopoly on prey from me? You ever hear about this guy named Wesley Snipes? She says something so absurd with a straight face. Idiot, that's not it at all. Fighting him was just a turn of events. Just a turn of events. I don't plan to fight with the dead or vampires without you. I know a lot of people are CL fans, yes. Oh? What kind of turn of events? My sense of justice as a normal person, or something like that. I kind of regret it now. A lot of people really like CL. I know that much. I'm a big fan of Arkwood so far, but to be fair, I haven't interacted with her the most out of everybody. Justice? She tilts her head as if to say, what's that? Yeah, I was painfully shown yesterday it is just a justification. Back then, when I realized there was a figure in front of me, there was only fear. That thing, that guy, I knew right away he wasn't normal, but all I could do was tremble. And then, I brought out my knife to meet him and began a fight to the death. You can't kill someone using a cheap notion like justice. People kill to preserve their own life. That's the most primitive, simple logic of the beasts. That logic, at that time, if that person resembling Senpai hadn't come, I probably would have executed that action without hesitating. Arkwood, that person who came to help me, can you tell me a little more about her? There's nothing more to tell. She's an inquisitor from the church. What I said earlier, the group that's like a nemesis to all vampires. This burial agency, not as so much exorcists as murderers, no, killing machines, are a specialized group responsible for dealing with heretics. I'm very surprised that their eyes reach even as far as... Their eyes reach even in the Far East. Arkwood crosses her arms while deep in thought. She looks devoid of emotion, entirely different from before. She's serious. She might be thinking more seriously about this than the enemy she's after. Arkwood, I don't quite understand, but those exorcists hunt vampires, right? Then aren't you their target too? I ask her that because I'm a little worried. Eh? Of course not. They are only natural enemies of the dead apostles. We don't fundamentally mess with each other, so there cannot be a fight. But if she is who I think she is, then she has to be armed with the 7th Holy Scripture. There is the danger of her getting there first. Getting there first? I can't quite grasp what she's saying. I don't get the details, but it seems like Arkwood doesn't appreciate the emergence of this person who resembles Senpai entering the stage. Just a resemblance, though, not the same at all. Well, I guess it doesn't concern me. Well then, now that we're calmed down, shall we begin? I didn't come here for nothing, so maybe we should find at least one of the dead. Geez, what are you saying with such a pale face? We got off topic because you said something weird, but didn't I tell you to pay more attention to your body? Arkwood glares at me. I don't think she was before, but she does seem honestly concerned about me. Okay, your body is more unstable than most people's, so if you don't rest at a time like this, you're risking your life. You pass out a lot, not because of anemia, but because your body understands it's in danger. Your body senses the danger before you do, so it stops working to prevent your body from getting any worse. For real? There's no reason for me to lie, right? Anyway, I warned you. Whether you believe me or not is up to you, Shiki. Up to me? Well, I don't think there's any reason for you to lie to me. As I speak, I sink deep into thought. I always thought I passed out because my body was weak from anemia, but now she's saying it's because my body is trying to protect me like a safety switch? What is this? Anyway, we won't go investigating tonight. I don't think the enemy will reappear until his wound is healed, and if he appeared by your house without using the dead, that means he doesn't have any left. She says this all severely. If she says so, I can't argue. In the first place, it's impossible for me to go looking for vampires by myself. Alright. If you say so, Arkwood, I'll rest for tonight. Yes, please do. Not only did you get attacked last night, but your body is so weak now. It'll be troublesome if you don't sleep tonight and return to your normal self by tomorrow. I see. It's true that I can't really help you in this condition. Okay, I'll go get myself fixed by tomorrow. No, that's not it. It's boring talking to you when you're like this, so I just want you to be back to normal, that's all. She almost seems disappointed. I knew it was useless to try and understand her. I'll be heading back to the mansion. See you tomorrow, Arkwood. Raising a hand, I start my walk back. Hey, Shiki! Arkwood stops me. What? Is there something else? Should I escort you home? She averts her gaze and speaks hesitantly. In her own way, she really is worried about what happened last night. Thinking about it, I guess it's not that bad. Oh, before I can say, yeah, I suddenly stop. Wait, aren't you forgetting your vow you made just now, Shiki? No matter how pretty she is, Arkwood is a vampire. I can't forget that. If I relate myself to Arkwood more than necessary, I feel like I'll cross a line that I should never cross. Cut it out. I don't need to be worried by you. Don't do things that don't suit you, stupid. Yeah. Just a little. For just an instant, Arkwood looks down, but then raises her head. Then, see you tomorrow. Waving her hand goodbye energetically, the white-clothed vampire walks off into the darkness of the night. Aw, boo. Shiki, you idiot. It's not like you're any less normal than her. You're kind of stupid. Okay. I think this is a great place to stop for tonight. We will continue with the 9th day next week, and hopefully finish off Arkwood's route. So look forward to that. Thank you, everybody who stopped by. I enjoyed it a lot. I'm going to create a save game right here. Bada bing. But yeah, I'm really enjoying Tsukihime so far. I like most things about it. I like the characters and stuff. It's pretty interesting. It's a very interesting story. And I'm interested on where it'll go in both the rest of Ark's route and the rest of the routes as well. Except Akia's, I'm not very excited about Akia. But anyways, yeah, it'll be fun. It'll be fun. It's a bit of a long-term thing. I think when I'm done with the Castlevania games I'm playing, I'll dedicate more days to Tsukihime. Yeah, so tomorrow I'm hanging out with, just like last week, I'll be playing some spooky games with Ars and Carl and Shora. So look forward to that. Phasmophobia and something else, because Left 4 Dead 2 hates Shora for some reason, so we'll have to try something else. In the meantime, we're gonna raid Giga Boots because they're playing Jack games. I'm not a big fan of Jack, but they're playing Jack 3, which might be the best one. So go bother them. And if you enjoyed what you watched, consider following and joining the Discord. The links are posted just right there. Good night, everybody.